going to make a difference, and we're gonna be like more aggressive.
Hello guys.
Right on. Well, one
भाई
quick
मेरे को लगा
question.
live होगी, video live ही नहीं हुई. Shit,
Do you
my
guys
bad.
feel extra pressure knowing that you are the defending champions? Do you feel like you have to make it to the grand finals?
Okay. Өмнө жилийн авраг болсон учраас энэ жилийнх дээр илүү их pressure авч байгаа юм шиг тийм санагдж байна уу?
Hello, is that audible?
Мэдрэгдсэн тийм дарамт шахалтай энэ төр зүйл бол огт мэдрэгдэхгүй байгаа. Бид боломж байгаа гэдэгт бол итгэсээр л байдаг. Тэгээ өөрсдөө тоглож чадах сайн тоглолтуудыг үзүүлж байгаа боломж байгаа гэж.
Hello Itachi, what's up?
So like for now, like we're not feeling that much pressure on us. Like we always believe, we still believe like there is still a chance for us. So like we just like do whatever we do like that.
All right. Well, I hope you guys.
कोई नहीं है. आज सबसे ज़्यादा important है. आज IHC comeback मारेगी. Let's go. I don't know Falcon का भी होना चाहिए भाई. आज सबसे important day, the most crucial day of this group, day 3. आज के day पे comeback आना is बड़ा ही important. आपको एक मिड टेबल चार्ट पे 4th, 5th, 6th रहना है अगर आपको फाइट करनी है for the top 3. भाई क्या सिंक हुआ है दोनों का top 3 साथ में. Hello so Fuse bro, what's up? Hello अर्पित गुप्ता भाई कैसे हैं? एकदम बढ़िया. यश भाई hello. Fuse main first, yes, like share कर दो जल्दी कर दो, like share subscribe etc जो करना है. Match is about to start within few minutes.
Have been performing so well the past 2 days. What are you guys going to continue to do to make sure you stay within the top 3?
Hello, first of all, thank you for having me here. Yeah, we have second highest kills till now, so yeah, we will go for kills again. Yeah, actually, it all depends on the situation, the zone. If the zone is far, then we'll go for kills. Like I believe my IGL's decision and the coordination of our players that they will manage the things accordingly.
Well, hopefully they will manage everything accordingly, and hopefully you guys will maintain that top 3 and get a straight ticket to the grand finals.
ये तो काफी confident लग रही है आज के दिन पे.
Let's get started with day 3 of Group Red.
Teams are much confident, bro. देखो आज क्या होता है. आज का दिन मजा आएगा यार. आज का दिन मजा आने वाला है. आज मुझे लग रहा है कि आज फैल्कन का कमबैक तो बनता है भाई. वो तुम लिख के ले लो. फैल्कन ऐसी खेलती है. फैल्कन करती कमबैक डे 3 पे. आज हम डे 3 पे आ गए हैं. अब कमबैक फैल्कन का देखना बनता है. फलक भी फॉर्म पे आ गया है. यस ब्रो यो आईएट आज आईएट को कंसिस्टेंट खेलना है. बहुत अच्छा खेलेगी तब तो गैप अगर ज्यादा बना दिया तो उनको लास्ट डे पे थोड़ा इजी रहेगा. बट प्रेशर भी लास्ट डे पे बहुत रहता है. लेट्स सी मेंटालिटी माइंडसेट. हेलो मम्बा कैसे? एकदम बढ़िया. फलक एंड आईक्यू डेड लीडो. यस ठंडा भाई को खिलाओ प्लेइंग फॉर्म में. इताची भाई क्या पता खिला दे वो सिचुएशंस के अकॉर्डिंग. जब सही सिचुएशंस बनेगी वो दे विल ट्राई. आईएट आज भी गुड. लेट्स सी देखते क्या खेलती है आज. आईएट अगर कंसिस्टेंट खेल गई ना, मतलब 3 दिन कंसिस्टेंट खेलना भाई बहुत बड़ी बात होती है. बट अगर आज भी खेल गई तो उनकी जो कंटेंडरशिप है जो फाइनल्स के लिए काफी ज्यादा हाई कर रहे हैं. जैसा भी बोला भी सेकंड हाईएस्ट किल है उनके. तो यस दे आर डूइंग गुड ऑन फाइट्स. उनके कोऑर्डिनेशन बोल लो या आप बोल सकते हो डिफेंस स्ट्रेटजीज कोऑर्डिनेशंस फाइट में वो जो जा रहे हैं वो अच्छे से एग्जीक्यूट कर पा रहे हैं. अच्छी फाइट्स निकाल रहे हैं. दैट्स व्हाई दे हैव द हाईएस्ट फिनिशेस. इतनी उन्होंने फाइट एंगेजमेंट लिए या उनके साथ हुई है, उन्होंने अच्छा कन्वर्जन निकाला है. सो देखते हैं अभी क्या सीन होता है. हेलो ब्रो व्हाट्स अप. मोस्ट क्रूशियल डे. मतलब इसको मत मिस करना. डे 3 बहुत क्रूशियल. क्या हाल भाई लोग? एकदम बढ़िया यार. आप सुनाए आप कैसे हो? मैं स्टार्ट तो मैं इसका टाइटल चेंज करने की सोच रहा था. व्हाट विल बी द टाइटल? मैं टाइटल क्या रखूं? मजा नहीं आ रहा इसमें. इम्पोर्टेंट इसको मैं इम्पोर्टेंट कर दूं. लीग ग्रुप डे 3. रुक जाओ एक टीम का ना ये कर देता हूं मैं. इसको कर देता हूं.
just to kind of bait teams out, right? Just like give them false confidence. And we saw that happen in Erangel, but they never flipped that aggression switch. That's something I want to see them change. If they can do that, they could definitely take better advantage of other situations. Because right now, you know, just looking at the individual player stats, you know, the top Vengeance player, we have to go down, I think, all the way to, yeah, they're in 32nd place with noise. So with only
all set
11 eliminations.
ट्रेंडा ओपी क्या हाल है भाई लोग? एकदम बढ़िया। हेलो कूल गेमर, फैल्कन का दिन फील आ रहा है। आज होना चाहिए यार फैल्कन का डे, आज नहीं तो कभी नहीं ब्रो। इट्स वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर फैल्कन्स यार। एनआरएक्स ने अच्छा खेला है बे, गुड वन। एनआरएक्स के बंदे का इंटरव्यू देखा था ना हमने, वी आर गुड ऑन अर्ली डेज बट जो लास्ट के डेज होते हैं थोड़ा डिफरेंट रहता है। यही बंदे का तो इंटरव्यू हुआ था आई गेस, जो नीचे लंबे बाल वाला, इसका इंटरव्यू था आई गेस एनआरएक्स के बंदे का, जब हम फर्स्ट डे पे देख रहे थे। फैल्कन्स की जगह एफएलसी लिख लो। आज फैल्कन्स मारेगी एज यूजुअल, देखते ब्रो भाई। देखो ये है पॉइंट्स टेबल 107 94 85, अभी भी ना बहुत ज्यादा क्लोज मार्जिन है। मिड टेबल चार्ट 4th 8th इवन 9th 10th का भी देखता हूँ क्या है। कल के मैचेस मिस हो गए थे देखना थोड़ा। मुझे ऐसा लगता है अभी भी ये जो आज का दिन है ना, आज के दिन पे जो मिड टेबल 4 टीम्स है, अगर ये लूज कर गई ये डायरेक्टली गिरेगी डायरेक्टली सेकंड पेज में, एंड उनके लिए मुश्किल हो जाएगा फिर टॉप 11 के अंदर आना अगर वो कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रही। तो अभी भी ये जो पॉइंट्स टेबल है ना, ये छोड़ता नहीं किसी को। मतलब अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट नहीं हो तो आप डायरेक्टली नीचे गिरोगे। तो मेरे को लग रहा है आज के दिन पे हो सकता है शायद नीचे से कोई टीम आ जाए, या ये आज के दिन पे इनमें से कोई टीम पोडियम जाने वाली है। और हो सकता है पोडियम की जो 3 टीमें दिख रही है इनमें से एक टीम तो मेरे को लगता है कि इनमें से कोई जो है शायद आज के दिन पे चोक करे, शायद वो 2 भी हो सकती है, बाकी देखते हैं। TJB आज कमबैक करेगी। आज बहुत सारे कमबैक्स नीडेड है ब्रो, आज बहुत सारे कमबैक नीडेड है ब्रो। अगर आप देखते हो चिकन डिनर्स फैल्कन के 2 है एंड उसके बावजूद वो 6th रैंक है। NGX I8 इवन NRX का एक भी चिकन डिनर नहीं है। एलिमिनेशन सबसे ज्यादा उनके, NRX एज यूजुअल उनके प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट ज्यादा है क्योंकि वो पोजिशनल बेस्ड गेम प्ले ज्यादा खेलते हैं। TN/VN फिज भाई बहुत क्लोज भाई, सबसे टफ ग्रुप निकल गया है ये, सबसे टफ ग्रुप है भाई। वही ऑल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स भाई मेरी फेवरेट टीम, कहां बारे रैंक पे आज कमबैक मारेगी। ऑल्टर ईगो भी आएगी, कमबैक मारेगी आज। Let's see. कैसे अच्छा खेल रही थी बे, हक दिया दूसरे दिन पे इन्होंने अच्छा नहीं खेला क्या? बिल्कुल भी अच्छा नहीं खेला।
pretty much has the same kind of result as they want in terms of fragging potential, in terms of total limbs. He could be tying maybe even overtaking Nomi's current record.
बरो बहुत कंपटीशन है भाई। IHC डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस,
he is on track to beat Nomi's.
नो डाउट आज वो प्रेशर पे खेलने वाले भाई, मतलब एक रहेगा प्रेशर माइंड पे रहने वाला है क्योंकि वो ओवरऑल 33 रैंक पे है। उनका एक ही गोल रहने वाला है कि हमको टॉप 11 आना है 2 दिन के अंदर। दैट्स इट। फ्यूरियस
extremely far out of reach of top 11 at the moment. You can see there's a 20-point gap.
अपनी टीम बढ़िया कर रही होगी भाई। I know yes bro, they are playing good. VP कमबैक करेगी भाई, टिक्जी का कट लेगा।
They have to start performing today.
VP कमबैक करेगी भाई, टिक्जी कट लेगा। मतलब समझा नहीं मैं आपकी बात सौरभ। ओके I8 टॉप 3 आफ्टर डे देन नावी फेल्स इन टॉप 3 ब्रो। I8 अच्छा खेल रही है, मैं पहले ही बता दूं। I8 इज डूइंग गुड फाइट्स के अंदर, फाइट्स का ही मैटर है एंड फाइट्स में दे आर डूइंग गुड, दे आर स्ट्रांग। सो I8 को आप बिल्कुल मत लेना क्योंकि अभी मतलब हल्के में मत लेना, कुछ भी हो सकता है। लाइक बहुत सारे प्रोबेबिलिटी फैक्टर्स भी मैच के अंदर मैटर करते हैं, बट करंटली दे आर डूइंग गुड। इवन दो अगर मैं बात करूं डे 1 पे जो हमने देखा भी था, NRX ने जो उनको मिलिट्री जोन में काटा था, 2 बंदे उनकी अर्ली कैजुअलिटीज भी आई थी इफ यू नो, उसके बावजूद जिस तरीके से वो कमबैक करके आए हैं दैट इज गुड। इतना मतलब स्टार्टिंग के मैचेस में अगर चीजें ऊपर नीचे उसके बाद भी एक स्ट्रांग माइंडसेट के साथ आना, दे आर प्लेइंग गुड। बट लेट्स सी इस लॉबी पे कुछ नहीं बोल सकता भाई। मैं एक से एक बैठे हैं यहाँ पे कि भाई रुक जा, तू गंदा खेला है, मैं अच्छा खेल के अगले मैच में ऊपर आऊंगा भाई। ये ऐसी लॉबी है, मतलब यहाँ पे कंसिस्टेंसी मैटर करती है। बट लेट्स सी IHC वालों अब देख लो, मजाक नहीं हो रहा है। IHC नहीं होगा, मुश्किल है 2 दिन में। IHC का अरे IHC अब डायरेक्टली भाई ब्रो, ये मैंने बात करी भी थी कुछ टाइम पहले PMGC में जो क्वालिफाइड टीम्स है, तो मैंने उनसे पूछा था कि आपकी मेंटालिटी एंड अप्रोचेस क्या रहती है व्हेन यू गो टू द PMGC लीग स्टेजेस। उन्होंने बोला था कि फर्स्ट डे पे तो हमारा यही रहता है कि हमको कहीं ना कहीं टॉप 3 के लिए खेलना है, बट कई सिचुएशन पोजीशन ऊपर नीचे हो जाती है, नहीं अच्छा रहता है दिन। तो हमारा मेन टारगेट रहता है अगर आप बॉटम पे चल रहे हो कि लास्ट के 2 डेज पे सारी चीज़ों को जीरो करो, रीसेट लाओ एंड ट्राई करो कि एटलीस्ट पोडियम नहीं तो आप एक टॉप 8 रैंक के लिए खेलो, कि आप एटलीस्ट टॉप 11 या टॉप 12 जो है आपका टॉप 11 वाला उस रैंक को अचीव कर सको मार्क को। ब्लाइंड वाला सीन क्या हुआ देंगे वो भाई पता नहीं यार, इंडियन की टीम को कब मिलेगा खेलने को पता नहीं भाई। yesterday why didn't you stream brother? मैचेस चल रहे थे क्योंकि 7 बजे स्ट्रीम करो। मतलब एक भाई BGMI community should take this stand.
If he follows, you're not gonna get an PMGC 20 Pro. I'll just tell you that right now. It's a little disclaimer. But it could help.
I think yes. Let's see bro क्या होता है। भाई TC कर लेगा, शुम एटलीस्ट लास्ट चांस के लिए क्वालिफाई होना चाहिए। अगी भाई is back. Yes bro, I am back. बहुत लंबे टाइम से। And guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Finals देखने जा रहे हो? नहीं यार। Final देखने कहाँ जाएंगे bro?
Do it anyways. Come see everything that's going to be happening. Come see who's going to
बीच-बीच में मेरे पास ऑफर रहते हैं बाहर जाने।
Will it be IHC? Probably not, but we'll see if it can bounce back today. I don't know. I'm hammering on them so hard. It's just so weird for me to see like S2G have a downfall after winning PMGC, IHC having a downfall after winning PMGC. The only team to not have a downfall after winning PMGC was Nova because they did it back to back.
That's true.
We have to race against.
Yes. I feel bad for talking on S2G and IHC.
Exit खेल रहा।
You did tell me.
Bro एक बंदे से टीम नहीं जीती ना यार।
I'm kidding. I'm just trying to bait it.
I was like, wait, I don't remember saying this. This is weird.
If only one person is playing good,
dive on that grenade
आप कैसे ट्रॉफी जीतोगे? पूरा टीम, it's a team game bro.
He loves controversy. He loves getting angry DMs. But gentlemen, as we do obviously head towards our day of action here.
मैंने तो deeply नहीं देखा है वर्चस प्रो का गेम, so मैं आपको बता सकता हूँ एक बार देख के, जब मुझे भी देखूंगा मैं कि हाँ क्या चीज़ है क्या नहीं है, क्योंकि 16 टीम्स होती है, 16 टीम्स को आप एक्यूरेटली इतना नहीं देख रहे हो ना कि हाँ ये टीम पर्टिकुलरली यही इस पॉइंट पे क्या कर रही है। We are watching 16 teams एक ही टाइम पे।
I mean, Jason, when we're looking at Falcons,
एक सर गुड इंजन नेम है इसलिए इग्नोर कर रहे हैं। नहीं why I'll ignore you bro? I don't ignore। जो मैसेज मेरे सामने आ रहा है मैं पढ़ रहा हूँ उसको। छोटी स्क्रीन है ब्रो, छोटी स्क्रीन।
From top yesterday in that Erangel game, that was fantastic engagement.
IHC का GG होगा, इतने हल्के में मतलब IHC को। ये टीम मैंने आपको क्या बोला था डे 1 पे जो मेरे साथ स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो, IHC एक ऐसी टीम है जो चली तो लॉबी में आग लगा देगी एक ही दिन में अगर चली। जिस दिन ये चलती नहीं है तो कई बार नहीं चलती है, जिस टाइम चलती है फाड़ देती है। तो जल्दी से इसी उसमें कमबैक होगा नहीं होगा, जल्दी से लाइक कर दो सारे स्ट्रीम्स को।
I want to see some more top 5s, top 4s, top 3s, and if that happens, we know the eliminations are just going to come rolling right in.
Absolutely, yeah. You know what? Speaking of a team like I8, right? We're about to go into Sanhok here. That's what we heard. You know, Seven talked to them and say that was their best map, and it's so crazy. You could just look and just see how well they performed. 17 eliminations right there, 3,344 damage on the first day of Sanhok. They did 7 total, and then on the second day they ended up even doing better. I think it was with 10. Yeah, 10.
Let me check, guys. 2 minutes ago.
These guys could just continue that.
Share कर रहा था guys कहीं पे, link share कर रहा था।
For Aya in particular, and Jason, is quite interesting when looking back to what was happening back in CSA. Falcon was the top frag of the team. It was completely undeniable. Falcon was the top player in terms of elims for the team. That was it. The stats speaks for themselves. Actually, IQ, as of right now on day 2, is out fragging Falcon. He is currently up to 22 for IQ and 20 for Falcon. So IQ is the second top fragger behind Z-Wolf because everyone's behind Z-Wolf at this point. But currently IQ up there with Falcon, that is just strengthening the fragging potential of this squad so much more in this game that they can just weather the storm in this lobby and be in top 3. And realistically,
फेस कैम कहाँ है? कल करते हैं bro फेस कैम पीयूष भाई। Alex होता तो चलती IHC Rust not performing.
What worries me about them, if you look at our top
management knows better bro, क्या दिक्कत है क्या नहीं है, players knows better, तो बाहर से देख के नहीं बता सकते कुछ चीजें, काफी चीजें कुछ होती है। भाई तू कहाँ से है? तेरे को सोलन में देखा मैंने। I am from सोलन ही bro कार्ड वाली बात बता रहा तुमको मैं, तुम्हें रिप्लाई नहीं किया था पहले वो सिग्नेचर। अरे जसपाल राणा, do you have literally
I think might come back to hurt them, if I'm perfectly honest.
It could happen. I think
it
could definitely be an issue, but as of right now, I say that this playstyle is working great, and I think they can remain in top 3 thanks to it.
Yeah, it's working out perfectly.
चैट क्यों नहीं पढ़ते ब्रो? अब आओ, अब मैं सारी चैट्स पढ़ रहा हूँ. मैं थोड़ी बीच में मिस हो गई, मैं शेयर कर रहा था ना. Hopefully come back आ जाए फेस कैम. नावी में टिक्सी पिक पे हुआ योगी भाई. यूआई फेस कैम वैन. ईशर भाई कल. ईस्टर्न फैल्कन सेम 4MV1. फेस कैम कहाँ है? कल होगा. योगी भाई एक सवाल पूछो. स्टार्ट ब्रो. नेक्स्ट डीजे मलैन कब? आई गेस नेक्स्ट मंथ स्काई का होने वाला है. नोवा नहीं है. वैसे भी लास्ट टूर्नामेंट है IHC का साथ में. ओके, लास्ट टूर्नामेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए. लास्ट टूर्नामेंट अच्छा होना चाहिए ना, वही बोल रहा हूँ. तो लेट्स सी. होप मत हारो. 2 दिन बचे हैं भाई. 2 दिन में बहुत कुछ हो जाएगा, आपको पता भी नहीं लगेगा. अभी देखो आगे ये मेटा पॉइंट्स मेटा भाई. कभी भी जज मत करना इस पॉइंट्स मेटा है किसी भी टीम को, स्पेशली इस लॉबी के अंदर जहाँ पे टीम कैपेबिलिटीज रखती है अच्छा से अच्छा करने का. चलो भाई, फर्स्ट मैच ऑन योर स्क्रीन. मैं भूल गया डे 1 पे क्या हुआ था. इतना याद है वो अपना 12 बजे वाला शिफ्ट नदन वेस्टर्न वाले काफी ज्यादा बन रहे थे, और बनते जोन फेवर गया था टीएनबा पे और रॉय पे गया था. आई गेस पैराडाइज हिल के पास. यार यही जोन था ना पहले दिन वाला.
who's going to be left by the wayside when the path cuts through the middle. Nothing really special here on Sanok to kick things off. Let's see if we get hot drops or if teams are going to be able to finally extricate themselves from one another.
पहले guys, सबसे पहले if you are new to the stream, like and subscribe, and जल्दी से बताओ which team you are rooting for and क्या लग रहा है कहाँ का सर्कल आने वाला है भाई. अब तो आजा कैंप अल्फा.
I actually think that our Miramars have been a lot.
मजा आ जाएगा कैंप अल्फा. हेलो अजहर इजाज ब्रो, व्हाट्स अप, क्या हाल चाल?
In day 3.
ये आप तो सिर्फ चैट
of Group Red.
पढ़ के जा रहे हो.
Stuff that we're getting to watch here because we do have a lot of teams.
भाई ने बोला चैट नहीं पढ़ता, मैं चैट ही पढ़ लेता हूँ. गाइस बताओ कहाँ जाएगा जोन? फर्स्ट, सेकंड और मेन आइलैंड. Where it will go? आज कोरियो वाला जोन देखने को मिलेगा या कैंप अल्फा? कैंप अल्फा ऑलमोस्ट सेम पाथ है भाई. तुम डेली यही कहते हो. कल फेस कैंप नहीं, कल पक्का जोन क्वेरी क्वेरी आ सकता है. देखते हैं, पैराडाइज आएगा, हो सकता है वहां भी आ जाए. प्रोबेबिलिटी ज्यादा मिल रहती है. हेलो योगी जी, हेलो समर्थ भाई, व्हाट्स अप?
Right there, they usually play in Painan, but they've not been finding a lot of success. And to be fair for Virtus Pro, they got to make some special moves.
My favorite zone.
Special plays going forward because they are far behind the rest of
आज Alter Ego Limax to come back कर ले भाई. I have a lot of expectations from you, at least top 11 तो रहना है यार. And you have a
but we have some really consistent
capability bro, you can do it. Let's go.
It's going to be tough for Virtus Pro to catch up to them, but if you can get a good start here over on Sanhok, that might be the game that you need.
IHC ज़्यादा fights लेने का try करेगी आज, I guess. Fights लेने में कोई दिक्कत नहीं है, but
that has that chance today to get themselves into a
ज़्यादा fights लेने का सोचते हैं. अगर hit कर गया तो that is good for you. आप फाड़ दोगे. कई बार जब hit नहीं करा तो दिक्कत हो जाती है. So I don't know, मेरे को mindset देखना है. Majorly mindset check करते हैं टीम का क्या है. IHC का पता लग जाएगा एक का तुक्का मैच में. Erangel के लिए मे भी अलग strategy हो, Sanok के लिए कुछ अलग strategy हो, हर मैच के लिए मे भी same ना हो. Mind से खेला करो.
Top the mountain last time around, so controlling over the surrounding terrain. We're going to be seeing if they
Rosemary perform नहीं कर पा रहा यार
in the foothills of that. And will we see a return to that northwest compound conflict that we saw? I think it was Team K.
भाई pressure ले लिया क्या?
I can't remember who the other team was.
I don't know, क्या पता कुछ और problem हो.
It didn't go well for Team Queso, I believe.
फिर भाई yes tension ना लो.
Early rotates came through last time. Let's see if the same happens here.
Yeah, for Tongjiabao, they actually got themselves that chicken dinner yesterday on Sanhok. And for Alter Ego, although I enjoyed like some of that control that they showed on the high ground, it definitely felt like sand slipping through the fingers in those final like 5 minutes for Alter Ego, where they couldn't control several teams at once and they didn't really have that idea of what side to pick on. So Tongjiabao, I think they're going to go for something similar.
Pool लगाओ for chicken dinner. Chicken dinner pool किसका लगाया बताओ?
Towards that northwest side. This
किसका pool लगाना बताओ?
Rotate as well. I think a lot of teams might not be expecting this. So Navi's got to be prepared when this rotate comes through. They're currently heading over towards that southwest side of the island from Ruins.
Falcons ने कल last 2 मैच बहुत गंदा चूक किया था. Chicken predictions करो guys.
Top 3, but it has been a fierce battle between them and ASI8. 83 points to 85 for ASI8 currently to Na'Vi. I think both these teams are pretty equally skilled.
TGP ने क्या comeback किया है bro? Impressive.
Definitely.
Graph टीम का जो बढ़ता है ना, जैसे लोअर टू अप 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 ऐसे जा रहा है TGB का ग्राफ. लेट्स सी आज भी अप भी जाए, अच्छा कमबैक करे, पोडियम आए, 4th 5th 6th आए, #1 आए. लेट्स सी क्या करती है. 2x करो, किया तो था अभी थोड़ी देर पहले. लैग करता है एक बार, अभी तो किया था 2x.
Even really start looting until about minute two and a half, which means that they move up. I mean, we saw for one of the TJP players didn't even have a helmet, very, very low on those meds, and they're going to fall short of the river crossing for now. I wonder if they're going to have to try and trash loot along their way.
Second last day, yes, bro. Second last day. The most crucial and the important day.
They actually top shot, like you said. It's an interesting one. I think they're going to try and see if they can scout over towards that north side and see what's happening between teams.
भाई यहाँ पे लूप्स की क्या रोटेशन देखी थी आपने? देखा था वाला मैच येलो ग्रुप का डे 1 का? भाई लूप्स ने क्या मूवमेंट दी थी बे. सेकंड जोन में डायरेक्टली कैंप अल्फा, हाँ कैंप अल्फा ठोक दिया बे. क्या पार्किंग करी थी.
The eastern side is quite populated, which means there's more space for teams to play over towards that northwest edge. I think in a lot of lobbies recently, more and more
Falcons के बना पाएगी टॉप 3 आज के दिन तक. यार कैपेबिलिटी है टीम पे, लगता तो है बना लेना चाहिए. पास्ट प्रीवियस रिकॉर्ड देख के बोलो तो यही कमबैक डेज है, मतलब इंपॉर्टेंट डेज Falcons के. Day 3 दिस इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एंड क्रूशियल डे फॉर Falcons. जब सारी टीम फटी में होती है वहां पे वो निकाल लेती है. आज पता नहीं देखते बाकी.
Vengeance, they're a little bit behind, back of the queue here, behind both Enigma Galaxy and TJB on the wait to get across this bridge, because Na'Vi, they're still holding quite far south flank.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi playing on the southwest side is not a bad idea either.
Falcons dominate. देखते हैं I8 का अच्छा जोन है.
Towards the northwest side.
येलो जोन I8 अच्छा निकाल सकती है. जोन के पर्सपेक्टिव में बोल रहा हूँ. हाथिम उनका ड्रॉप है, एक बेटर एज एग्जीक्यूशन भी निकाले तो एक अच्छा रिजल्ट उनको मिल सकता है जोन के रिस्पेक्टिव में. अब पता नहीं आगे जोन कैसा बनेगा. एंट्रीज होल्डिंग्स उनके पास निकाल सकती है. बढ़िया देखते हैं. किल्स तो निकलने वाले हैं I8 के यहाँ से
of this island, and Na'Vi wants to make sure that they have.
जैसा मैंने बोला इस पॉइंट्स टेबल में एवरेज पॉइंट्स बहुत मैटर करता है कि 5 6 4 7 जितना भी पॉइंट लेके जा रहे हो और एक चिकन डिनर आएगा तो आप डायरेक्टली टॉप पे ही आने वाले हो, कहीं ना कहीं पोडियम पे. तो ऑलरेडी टॉप पे और कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट निकाल लेंगे तो वो उनको उतना ही सेफर साइड रहेगा फॉर द टॉप 3 वाला सीन.
And Tiamba as well as Tongjiabao not quite hitting the mark that a lot of us here over at PMGC thought that they would.
Still half of the games left to go though, Blank, and what has been done in the last 2 days can be repeated by different teams as well. Vengeance, they closed down yesterday with a Miramar game that saw them up towards those survival stages, but the team from Japan, a little bit of a surprise entry considering you had teams like Reject over in the region. Still looking to make their mark here, get to those survival stages. They're going for a crossing now. Na'Vi actually on the move a little bit, so maybe a small timing opening here for Vengeance to get through, but they're still going to have to contend with the cannons and Na'Vi. Through the middle they go, they're cutting in front of the queue and into a crossfire potentially, as Punch is actually isolated on his hill. Vengeance have read that, they're diverting, and a decent position could be theirs. I mean, the compound up the top of the hill is still open. The position that Enigma Galaxy played for so long last time.
Yeah, the fact that this is free is somewhat surprising. I think even they're like, okay, I guess we'll have this. That's absolutely fine with us. It's a strong position on the map. Hasn't quite confirmed down towards that south side just yet, but they'll be happy to play that one through. Tiamba suffering to Furia in the meantime, as well as Team Queso taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of these crossings now coming into effect. As we know, this is a northwest shift on the circle. So tons of teams are attempting to get their way on in. Maybe start things off strong versus Tongjiabao. They rocked up behind them on the southern side. Not quite crossed the bridge yet, but Enigma Galaxy is looking to clear out teams. Virtus Pro is in the area, and Team Queso is not that far behind.
Strategies क्या है maybe?
Big surround on the south side for Enigma Galaxy. TJB's stop short of the river crossing may come back to bite them here. They've already lost one of their players. IHC, they were looking to be more aggressive. Blank, out all the way in the blue by Paradise Resort right now. That's not really what I would call aggressive. So we'll see if they are looking to crash into a fight and go a little bit hell for leather onto the first map of the day. Trying to navigate their way around towards the north, and ASI8 currently holding that north bridge blank. We've seen them play up on this position on a Northwest Island ship before. You try and cross that bridge, they are so ready for it. We saw them pull out a lot of points from
yeah, I think for Falcon as well, he's an extremely strong player. They opt to put him over towards the eastern bridge instead of having him on that high ground. Tongjiba still holding their own right now versus Getso Roy. Melodious will find a rundown onto Action. And that fight still rages on between Tiamba as well as Furia. So for both teams, it's looking fairly dire as they haven't even really escaped from Paris Resort just yet. Shan goes down.
That is an unfortunate turn of events for Tiamba, and it seems like Furia just been such a difficult weight for them to lift, to can't even get it off the ground at this point. Getso Roy maintaining the compound in the shadow of that mountain. On the east side here, protected on both flanks now. It's going to be very difficult to get
Drex, bro, let's see yaar, wo to dekhte ho, baat ki baat hai. Baat ki baat.
In the end, so I think it's just QZ left out on that eastern side. IHC yet to make their push through. ASI8 still stopping everybody moving on that northeast side. And actually, a lot of these teams haven't even tried it. They're all on this south coast.
East knock kha gaya kahin pe.
Yeah, it's a massive struggle now. Again, for Vengeance, it really did feel like the freest crossing in the entire world here. Team Queso come against Falcons. They were able to get run down earlier over towards Action, but Falcons not going quietly into this one. It's over on that southeast side, and a hard shift on the circle over towards the north. Once again, really does assist ASI8. Now, Na'Vi, they don't take that compound over towards the eastern side, but this actually helps them a lot. I still appreciate the fact they took the western side of the coast, and they've controlled so much that ground. That's going to mean a nice, easy wrap on a western rotate here for them towards some of the compounds to the west of Hatin. Damn, it's just all popping off all day long here on the Sanhok. 43 players and 14 teams, so a lot of teams still in this one, but a massive amount of casualties.
Yes, Mithilesh, bro, kind of.
The vehicle out wide, has to hop out, leave it isolated. A nade onto the corner from east, maybe looking for the knock there, but it's going to be diverted, evaded by Papi Potro.
रुको ये fight देखने लो, फिर बात करते, काफी important है. लो जी.
Put another one in, but he's lined up easy. Across the road he goes with the DBS onto the door frame, looks for another. Papi Potro on a tear.
Nice.
For Team Queso here, but Icy gets the heal off. The med kit comes through, and the health bar keeps them alive. Falcons force with 3, but they're on the outside. Virtus Pro, IWNRX both looking to try and bear down upon this one, but Virtus Pro have bigger problems right now.
पकड़े जा रहे हैं कितनी टीम एक सोल में अरे सीन ऐसा रहता है ना यार जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल वैसे मिलिट्री रोटेशंस है
676 looking to cut straight on through
सब मिलिट्री रोटेशंस बोलते हैं बट मिलिट्री रोटेशंस में ना मेनली आपका क्या काम आता है आपकी लॉबी क्या है और लॉबी किस तरीके से मूवमेंट देती है तो उसके अराउंड आप चीजें प्लान कर सकते हो जैसे आपने रोटेशंस वाली चीज पूछी ना तो ऐसे बहुत सारी चीजें रहती है अगर लॉबी इज द मेन थिंग लॉबी के अकॉर्डिंग चीजें होती है
actually gruesome that they lose that fight. War played 676, but again, the slight amount of panic coming from Virtus Pro there. They know they need to get rid of him in that moment, but it did not need to come through that quickly. And there's a disconnect between the players. Just need to wait for Tixi to get that side swipe and then take the 2v1. Essentially is just two.
मैं वैसे एक वीडियो बनाऊंगा इसके ऊपर मतलब मैंने पढ़ लिया आपका क्वेश्चन इसके ऊपर मैं एक वीडियो बनाऊंगा तो आपको चीजें अच्छी और इजीली समझ आ जाएगी तो वो देखना चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करके रखना ये जो रोटेशन वाली आपने बात बोली आज नहीं तो कल वो वीडियो आ जाएगी और पक्का आ जाएगी काफी इंपॉर्टेंट मैच है IHC के लिए
just so indicative of what has been happening right now. Virtus Pro can't
Soul कौन सा इवेंट खेले VE Villagers sorry वशिष्ठा esports का इवेंट है V दीपावली वाला वो खेल रहे अभी क्वार्टर फाइनल स्टेज है 3 मैचेस हो गए 3 मैचेस आ गए
freedom on that south side to take on Falcons force with the numbers advantage playing as 3 they're both going to have to try and move through and the sticking points of the lobby are starting to retreat. We had that line across the middle of this northwest island of Na'Vi on the west, Alter Ego on the high ground, and ASI8 on the northeast side. But now Na'Vi have retreated up, and Enigma Galaxy may be going to be moving in their wake up the west.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That is a nice circle for Na'Vi. I think they'll be very pleased with this one. They're going to take a 2-2 split, fairly dangerous in stage 4, but I respect it. If they can hold on to this for a little bit while longer, essentially they do have
मिथिलेश भाई बहुत सारे pointers आते हैं मतलब जैसे आप rotations बोल रहे हो ना कहीं पर clusters मतलब clusters reading lobby reading उसके respectively भी कई बार pathing and rotations भी बनती है कई बार situational चीजें रहती है बहुत सारे major factors होते हैं मतलब गेम से related मैं आपको क्या बताऊं मतलब कभी एक वीडियो बनाऊंगा तो उसमें आपको अच्छे से समझ आएगा
Send up the east edge here past IWNRX, a hop out, icy down a second as well, and they immediately evaporate as IWNRX turn their ire their way. It will be very difficult to make that approach. Top of the tables, they'll maintain it. East side though, a difficult approach. They have to push past ASI8.
Yeah, it's sad for Falcons there. I mean, they rock up to Frozen, who is a solo, but the response time from the rest of IWNRX was fairly speedy. All just flipped around and took the shots that needed to happen, but a good initial knock coming through from Frozen as well. Vengeance now make their move up, and this is the reason why you didn't see Na'Vi go for that rotate over towards that compound. It did restrict their choices of where they can go. For Vengeance, it pretty much has just been a straight line up into the circle. Enigma Galaxy takes more space though, and I like that from them because I think they rocked up over towards this compound on the southwest, realized that you know what? There is a ton of space being given here. And for what reason? It's likely because a team has given this up so they can move over towards that north side. Now, Lemon gives up on that northwest compound and will just try and scout down towards the south. But again, for Na'Vi, this is an important game and a big chance for them.
IHC ना करी कॉल भाई क्या हो रहा है इनको defending champions what you guys are doing bro
behind their competitors right now for that third place spot.
भाई अगर FLC ऐसा ही GG करते रहे परफॉर्मेंस तो मतलब अगर आज कंसिस्टेंट नहीं खेलती है FLC तो भाई वो 10th 11th में भी आ सकती है आज के दिन पे तो कल के दिन पे उनको रहेगा कि वे हमको एटलीस्ट 11 पे आना है और हमने एक स्टैट भी देखा था ना लास्ट चांस वाला इफ यू नो i8 अच्छा कन्वर्जन है इससे अच्छे पॉइंट लेके आने चाहिए i8 ओह नाइस वन
just isolated was that a knock at that range? Goodness me, just a quick one tap. Or maybe that came from another angle. But Alter Ego still holding off all angles here. IHC moving in from the south. Is Yol going to crash onto Tunch? Find an opening towards Alter Ego. I mean, it's kind of how they started to pull down earlier, right? On the last game that we saw on the Northwest Island. Taking an early knock, getting flushed away, losing players, bleeding out.
Yeah, it's that lack of expanding of influence, really. I think that Alter Ego haven't done badly from this high ground. I think they would have liked a lot more than just 5 eliminations. But
GG है नहीं अभी भी है वैसे मैचेस बट आज के दिन के बाद बोल रहा हूँ उनकी रैंकिंग क्या है वो चीज मैटर करती है अगर ज्यादा ही लोअर स्टेज पे रहे तो कल के दिन पे रहेगा कि एटलीस्ट टॉप 11 तो वो रहे कि आगे लास्ट चांस वगैरह सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेल पाए.
They can rotate over towards the northern side and play the coast, and there is a ridge that cuts off a lot of sight lines. So they can play off the back of that quite easily. And there's a lot of hard cover in that area too.
We'll see if they can navigate it. Na'Vi will try and stop them with more motivation than just the points on this game. It's taking ASIA out of the mix because 6 teams remain. The placement starting to ramp up now.
क्या नाम है क्या अभी इसने किसी ने क्वेश्चन पूछा था ब्रो if you're comparing BGMI zone meta to global zone meta that is completely different. ठीक है मतलब चीजें अभी के टाइम पे completely different हो चुकी है rather than rotational game ये ज़्यादा की ज़्यादा आपका मैं बोलूँगा अब ऐसा आ चुका है कि जिस टीम का मैंने पहले ही बोला था कि अच्छी synergy जिसके बेसिक स्ट्रॉन्ग रहेंगे जिसका कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा रहेगा वही टीम इस लॉबी पे ज़्यादा अच्छे से परफॉर्म कर पाएगी. पहला पॉइंट तो ये जोन मेटा completely different हो चुका है डैमेजेस आर completely different जोन के बाहर आप ज़्यादा नहीं रह सकते एक पॉइंट को आपको टीम पे पुश करना पड़ेगा आपको कुछ ना कुछ मूव बनाना पड़ेगा अगर आप एज के अंदर हो आपको अगला मूवमेंट और आगे आप क्या कर सकते हो उसमें आपको सोचना पड़ता रहेगा इस जोन मेटा के अंदर.
And they crash in and
you can't compare bro आप दोनों नहीं कर सकते हो कंपेयर इसमें मेंटालिटी डिफरेंट हो जाती है उसमें मेंटालिटी डिफरेंट है फाइटिंग्स अगर मैं बात करूं एक एवरेज रहता है हर एक जोन में फाइट रहने का जो प्लेयर्स और फिनिशेस रहते हैं हर एक जोन में कितनी फाइट्स हुई कितने प्लेयर आपके फिनिश हो रहे हैं मतलब लॉबी खत्म हो रही है तो वो एक एवरेज भी जोन का डिफरेंट है बीजेएमआई में और अगर आप इसकी बात करते हो ऑफिशियल आप कहाँ कंपेयर कर रहे हो मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा.
could pick up an easy extra double here, sending them
Zone
to 9 eliminations on the game and the highest in the lobby, which would be really fantastic for them. So despite Na'Vi having arguably the best position inside the lobby,
हमारे एंडिंग के जोन में क्योस बहुत रहता है. एक टाइम को जब जोन छोड़ देता है, जोन छोटा रहता है, ज़्यादा खेलने की जगह नहीं होती है, तो बहुत सारी यूजुअल आपको फाइट देखने को मिलती है. बट यहाँ पे एंडिंग के जोन्स काफी बड़े हैं और जोन के साथ ही आपको देखना फाइट देखने को मिलेगी. जैसे जोन क्लोजिंग करने लगेगा उसी के अकॉर्डिंग रिस्पेक्टिव सिचुएशनल फाइट देखने को मिलेगी. गेम देखा करो.
Na'Vi needs this chicken dinner now to stay close, even just close to ASA.
I mean, it's also Nigma Galaxy who have to worry a little bit with the elimination count coming on through from ASI8 with the power that they have from this position. A likely third place finish for them. The shots over towards the high ground. I mean, we spoke about this guy yesterday, right? The Terminator on FaZe Clan has just been so brutal, but the blue zone, you can't out-heal it anymore. And he will fall. Na'Vi breaking the seal. 2 points now on the match.
Though the thing is, though, I'm pretty sure that Miller has picked himself up 2 elims there. Just off the back of the 2 knocks he was able to get over towards Vengeance, which is wild, by the way. This is that crossing that I was talking about earlier over on that northern side. It's a slight dip. It does give you cover. And like I said, there's a huge amount of rocks in the way. Oh, they're stealing the elims away from Mela and adding more to the tally, up to 11. What a start of the day here for ASIA. And Na'Vi just doesn't know.
I mean, they're aware there's a team there, but a big nade from Falak, an opener up to the wall of the compound. This flex out has done so well for ASI8. Lily for Vengeance, very unlikely to be able to get away from this one. Just crawling away with the blue zone at the back. Gonna be watched eagle-eyed by Noki. Actually steps forwards up to the next layer of the ridgeline. Falak, what is this guy doing? You can't do this, Falak. That is not allowed. Na'Vi have got him in the compound. They spotted it as well. Puncher sees him on the cross. He's hopping out. He's going in on his own. No backup from the rest of the team. He doesn't think he needs it. And the reses have come through, but now he's in a lot of danger. Ralph is having a little bit to say about this one. Nigma Galaxy trying to defend their second place spot. Noki takes down the last player from Vengeance. And there goes Ralph. So we're down to 2 teams remaining. Falak finally falls. And I feel like that was a long time coming. Far too bold for my liking. Another lineup for Puncher. And here's where they can start to fight back. 3 elims on the tally. And they're looking for a second knock as well. 2 players down on ASI8. And it's only the 2 on the outside left.
Yeah, I mean, for ASIA, that was an unbelievable play from Falak. And the fact that he's able to pick up Ralph from the Galaxy is just hilarious to me as he cosplays as one of Na'Vi's teammates. IQ moving forward, just maybe trying to look for this final knock here and flush. Now just UZM left remaining.
Na'Vi top 3's के बाद
towards the back lines, but highly down, and that is Na'Vi take themselves a win on the game, which they could be happy with, but they have not caught up with ASIA on a blinder of match. A huge amount of eliminations, which is not easy to do a lot of times from Hatin because you are slightly cut off towards that northeast side. But yeah, it was a great rollout, like I was saying. I mean, you have to take advantage of that northern side as quick as possible, and things could have gone absolutely differently.
And guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
I mean, they still managed to get a huge
good conversion, bro.
See a little bit of frustration there. They feel like they should have won that. They had the outside of the compound. They had that ridgeline that you were talking about earlier, and they could not quite convert. They get a little bit too greedy, a little bit eyes bigger than stomachs on the end of that game, and Na'Vi are able to do it. And remember, it's not a 2-horse race for 3rd place. Nigma Galaxy as well, still in danger. If both Na'Vi and ASI8 push them out, there is still that opportunity to go for that 3rd place for both of them. We'll have to wait and see what the overall table say.
Overcommit kar diya.
And I'm surprised why I8's so frustrated considering the match they just had. I mean, obviously a win probably should have been going their way. However, Falcon was just feeling himself. He just dived straight into the compound up against Na'Vi 1v4 saying like, I got this, guys, don't worry. And that actually, sadly, might have been the downfall of I8 in this match.
I mean, I can't blame
कोई नहीं I8 वैसे भी pumped up है. यही mindset matter करता है. कोई tension वाली बात नहीं है. अगर आप उस perspective में बोल रहे हो, I8 पहले already अच्छे kills निकाल चुकी है. Average maintain हो गया उसका.
That's right. Major pride. during Group Yellow, they won back-to-back chicken dinners, right? On the first
3 दिन शैनॉक में तीनों मैच में i8 बना. कल तो मैंने देखा नहीं, बट इससे पहले वाला i8 ने अच्छा शैनॉक निकाला था.
Level, Max, and I think a lot of it is due to one player in particular, right?
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at Noki. I mean, sure, Navi get the win, but I think the biggest highlight is how i8 played this game, Hodrix. But Noki, he was scouting, I think, towards phase 5 or 6, and he got information on Vengeance, and he knew that Vengeance currently did not have a strong position in the circle, and because north of the compound is a high ground spot, they can fight Vengeance without fighting Na'Vi. They don't get in that weird three-way fight, so they can just take a secluded fight onto Vengeance, clear the northwestern edge, and then put all of their focus onto Na'Vi. So Noki scouting was so pivotal for them to even get into the second place in the first place. But
Day 1 से momentum बना के रखा है, yes. जो कि बड़ी अच्छी बात है.
Too much maybe on that push, and
Why is team भाई पता नहीं यार, ये चीज तो मुझे आपको officials जो करवा रहे event TOs,
I mean, I know Na'Vi won the game,
इनको पता होगी अच्छे से बात. मुझे तो नहीं पता इस बारे में क्यों नहीं है.
I mean, even before the Vengeance fight, the way they were playing hot tin, I kind of wanted you guys to go
into. पता नहीं यार कैसी बातें आप करते हो.
Not only one, but 2 teams from crossing that bridge.
They're so good at it. They're so good. I mean, it's very.
कल भी similar zone था. कल मैंने मैचेस नहीं देखे ब्रो, तो कल का मुझे नहीं पता है.
About fortune, I think that they just dropped Northwest. It just happened to come their way, but they make their own luck in a sense, right, Hodrix? That they were holding off those 2 teams to the east that Jason's referring to, Incilio and IHC. They were coming their way, and because they just had the perfect angle, they had one player in Hatin, they had one player near the bridge, one player to the compound south of the bridge, and one player south of Hatin on that high ground position to scout from a distance. So really, it was an almost perfect setup. It is risky because if one player gets knocked, your entire setup to defend the bridge just falls apart, but they didn't lose any players.
इनके जोन में ये ब्यूटी रहती है यार, एक बार जब जोन चले जाए ना, फिर मतलब किल निकालो फिर जितना आप निकाल सकते हो.
From the early stage of the game to the late game, here, Jukes, it was just absolute perfect how they played the macro aspect of Northwest Island.
Palak over aggressive.
Because I mean, IHC should know that was a good.
ऐसा है क्या? बाबा
ओके. I mean, we were watching this and we were like, "Where's the rotate?" I mean, these guys are so. I was watching them rotate in so late, and I remember asking you specifically, like, "Dude, what do you think IHC is doing here?" And you were like, "They're gonna rotate 100%." Like, no, I think what was it you said exactly?
Just they have to rotate.
Best and simplest play for them is to rotate.
Yeah, you said you know what? If a team is coming in this late, they have to rotate. And they
never expected this consistency from i8.
By this bridge, i8 said
20 points. चिकन नहीं आया, but कोई ना, mindset matter करता है bro. कोई नहीं, chill लो थोड़ा.
They're straight Gandalfing it here.
बट नावी इस मैच के बाद मुझे लग रहा है टॉप 3 आ गई हो गई, और एनजेक्स ने भी सही पॉइंट निकाला. एनआरएक्स के इतने पॉइंट थे, मतलब एनआरएक्स भी सेफ नहीं है हैशटैग बनाने के बावजूद.
Okay, he's playing a bit. Don't worry, I'm used to this, Hot Juice. I'm used to this. He's playing for the bit. Okay, it's for the bit. Okay. But yeah, still, Gandalf in it for i8, definitely the case here. And we said, right, sure, they might not always get the chicken dinner, Jukes, but the eliminations alone are hard carrying this Pakistani team. I can tell you that much. 20 points on the board. And it's been happening a lot where the second place team, Jukes, is actually the top winning team in terms of total points, not the chicken dinner team. So I'm telling you, man, Elims is going to be so heavily focused on some of these squads.
Okay, but then I got to say,
4 Galaxy
NRS निकाले, ठीक है, decent average ही बोलूँगा मैं 4 point. First पे रहेगा 4-5 point एक मैच से decent है, 5 point decent है, 6 point decent है bro.
I'm also curious about
decent चीज वो नहीं है अगर zone आप अच्छा convert कर सकते हो और वहाँ पे आपने हक दिया होता है, तब वो decent नहीं है चीज़ है.
Where we had a similar zone yet again, right? And we had Na'Vi, well, we had Team K, so I should say, send it full straight through every team to get to that northwest part of the Northwest Island.
Falcon को qualify के लिए कितना चाहिए ब्रो? देखो सिंपल सी बात है, टॉप 3 और टॉप 11 का सीन है, बट जिस तरीके से Falcon खेल रही है, 5 मैचेस बचे हैं, देखो क्या रहता है सीन. बट जिस तरीके से अभी खेल रही है तो उनको दिक्कत हो सकती है फिर 11 के लिए, क्योंकि कल बहुत ज्यादा क्योस लेगा लॉबी के अंदर. क्या पता कुछ टीम्स ऑल इन चले जाए और उसके लपेटे में आ गए तो सीन हो जाएगा थोड़ा.
It felt like they understood other teams are going to do the dirty work for them and hold off the bridge. So, oh, well, we rotated so early, other teams are going to be holding off the bridges, holding off the swim rotations across the water. We can just play it very passive until the late game, hold on to our resources, and thanks to that, we're going to be getting a chicken dinner.
I think survival से ही होगा FLC. देखो अभी भी इतना गैप नहीं, ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख लो, स्टिल मैनेजेबल है ये मैच अगर अच्छा हो जाए. मतलब आज के दिन के 5, मतलब आप बोल लो आज का पूरा दिन और उसके बाद ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग क्या आती है वो ज्यादा मैटर करेगा. नावी ने अच्छा कंसिस्टेंट निकाल दिया, 99 पॉइंट्स. गैप थोड़ा ज्यादा बढ़ गया है फैल्कन, रॉय, टीजेबी, बट यही चीज है यार, मतलब गैप क्या है यार 78 79 77 75 इवन गैप होगा तो एक अच्छा मैच आपको डायरेक्टली ऊपर ही लाएगा उसके बाद कंसिस्टेंसी मैटर करेगी जो मैं इतनी देर से बोल रहा हूँ कंसिस्टेंसी इज द की
This is wild. It's possible, man. They got more limbs. Their placement points are definitely behind them, but obviously Sanok, as I said, is their best map. So I would imagine not to have a similar performance going into the next match. But honestly, who knows with this group because we've already had everything turned completely on its head. Also, quick mention: the Falcons did move up a place into fifth, I believe.
Altrigal MX आई है थोड़ा सा ऊपर, but मेरे को लगता है यार बॉटम पे बहुत सारे इस बार सेटबैक्स आपको शायद देखने को मिले अगर कमबैक नहीं आते टीम से तो.
Less than 20. It was 11 points from 8th to 3rd. Like that's how far of a gap we have between 14th and 15th place. A little bit unfortunate, but Alter Ego, man, Max, you can be happy about this. They moved into 11th.
I'll take a victory when I can take it.
इतना क्यों होंगे happy यार अभी थोड़े से तो point निकाले.
But I'm happy with Alter Ego here. Of course, it's Northwestern Island. It's kind of gifted to them because they drop on the mountain and they do a really good job.
थोड़ी सी कम कर दिया उन्हें
voice. Don't get backstabbed by teams here. They were making sure no teams was going to be entering late from
Kevin,
the
yes,
side.
they are playing good. Results सामने points बोलते हैं and I guess अगर आपने देखा होगा highest finishes के मामले में भी they are going good. So kills निकाल रहे हैं, match convert कर रहे हैं, अच्छा बना रहे हैं, points निकाल रहे हैं, top 3 के अंदर है. So yes, they are playing good.
Like Navi, I8, Nigma Galaxy, Vengeance, like you're
not वाली चिकन लेने वाली टीम्स के यार ये तो नहीं पता ब्रो कि कौन सा फार्मूला अब यहाँ पे यूज हो रहा है उस चीज के लिए. इस पे तो मैं बोल नहीं सकता. जितना मुझे पता है कुछ टाइम पहले एक फार्मूला होता था MVP निकालने के लिए यूएस सर्वाइवल. ऑब्वियसली अगर कोई टीम सिटी निकाल रही है तो उसके बंदे का सर्वाइवल एक थोड़ा ज्यादा रहेगा, फिनिशेस, योर असिस्ट, बहुत सारी चीजें काउंट होते हैं, एक फार्मूला रहता है. तो शायद वो भी उसी के अकॉर्डिंग करते हो जितना मुझे लगता है. बाकी आई डोंट नो, श्योरिटी नहीं है. I told you Falak is in form. मैंने बोला ना कि I8 में प्लेयर्स काफी खुल गए. मैं जब फर्स्ट टाइम उनको देखता था और अभी देख रहा हूँ तो they are much confident and much बोलते हैं कंसिस्टेंसी वाला फेस दिख नजर आ रहा है. मैंने बहुत टाइम पहले देखा था इनको जब इन्होंने स्टार्ट करा था खेलना. आज से बहुत साल पहले की बात है. उस टाइम अलग थे, आज अलग है. तो ये इंप्रूवमेंट्स है. इट्स गुड. कल एक प्लेयर को 1 किल पे MVP दे दिया था. पता नहीं इताची भाई अब क्या फॉर्मूला है क्या नहीं है वो तो वही जाने. पूछूंगा इसके बारे में जरूर कि क्या सीन रहता है MVP का. मे बी यही हो जो आप बोल रहे हो सीडी वाली टीम्स को मिलता है. But अभी कुछ मेरे को इसमें आइडिया नहीं है, knowledge नहीं है इस चीज का.
We've seen a few times where a duo would push a solo and they would get a little bit too overconfident, a little bit too overzealous and like, oh, I really want to get that elimination, and they send it as a solo and then he gets picked up and then you're down to 1v1 and because he's got DBS or Nest 12K, well, the other guy follows in his footsteps and he gets taken out instantly. So I hope that one day Jason, these guys will learn that
MVP. Okay.
That is not the day. Today is not the day.
The reason I bring it up in particular, I know as we're about to head into our next match, it kind of shows
चिकन वाली टीम का MVP होता है. ओके नॉट जेन भाई ओके मेरे को नहीं पता इस बारे में MVP एंड ऑल का. वो ऐसे ही होगा. चैट में जिसको नॉलेज है प्लीज बता दे यार.
But you're obviously seeing some problems in the team, but hopefully we're not going to see any problems in some of these other teams. We're heading to our first Erangel of the day, and well, we're all looking at I8. We can see if they can replicate their performance from the last match, or will Navi continue to be the most dominating team on Erangel in this group? Let's find out.
And there is only one way to find out, and that is by launching headfirst into our first of 3 Erangels from the military base up to Stalba. Plane path should be fairly kind to a lot of teams. Maybe the west coast a little bit inaccessible.
का खौफ तो रहा ही नहीं. अब ट्यूटी से उम्मीद है अब सिर्फ let's see
if Navi can step up to the mark and keep things going. Because
I still remember एक कौन सा अपना ही था यार वो जिस दिन नोवा ने एक ही दिन पे कमबैक कर दिया था. वो एक फेस कौन सा ईयर था वो 2022 था शायद वो कि नोवा फर्स्ट 2 डेज शायद अच्छा नहीं खेली थी और एक ही दिन पे नोवा ने 90 पॉइंट कितने पॉइंट कर लिए थे. वो फेज याद आ रहा है मुझे. एक हुआ था कभी किसी PMGC पे. Also guys, सेकंड मैच स्टार्ट हो गया है. जल्दी से लाइक करें स्ट्रीम को एंड बताइए व्हाट डू यू थिंक योर प्रेडिक्शन फॉर द जोन. क्या एक और क्वेरी जोन देखने को मिलेगा या फिर जब से मैं स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ मिलिट्री और यासनाया देखने को मिला है. यासनाया मैं तो बोलता हूँ फिर से मिलिट्री आ जाए, मजा आ जाएगा.
And it's nice to see. It is really nice to see because they look sharp.
Absolutely, definitely honed in on this group.
2022 green group.
Hopefully going to be able to maintain, but
ओके घटका काइंड ऑफ जोन है. क्या एक शिफ्ट नीचे का और क्वेरी साइड कोई जोन खींचेगा?
We haven't seen it
Let's
this
see.
group, but we saw it plenty of times going over towards Quarry.
कास्टर ने भी सेम चीज बोली है कि ये सर्कल हम बहुत बार देख चुके हैं शायद.
We've seen so many shooting range circles in this group. Teams may be unfamiliar with it. Ooh, Tiamba, who have they spotted? I think that's one of the Na'Vi players over on the east side, trying to drop over towards
PMGC 2022 green group का day 3. Yes.
A bit of a difference.
मैं वर्ड निकाले थे नोवा ने एक दिन में. मेरे को अभी भी याद है ब्रो. देखो इस मैं बता रहा हूँ ना, इस पॉइंट्स टेबल में चीजें मुश्किल नहीं है. नोवा ने एक बार कर रखा है, एक दिन में 80-90 पॉइंट निकाल के उन्होंने कहां से कहां कमबैक मार दिया था. So don't underestimate any situation or any team. For now, कुछ भी हो सकता है इस lobby पे.
Where it's not going to be easy to play. I did really like Navi's rotates on that last game, and you have to admit, either way you look at it.
And उसमें Navi first पे थी and last day पे top 3 से बाहर हो गई थी. Yes, Syria good bro.
In terms of where they went,
OG guys
when they went,
are on
and
chat.
why they went there.
83-84 something. Yes, वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ bro. मेरे को अभी just hit करा, मतलब comeback की बात कर रहे थे. मैं एक चीज एक बार इतना next level वाला scene हो रखा है. अब आप में से काफी लोग भूल गए क्या वो? वैसे नए लोग ही देख रहे, ज़्यादातर आई गेस भूल गए होंगे जो नोवा ने मारा था एक बार भाई. सब लोग भी लाइक ये क्या कर दिया भाई. फिर उसके बाद नोवा ने नेक्स्ट डे पे थोड़ा चोक भी कर दिया था. #1 नहीं आए थे वो. कुछ हुआ था मेरे को जितना याद आ रहा है कि कुछ ऊपर नीचे चीजें हुई थी.
Furia on the prowl in Yasnaya looking for Virtus Pro.
नावी नहीं HVVP. यस HVVP. ओ यार मेरे को ना HVVP का हमेशा ना वाला मूवमेंट याद आ जाता है. मैच वो नहीं है वो मेंशन का हॉल ऑफ फेम, आप क्या बोलते हो उसको, विन को क्वालिफाई कर गई थी भाई. #5 में क्या सीन हुआ था नावी को. #4 इनको थी पुश अल्फा 7 का, इनको के एक बंदे ने मार दी, क्लच कर दिया और वो क्वालिफाई हो गए भाई. वो PMGC भाई 2022 का PMGC क्या अलग था भाई. पूरा हमने पूरे मैचेस देखे थे, उसके भी स्ट्रीम्स होगी हमारे पास.
Danger on the crossing if IWNRX don't send towards a North Quarry position first.
It's an interesting one. I think for IWNRX, there's always this curious, I guess, move between both.
टेंशन ना लो हिटलर भाई, टेंशन ना लीजिए आप. यस HVP नेम से खेल रही थी तब. यस
inside of Erangel, where sometimes IWNRX might want to go for that bridge hold versus ASI8. However, in the past, it's not always
रश कर दिया था. याद है बंदों को मैचेस तो याद है. मेरे को तो यार मैं टू बी ऑनेस्ट मेरे को ना पुराने मैचेस ज्यादा अच्छा लगते हैं. पता नहीं क्यों नए मैचेस में ना वो मजा नहीं आता PMGC देखने में. नो डाउट अभी लेवल काफी बढ़ चुका है, न्यू पॉइंट्स टेबल, फॉर्मेशंस, बट 2022 वाज डिफरेंट ब्रो. जब ये सिस्टम फर्स्ट टाइम इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था, दैट वाज डिफरेंट.
When you get teams isolating around Quarry, you get
Robbie bhai, me too, big fan. Robbie bhai, big fan.
Creates all this net for the teams within. So if you are one of those teams on the
inside, comeback किया था. देखो सारे OG बंदे जो देखते हैं ना चैट पे आ गए. देखो मॉडरेटर हमारे सब मॉडरेटर चैट हो रही है. सबको याद है 2022 का.
NRX is currently placing themselves on that north.
फिर ऑर्डर ने वेक्टर से मारा था नाइट्स को. बड़ा मुद्दा बन गया था वो वाला, याद आ गया मुझे. ये मेरे को याद नहीं था टू बी ऑनेस्ट. मेरे को बस इतना याद था कि नोवा ने कमबैक मारा था एक ही दिन पे, एंड उसके बाद भसड़ हो गई थी और वो जीत नहीं पाए थे उस ग्रुप पे. कॉलेज ऑर्डर ने क्लच कर दिया था.
And they know that ASA are only 6 points behind.
फिर नोवा ने चूक भी गया था उसके फाइनल्स में, अगर याद हो. जब शायद जिमी वगैरह हंस रहे थे वो जंक्शन साइड पुश उन्होंने किया था या उनपे पुश आया था जंक्शन साइड पे, और जिमी बहुत लास्ट बंदा बचा था और जाके वहां मर गया और जिमी ने हंसा और उसको ताली मारी. एक ऐसा मोमेंट भी हुआ था. 2022 ही था वो.
But then again, it's a risky strategy. Very risky.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's why I say this as well, is that for IWNRX, it has been difficult because...
Oh, I didn't came yesterday, bro. Matches
they try to hold that or even drop around ASI8.
Those are by peak ST performance.
Winning those fights.
Even 2023 was good for ST.
They have players in there who have been part of the PUBG Mobile scene for a long time. Not always to the greatness that we're seeing here from them. However, it feels like they have been improving time and time again. All credit to their coach as well. Feels like he is being much more supportive of them as a team, which I think is the right thing to do when you come to a team that has a lot of veterans, right? You have to take a step back a lot of times and realize that there is stuff that they can teach you and your job is mentality and making sure
FF
that they
unexpected
stick to the plan
#3 yes
and give them help formulating that plan.
To be honest, एक टाइम को ना इस रीजन का जिसमें FF हो गई, S2G हो गई, टर्की आई गेस, टर्की से जो भी टीम आ रही है मतलब 2 टीम क्वालिफाई कर रही है उस सीजन पे, दोनों भाई पोडियम पे फिनिश कर रही है, मतलब ऐसा होगा टर्की में क्या है भाई टीम के पास, बट आफ्टर दैट वो सिनेरियो भी गायब हो गया एक टाइम बाद.
They have been certainly very impressive so far. And the biggest surprise in this group, I think it's safe to say, for ASI8 to be able
FF का मोटिव है ने टेबल फोड़ दिया था एक्साइटमेंट में. यस यस आई नो इन्फर्नो ब्रो, दैट वाज देयर. उसकी बातें हम अभी भी कर रहे हैं, समझ रहे हो.
Next to Tianba right now, going past farm.
कभी मन करता है एक स्ट्रीम करूं और जहां पे मैं 2022 के मैचेस देखूं. करेंगे कभी ऐसा? ऐसा करेंगे, मजा आएगा.
A little bit better than Tianba right now, 79 to 70, but both of them were expected to be top 3 performers.
इन चीजों के बारे में कि nothing is impossible, like नोवा ने एक बार करके दिखाया है तो अनदर टीम भी कर सकती है ब्रो. एक दिन में 80 पॉइंट अगर कोई टीम निकाल रही है तो आप भी कर सकते हो वो चीज.
It's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I again, there is a fair
मेरे को नाइटमेयर याद आता है.
I mean, we've said it multiple times now for our
S2G का और 4AM का. मेरे को अभी भी याद है, अगर अच्छे से अगर आपको याद हो, जब S2G जिस सीजन PMGC जीती थी उस टाइम फर्स्ट एवर टाइम ये सिस्टम आई गेस इंट्रोड्यूस हुआ था. अगर वहाँ पे रेज था ना जिसने DBS जो मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल यूज करी थी, आई गेस मैं बोल सकता हूँ उस ईयर में DBS भी शायद टर्की रीजन अच्छे से यूज कर रहा था. So they cracked the code. मतलब समझ रहे हो कुछ मेटा चल रहा है, उनको अच्छे से यूटिलाइज करा बोल सकता हूँ मैं उस मेटा का. भाई क्या शिफ्ट नीचे आ गया, मैं बोल भी रहा था इससे पहले. कोरी अराउंड ही सर्कल बनने वाला है भाई. कोरी में क्या है ऑफिशियल पे बता दो भाई. वो अगर 4AM फाइट निकाल देती, वो फॉरेस्ट के पास जो फाइट हुई थी नीचे कंपाउंड्स में, मुझे ऐसा लगता है शायद 4AM के भी जीतने के चांसेस बन सकते थे उस PMGC को, क्योंकि उस जोन एंड तक वही बना था और वहां से किल्स भी बहुत निकलते. 4AM के सारे ओपन के किल बनते, CCD निकाल लेते तो काफी अच्छा जाता. 4AM जीत सकती थी PMGC वाला, और वो उस टाइम पे फॉर्म पे भी थी. 4AM क्या कमबैक मारी थी वो. ओह नाइस वन.
Very exposed. I mean, that was a really slow roll up, especially for a bike. Sean should have been going at a fair leg faster.
वो फॉरेस्ट कंपाउंड, हाँ कुनाल वही वाला. मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि शायद नाइटमेयर था रेस काफी टीम के लिए. रेस नाइटमेयर फॉर चाइनीज टीम, इवन LGD एंड 4AM. ग्रुप स्टेजेस में LGD को जो उसने क्लच कर दिया था, एंड फाइनल पे वो 4AM वाला फाइट मेरे को बहुत क्रूशियल लगा था.
You find one elim onto Na'Vi, you create such anger within this squad.
चलो back to the basic guys, back to present.
And Flip picks up time and time again some disgusting
shots. यहाँ पे guys about to GG वाली स्टेज पे है यहाँ पे. नावी अलग ही फॉर्म पे चल रही है.
Every single one of those shots.
Last
and it's nice seeing both
मोटा भाई बचे अपने
Flip both in that same vehicle, because both of those players really have breathed a new lease of life for Na'Vi a lot of times. And there we go. They actually do cut Nigma Galaxy out.
अब यस S2G रेज ने बहुत वन साइडेड मार दिया. मैं उसी की बात कर रहा हूँ. DBS जो मेटा का सही से यूज ना उस GC पे आई गेस S2G ने किया था.
To Miramars yesterday.
DBS का एक प्रॉपर यूज हम बोल सकते हैं.
A lot of other squads inside of this lobby at the middle mark of day 2. And I still do think they can bring it back, but ASI8
टीएनबा को क्या हो गया ब्रो पता नहीं यार. अभी आपके सामने ही है, काफी ऑफ गार्ड प्लेयर्स पकड़े जा रहे हैं टीएनबा के, जो कि अच्छी चीज नहीं है. कॉन्फिडेंस क्या ही रहेगा एंडिंग जोन्स में फिर.
Great shots right coming through, but very
panicness ही रहेगी लास्ट में.
Credit to Lemon for keeping that vehicle steady as well, like finding smooth parts of ground, knowing when those firing opportunities are coming up, allowing his teammate to just
Mr. Ionic agreed यार bro. 2020-21 even you can include 2022 bro.
So it's Flip nailing the shots, but it's Lemon nailing the driving as well. So
22 league stages only
on that roll up. Furia, they've
भाई वो चीज तुम भूल गए जो वैम्पायर ने कमबैक मारा था लास्ट स्टेज पे क्वालिफाई करने के लिए. जिस स्टेज पे तुम बात कर रहे हो कि HVV #5 आई थी, वैम्पायर मुझे याद आ रहा है उस मैच में 15th या 12वें नंबर पे थी. वहां से उसने कमबैक मारा था एक दिन के अंदर 60-70 पॉइंट. भाई नथिंग इज पॉसिबल इन दिस लॉबी ब्रो. कितने एग्जांपल याद आ गए मेरे को PMGC के ही.
I think I've just gone blind for a moment. I was like, that's full HP, right? Because I don't see any health bar on there.
Tough zone for IHC, bro.
Pick up Tixi from Virtus Pro. And again, another not so hot game here for Virtus Pro. Absolutely, they'll have to move down towards the south side. Luckily, the circle does shift on down towards the south.
Why they don't have a skin? सबके लिए same advantage. ऐसा नहीं है कि इसके पास वो गाड़ी है तो वो गाड़ी है पानी में जाएगी तो वैसा. No, सबके लिए same level. No skins, same level सबके लिए. उसके लिए भी यूएस है तो हर एक लॉबी में जितने भी प्लेयर्स खेल रहे हैं सबके लिए एक ही गाड़ी. ऊप यूएस जो भी मिलती है एंड नो स्किन्स. Fair gameplay.
Confirm as well for Vengeance over towards Incilio on the southwest side of Quarry. This is they are taking a little bit of a look over that way. IWNRX
last time blind push की वजह से बाहर हुई थी VP
towards the south on the hill that sits to the south of Quarry. You've also got ASIA in the compound closer towards the water on the south side nearer to Ferry Pier. Blank. That is
इसका first day match में momentum बन गया, flow चले गया like I8 no matter which team you are. Yes bro, ये land environment bro, land environment बहुत matter करती है चीजें, mindset, flow, momentum चीजें and all. फिर reset होके फिर से अगर downfall आता है तो किस तरीके से माइंड से आप आते हो और फिर से कम बैक करते हो. काफी सारी टीम्स इसके ऊपर ध्यान नहीं देती बट ये काफी क्रूशियल चीज होती है. फॉर एन एग्जांपल अभी के टाइम पे आईएचसी काफी लोअर स्टेज पे चल रही है, ठीक है. टीक्यू फेज वीपी बहुत लोअर फेज पे, तो उनको 11 तो आना ही है. टॉप 3 छोड़ दो, अभी उनका गोल होगा टॉप 11 आना है. कंपीट कर रहे हो उसके लिए, तो वो प्रेशर कितना होगा माइंड पे समझ रहे हो खेलते टाइम. कहीं ना कहीं साइकोलॉजिकल माइंड में चीज आ जाती है बट किस तरीके से वो चीज को काम करके बिल्कुल काम होके अपने सिचुएशनल बेस्ट निकालते, वो चीजें भी मैटर करती है. माइंडसेट, काम रहना, और ये चीजें फैल्कन का अच्छा है क्योंकि उन्होंने बहुत बार खेल रखा है तो दे हैव, मतलब वो आदत है उनको. तभी मैं बोलता हूँ कि फर्स्ट डेज पे खेलना इज डिफरेंट बट लास्ट डेज पे खेलना इज समथिंग डिफरेंट. एंड आप जिस तरीके से दोनों सिचुएशंस को संभालने का आपका एक्सपीरियंस यही तो होता है, किस तरीके से आप इस मेंटालिटी, किस मेंटालिटी से इन दोनों फेजेस को संभालते हो. जब आप अच्छा भी खेल रहे हो चाहे बुरा भी खेल रहे हो, जब आप अच्छा खेल रहे हो कंसिस्टेंट, तो कंसिस्टेंसी को बनाए रखना. इफ यू आर नॉट प्लेइंग गुड देन किस तरीके से आपको अपना माइंडसेट को एक लेवल पे आना है, फ्लो बनाना है, मोमेंटम लाना है. और यार यहाँ से मेरे को कुछ और चीजें याद आ जाती है.
Yeah, this is an odd one. We have the leaning vehicles against one another, trying to create a card stack.
Also guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to either like and subscribe to the channel. Like, subscribe करें यार guys, we are very close to I don't know how many subscribers. जल्दी से करें.
Especially now you get this circle shift on the lobby. The Tongjiabao, they are grinning away. This is a gleeful circle for them.
Absolutely brilliant news, but on the north side it is anything but, because both Furia and FaZe having a real tough time. Damage done back over to Furia. Look at Silence up on that high ground as well. Last player for FaZe up close and personal
34 seconds.
this fight. Mormon does take a tumble as well.
Jaldi wipe karna important.
It's Enigma Galaxy. We saw how much they liked the third party in yesterday's games.
फंसेगी Furia अभी फंसने वाली है. Time 23 seconds. Zone about to close bro.
Down the door right now. They're going to have to try and push in from Ferry Pier, potentially towards ASIA. If Enigma Galaxy can seal these points away to their tallies, they could jump up over ASIA, maybe even contend with IWNRX.
I mean, Enigma Galaxy don't have a bad position to play this game out. I think their real struggle is going to come later in terms of deciding where they want to play going forward. Good nade from Silence finds another from FaZe, and that will be the finish there, as Fury did get a nice tight surround on the guys over on FaZe. Yeah, for Enigma Galaxy, I do think that they have them potentially.
तुम क्या क्लासिक वाली बात कर रहे हो भाई, मैं इसका आंसर नहीं देने वाला यार.
Strong shots over towards their way, but a good dip out and quickly finding those eliminations. In the meantime, it's IWNRX coming up against IHC, 2 down, and it's just Zed Wolf remaining, and it's time for him to prove his worth.
IWNRX moving very quickly out on their west side, and nade over towards Godless.
Oh, bhai.
Looking to try and do it, but he can't find the crashes.
कहाँ से angle बना लिया VP वाला ने?
From a million miles away, having an impact, an import from the other side of the circle.
This is hella important.
मेरे को ऐसा फील आ रहा है ये का एक और consistent वाला मैच जाने वाला है ये वाला.
Found an opening knock onto him. Knock, he's down. IQ's low. Does get taken down by East. And now ASIA in a little bit of an awkward situation. Falcons looking to capitalize off the back of an awkward situation here for ASIA, potentially backing up into the southern compounds here.
I'm watching after 5 because I had subscribed to you on the whole time, and now YouTube is going to me your stream. It's truly nostalgic. Thank you so much.
Assumed that them crossing in from the eastern side, like the ASIA, was just going to shut them down as they entered. But yeah, fantastic crash from them.
Really well-timed push, seemingly finding that opening, managed to jump through the hoops. I think Falcons, their approach here, whilst maybe well-principled, might not work out too well for them.
Knock नहीं खाना था उसको बस खाली आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते.
It's going to force Falcons to take a full-on, straight-up fight directly and linearly into these buildings, right? You can't use those side angles, you can't use those off angles unless you can get some picks over towards
angles cover करो बढ़िया से. Falcons ये हो सकता है कि आपका मैच भी हो सकता है. This is the comeback match for FLC2. Let's see.
Here and try and play for the next circle.
No, he's been thrown in from either side.
FLC अभी तो नहीं जाने वाली है. आईकू मजे से बैठो. जब तक जोन है अभी आगे कुछ नहीं होगा.
Team Queso here against Nick the Galaxy, and this is what we were talking about earlier in terms of what was there.
इस साइड में तो स्पेशली जोन जाने के बाद टीम कुछ करने वाली है.
I think that might be the entirety of Nick the Galaxy.
Top 3 डायरेक्ट टू फाइनल आई है. सैंडविच फाल्कन और अभी कुछ नहीं. अभी जोन आने तो 7-6 बनने दो जोन. फिर देखते हैं. क्या पता जोन नीचे चले जाए.
Alter Ego as well.
नहीं है जोन.
He's just about living, spins out.
हल्का सा जोन इधर होता ना. हल्का सा भी.
I don't think so.
No, he's got taken down there. Will meet his maker. Trying to go for a wild rotate. It was a really difficult approach for Nick McGalaxy. They get
TJB chicken. Okay. ये जो कंपाउंड ले लिया वो #2 पक्का. कौन से ले कंपाउंड की बात कर रहे हो?
They're looking to try and push further into this one. The placement points haven't started to kick in yet either, which means that Nick McGalaxy only get the 3 points from the elims they found.
क्या कर रहे हैं FLC वाले?
Unfortunate ending for them. 105 points. Still, again, for their point scoring, they are far ahead from a lot of the other teams. But you are right; it's this 4-horse race towards that top side. And Navi
direct to top 3 to finals. Yes, मेरी जान top 3 direct finals जाएंगे. ये तो रूल है, constant रूल है. दिमाग में उठा लो PMGC league stage का. Per group top 3 direct finals. Rest of the teams जो 11th rank पे होगी वो जाएगी league stage. Last chance survival stage के लिए, जहाँ पे chances probability बहुत hard रहती है qualify होने की. बाकी जो team 12 से 16 है वो eliminate हो जाएगी हर एक
for Team Queso.
The south side of Quarry seemingly their playground right now, and we haven't really talked too much about it. We touched on it earlier a little bit, but TJB
हर बार भी MSLC में अच्छा खेलती है और वो ग्लोबल से स्पेशली PMGC में हटते हैं. ऐसा हो जाता है मेजरली में भी. 1-2 साल मैंने देखा नहीं है. उससे पहले उनकी टीम चेंज भी नहीं हुई थी तो अच्छा ही खेलते थे. अभी मे बी चेंजेस हुए होंगे तो मे बी वो भी सफर कॉस्ट करता है टीम्स को कई बार. कई बार न्यू प्लेयर जिसने कभी PMGC ना खेला हो, समझ रहे एक्सपीरियंस ना हो, उसका भी फर्क पड़ जाता है छोटी-छोटी चीजों का.
Quick pick off on the bond as well, so that backstab potential is taken away. Navi may be thinking about getting involved with it.
Uzam GG na kar de FLC ko.
I mean, it'd be good to take them down whilst they're distracted with the final player from ASI 8. I think they're more comfortable just to hold the position that's inside the circle. They know that even if Falcons are able to clear the spot, they have to push out into open ground. Good nade from top will finish off UZM, and that is ISA 8 going out in 11th place with only the 1 elimination. So not quite as bombastic as our previous match there on Sanhok.
Navi able to get a point here, and
what happened to IHC? They're struggling, bro.
Galaxy pushed out of that third place bubble. How far can Navi go now? Because the question that is can they reach IWNRX on 114 points? They're on 105 right now. They have just taken a knock though.
Yeah, that's from Alter Ego. I think Six has been looking at that way quite frequently.
कुछ अच्छा बोलता हूँ FLC के लिए तो एक प्लेयर लूज कर देते हैं. बट FLC का यार ये वाला मेरे को एक बार मैप देखना पड़ेगा मेरे को बैक करके. बंदा स्प्लिट पे था, कहाँ से एंगल बन गया, उसको खा गया. अगर वो नॉक खाया लॉन्ग रेंज पे तो उसकी गलती है, उसको एंगल अच्छे से कवर करना चाहिए था. FLC का एक बंदा जो नॉक फिनिश हुआ है,
Navi starting to suffer a little bit, and they have
बनता नहीं था वो.
Falcons to push on through. There is that off angle still available. Six again needs to be careful. This is a position he wants to play to stay out of danger, but he knows that there are those sidelines from Alter Ego behind him on that north side. And
बाकी ओपन का जोन बन जाएगा. ओ भाई फ्यूरा के बंदों की किस्मत देख रहे हो भाई. Nice one.
Instead, we'll definitely slow it down once again. Both these teams know that they need to win though. They are on the slow side of the circle, so can play this out quite a while.
Alter Ego
Champion बनने के बाद बुरा है S2G फिर अब IHC.
Third party on this fight, especially with a knockdown towards the south side. Alter Ego definitely could crash, although it's not in the circle.
Finish करेगा ये तो पूरा ही भाई.
Six, however, up on the balcony, doesn't care about those sightlines to his back. They hear the fighting, but a jump out wide, and in comes the Falcons force. Are they finally going to be able to find their feet into Group Red and
16 second, 15 second, 14 second zone closing करने लगेगा. नावी का बंदा ऑलरेडी आगे जा चुका है, जिसके बाद खुद हल्का सा जोन है. थोड़ी और देर सर्वाइव कर सकती है FLC. मर गया. जाओ.
He tags him on the side there. That's a nice nade from
him. आगे हल्का सा शैक्स आता है.
Fall short on that game.
गाड़ियाँ गुड़ियाँ होंगी यहाँ पे पड़ी हुई.
I think they could have pushed that a lot further. 7 elims though is not bad, but that's all they'll be grabbing off the back of this one as Falcons do take them out.
Tough zone for FLC.
Somewhat lukewarm in terms of their defense versus Falcons as they made that crossing. I think partly that's because they have to commit the time to the red. Six goes down at such an unfortunate moment for them. And I do think that is partly his fault on the fight, because I don't think he should have been peeking Alter Ego. He should have been way more focused over towards that Falcons crossing. Alter Ego was something that they wouldn't have had to deal with for a long, long time.
I think it all comes back to a little bit on their initial crash, right? They got an opening to ASI8, but they didn't conclude that fight, and that may have forced them into suboptimal defense positions against that Falcons force approach, because Falcons were able to consume the ground that ASI8 were holding beneath them. And I feel like, sure, the hold wasn't super strong, but I think there were multiple factors that played into that, not least of which Na'Vi crashed into the north side earlier on, didn't quite fully establish themselves. As we turn our attention now to the north side, Team Queso trying to push TJB off this high ground, but they're not giving.
And for TJB, it's a strong spot. It is, however, exposed to multiple positions. There isn't really all that much hard cover in that location. This is just going to rely on pure mechanical skill. Luckily for Tongjiabao, they are filled with mechanical skill. They have boatloads of it. And I think this is one of the few locations where I would have good confidence in Tongjiabao to be able to hold on to this spot. Nades are going their way though now, and they're not taking too many shots outwards. A little bit of a shot controlled for 6-7-6 has shown as he is unbelievably deadly.
With that pump action as
well. Skips को भी chances मिले, अभी सौम्य को chances मिल रहे.
Behind the scar.
चीजें तो आपको ट्राई करनी पड़ेगी ना, उसके बाद आपको पता लगेगा बेटर कॉम्बिनेशंस क्या है.
Over on the north side, Rosemary, Alva,
ऐसे तो आप हमेशा बोलते रहोगे कुछ ना कुछ. किसको की निकला उसको मिला. फिफ्थ मैन उस तरह कोई ना कोई तो रहेगा ही यार.
Look at the third party. A lot of damage done to Team Queso, but it's Melodious to try and stand tall. Melosa on the off angle as well. 6-7-6. Can he find the spray? No connection. And there's a third party that comes through from the Falcons, and Team Queso will be going down very, very low. Can they keep their heads above water here? Because TJB may have just stumbled.
Yeah, it was a great crash coming through from Team Queso. A little bit explosive in terms of losing 2 players on that run-up, but in terms of the smokes they were able to place down, the nades that went through, they did clear out that fight. So Team Queso down to 2 players, but 10 elims on the game has taken down Enigma Galaxy. So a strong spot overcome by Team Queso versus Alter Ego, and also taking down one of the most formidable squads inside the lobby of Enigma Galaxy. Trade there onto Tongjiabao, but it's all for naught there. Tongjiabao do have those number advantages. Circle does not favor anyone. It's over towards the roadside. This is a very, very difficult circle to play in the end game. And again, this is a case where stage 7 is probably going to be the most important stage of finding those pickoffs and maintaining a full squad.
Incilio down, try to move close to the shack that Furia
कहाँ गया face?
Will not work.
Face यार कल आएगा, कल तक आ ही जाएगा face.
Only the one left in the back pocket. TJB, this was a really timely flex out for them. It looked a little bit messy, but they managed to get all of their players alive and kept back up to the north side.
भाई साहब,
now roll down the hill. A light up for long.
इससे बुरा क्या हो सकता है किसी के लिए?
As well on the off angle, and Vengeance careen into a wall of lead. And they will meet their match on TJB's hold from the north side. But TJB, equally, they're going to have to move. The removal of Vengeance from that west side does make it a lot easier, though.
Yeah, I mean, they understand that, look, there was the crash that happened down towards the southeast. That's likely both those teams gone. There was only one team that could really hold on that western side. So for Tongjiabao, there is now just this sense of, we control the northern edge.
अरे मैं जिस शेक की बात कर रहा था फिर उसी शेक पे है क्या?
Fight against one another. We just need to have a little bit of interaction throughout the majority of this. You can see that
FLC का मैच पता कब खराब जाता जब नावी के बंदे पहले ही उस वाले कंपाउंड में आ जाते या आगे की तरफ को जोन ले लेते तो FLC के मतलब FLC के बंदों को बीटी कर सकते थे. FLC ने ऑन पॉइंट वाइप करी है नावी. वहां पे FLC को बीटी आता.
They're within nade range, but that goes both ways. 676 looking to pull the pin here. They move away from the vehicle. You can see that smoke is dropping. They're playing outside of it, trying to confuse Falcons, but there's still nades in the back pocket. Icy has got 4 of them. A nade over that will isolate the angles. He's looking more towards the edge of the blue here. That looks like it might be on target, but it doesn't go quite long enough. The cook just a little bit too long. Up on the high ground, you still got longs going. Malloy still hiding out behind his little ridge, his little buggy, and Furia yet to leave their shack.
I mean, the amount of nades that Falcons had, yeah, I didn't like this roll-up from Tongjiabao. I think that they could have potentially set up a little bit further back there and just gone for shots like this as the circle started to push in. Instead, they try and get a forward outpost. You understand why they try and go for that. But again, they don't know the angles on the south side. I think that's the dangerous proportion. It was the advantage they had over on the north is that they knew they controlled all of that area. Again, this is dangerous, but okay.
No way you can go for. How did he get away with that? Longs is there, up on the high ground. Didn't spot that. Didn't even take shots.
He is smoked off right now as he's making his way in. If they lose longs, it's very bad news for them.
Oh, a little bit of a mishandling here as Furia try and leave. Actually, East picking up one of those knocks. I think that was. No, yeah, they are all out on the southwest side. Falcons actually getting the flush over towards longs on the high ground as well. And they're picking up the points now. TJB
guys, किसका चिकन है ये बताइए जरा. तीन टीम है. FLC comeback. Still 4 matches left इसके बाद. And guys, जो भी नए लोग हो, make sure to either like and subscribe to the channel.
Very long time now though, Blank. Maybe there's a surprise.
Well, they cleared out the players on that western side already. So it's a question whether TJB thinks that there isn't any more squads on that edge of the map. Good step up from Triple S. Instantly gets back down again, and Icy has to pull off some magical plays.
TJB का comeback हो गया, but guys, mid table chart आपका और close जा रहा है cut off के लिए. TJB comeback मार चुकी है और ये chicken TJB का ही होने वाला है. Well played FLC, well played TJB, nice one. पूरा TJB अपना जोन पूरा क्लियर करके मस्त. वर्चस प्रो निकाल गई, बढ़िया.
Not potentially super easy to get this one done. The middle of the circle has to be given up a little bit, and TJB not looking to push forwards. They're waiting for him to step up and go for the pair fire here. 676 and Triple S need to be careful though. If you're overexposed, if you just get clipped, you could be in a 1v1 situation in a very dangerous spot. You can see no nades there, and he spotted Malloy for Virtus Pro. Still has one more player to deal with, but it's 676 has to stand up, has to go for the dart out, and 676 stands up for the spray. Can't quite find it, and out in the open, finally it's put to bed as Flower gets back to his feet. And will find it. TJB able with multiple times.
बहुत बढ़िया. NT TJB का comeback आ गया guys. भाई ये दिन ना आज ना end match तक ना बहुत ज़्यादा आपको वो देने वाला है भाई. कौन ऊपर कौन नीचे वैसा सीन है.
If IC was slightly more on target.
अच्छा खेले भाई, अच्छा खेले TJB, अच्छा खेले. कंट्रोल जो कंट्रोल की डेफिनेशन है आप TJB को बोल सकते हो, काफी कंट्रोल खेला इस मैच पे. Even FLC played very well. मेरे को बस FLC का एक वो जो नॉक फिनिशर स्टार्टिंग में आया जो वर्चस प्रो से आया था वो समझ नहीं आया मेरे को. कि वर्चस प्रो से कहां से खा गया वो एंगल उसने देखा नहीं कैसे वो नॉक नहीं आता तो मे बी वो नावी मे बी मैन एडवांटेज ज्यादा रहता. अच्छे से नावी को ले सकते थे, जल्दी ले सकते थे, आगे का और अच्छा बैटर हो सकता था क्योंकि नावी को टाइम नहीं मिला. नहीं तो नावी FLC का वही जीजी कर लेती अगर वो क्विक रहती.
These guys were just
और टीम से पनौती लगा के टीजेबी जिता दी. बताओ यार और किस पे पनौती लगानी, जल्दी बताओ. Long side GG zone. They used 4 perfectly converted all angles. Yep, young lord by yes. FLC ने भी काश सेम कर दिया होता तो मजा आ जाता.
Between 4th and 5th here, Mac.
Yeah, Jumbo's just going to be scared as all hell of Na'Vi going forward. Like, no, okay, we'll drop on the opposite side of the map. We don't want Flip to just completely spray us down in the car. That was just too good of a spray. But yeah, here you go. TJB get himself the chicken dinner. Good to see. And you were telling me just before we went on desk here, Jukes, that it kind of gave you some PL vibes, right?
Oh, big time. Because, you know, in the 3rd day of PEL, these guys went from 9th place all the way to the top, baby. And they won that championship, won over 700 grand because of that. So now we're on day 3 here. They were in 7th prior to this game, and they definitely needed to put something big on the board so they can cross that point gap and hopefully put them in that running for top 3. And after a performance like this, you got to know they're right there.
I feel like they're definitely a lot more comfortable in this lobby. Ever since day 1, they just, oh, okay, we see how this is working out now. We're just feeling the groove of things, and it's working pretty good. Tixie, no. But no. We're going to see the replays here, Jukes. Very soon we're going to be seeing that insane triple man spray down from Longs on top of that shed.
भाई बर्फ गिर रही है क्या भाई? ठंड बहुत ज्यादा हो रही है. इफेक्ट मैंने यहाँ तो भाई बहुत ज्यादा ठंड है. To be honest.
They had info on Vengeance. He's like, yeah, I spot them.
भाई तुम्हारे ऊपर बर्फ गिर रही है क्या? भाई नहीं, अभी तो नहीं गिर रही है, बट ठंड ऐसी है कि जैसे बर्फ से भी वैसी हो.
The rest of the team helps him to get the confirms. Longs, that was literally the play to clear all of the northern side, and he did it so well.
Oh my gosh, this is a dream scenario. Like, you know, every single player on the squad just lines up perfectly. Just one
top 3 पनौती लगाओ. पनौती है मेरी पनौती लगाने से क्या होता है भाई? तुम लगा दो भाई.
Na'Vi as well put up some nice points on the board too. So I was kind of interested to see that we did have a couple of the top squads go out really early here. So I was hoping to see some of those teams in the mid pack really pop off, and I think we did. I mean, we saw Alter Ego out in the late game. I mean, just a great, solid start to today, at least in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of got sandwiched between Na'Vi and Falcons over towards Ferry Pier, that compound we were seeing 3-4 previously. A little bit of a shame they didn't have all 4 players left alive, or maybe they can continue what they did on Sandhawk. But for me, it's also nice to see Falcons be able to frag out. And I feel like, you know, Max, as you talked about towards the top of the show today, of we haven't seen these like amazing games out of them, and obviously not winning the match here, I feel like 10 elims for me is a good sign of like, okay, maybe the old Falcons is not gone just yet. Maybe they need a little bit more time to cook here, and we're going to see them continue to pop off.
Just let them more time to Young Tash out. Yeah, that's cool. And that's all they're going to know. Young Tash. I said, yeah, I said it wrong.
सोमवार को हरिद्वार जाऊंगा.
But no, it was a good engage overall. I think they were
expected more from TN, but they are not doing good. A lot of teams are not doing good, bro. Young bhai.
Players able to just overwhelm the solo players of Na'Vi really efficiently.
TJB Falcon TQ भाई यार Falcon nice one. TQ 12 TQ. अरे देखो अगर TQ ने भी पॉइंट लिए तो नीचे बॉटम और ज्यादा क्लोज होने वाला. भाई IHC तो भाई और नीचे आ जाएगी. TQ ने कमबैक मार दिया ऑलमोस्ट. Even Virtus Pro 9 point. Fury अच्छे. Fury लास्ट पे थी ना सबसे. Alter भाई Alter को लाइमैक्स क्या कर रहे हो भाई? इज्जत रख लो थोड़ी. कर ले लो पॉइंट यार. 3 पॉइंट लेके गए हो भाई. इतने अच्छे जोन्स बन रहे हैं. क्या कर रहे हो Alter को लाइमैक्स?
Though Team Kesso, we need to talk about them, right? 10 eliminations playing the southern side of Corey. That was on point, Jukes.
Oh, beautiful. I mean, who else can you really just shine the spotlight on other than Kolgo, dude? This guy really put his team on his back. He's just been standing out above
50 मार ले गया है बोल भाई. बट बात ये है कि IHC बाहर हो जाएगी if अगर वो क्वालिफाई नहीं करते हैं यहाँ से. There is no second chance. इमेजिन करो डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन लीग स्टेज से बाहर हो रही है.
But man, I mean, it's good to see
NJX और NRX के पॉइंट नहीं आए हैं. दैट मीन कि अगर वो कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रहे तो जीजी हो सकता है. इवन I8 कंसिस्टेंट देखना. अब ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देखना काफी क्लोज हो गई होगी क्योंकि यहाँ पे I8 NJX ने पॉइंट नहीं निकाले हैं.
Virtus Pro, I also want to highlight them a little bit this game because they did have a good entry point north of the north. They had really good high ground.
3 elimination, 504 damage, 174 heal.
Unnecessary fight versus Incilio, and unfortunately get eliminated in the process. I think you maybe send it to the beach side or to Furia's location, which as we saw, they got really fine that game. That would have been a good option here, but Virtus Pro, I still really feel like they are struggling to pick fights that really help them a lot in these matches. So that's something they can hopefully try and improve on.
Yeah, you know what rhymes with Virtus Pro? I don't know.
That's a good point.
That's how I feel.
Yeah.
That's how I feel, to be honest, because like I don't know what's going on with this team. I mean, we know the potential they have on the roster. I mean, Max, man, you've had a picture of Tixie on your wall since the beginning of time, dude. So hopefully, that picture can stay up there here as time goes on.
It's just the Wolverine meme of him laying in bed holding the picture of Tixie.
Yes.
What we can see here overall is Na'Vi have been able to move up here again. The tiebreaker will be Chicken Dinners first, which they currently hold over I8. As you see TJB moving up to 5th place as well. Vengeance, I do want to quickly touch on, just because we've been kind of critical of this team of playing very passive, like Senate Center, and just kind of wait. In this last match, they did pick up 7 eliminations and 3 placement points. So I at least want to, point that out to all of our viewers, because it is showing a little bit of an adaptation and play out of them. And you got to give them credit where it's deserved. Whereas Getsa Roy have been able to fall, well, not been able, they've unfortunately have fallen from, I think it was 5th down to 8th now in our leaderboards.
Oh, that hurts. But yeah, I'm happy you're bringing up actually Vengeance here, Jason, because they are seeming to take fights instead of just, we want to avoid fights as much as possible.
Overall, bottom पे देखो तो भाई close तो है यार. Even मैं बोलता हूँ TQ भी अभी आ सकती है ऊपर. एक अच्छा मैच 20 पॉइंट निकाल दे तो 90 पॉइंट. एक अच्छा पॉइंट और खींच दिया. कुछ भी पॉसिबल है 11th रैंक में यार. भाई IHC 16th पे हो गई भाई.
In the survival stage at minimum. So yeah, Vengeance, big change of mindset. I love to see that.
Oof. Yeah, I like to see how quickly they moved. I mean, because they landed right by farm and they just hauled it kind of straight towards Quarry. The zone hard shifted south and they just worked it from there. So it's good to see from Vengeance for sure.
This is rough. 24 points between 15th and 14th place.
Ugh.
I'm looking at from 8th to 3rd.
I see last.
And it's like 26
Ines
points.
कहाँ 13 की कल सीधा ऊपर आ गई थी.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost starting to get to that
मेरे को तो पता नहीं ऐसा क्यों लगता है जो इतना क्लोज कॉल है और इतना टफ लॉबी है ये. मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि अभी इतनी टफ लॉबी है कि इवन जो 12th रैंक की टीम है मैं उसको भी कम बैक करता हुआ देखता हूँ. 2 अच्छे मैच भाई, सिर्फ 2 अच्छे मैच चाहिए. आई गेस उनके 68 पॉइंट है या 65 पॉइंट है. 2 अच्छे मैच में कुछ भी चीजें बदल सकती है. एक सीडी और एक 10-15 पॉइंट का मैच डायरेक्टली मिड टेबल चार्ट में नहीं आ जाएगी वो टीम. मिड टेबल मतलब 4th 5th 6th पे जो 12th पे टीम चल रही है. भाई बहुत क्लोज, भाई बहुत क्लोज है यार और केपेबल है टीम से करने को. मैं 12th रैंक की टीम की बात बता रहा हूँ.
I mean, even kind of similar with Alter Ego as well, as they're kind of hovering around that 12th, 11th position.
बहुत ज़्यादा close.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, you're going to definitely have to start thinking about things differently, right, Max? Because, I mean, let's be real. If you're Furia and you're IHC,
ये MVP सीडी वाली टीम का ही बनेगा. बेकार है ये रूल.
It would require you winning.
भाई STG कहाँ गई यार? पता नहीं bro.
To be kind of in that running. But it's like, what do you do, Max, right? What would you do?
Guys, if you're new to the stream, yeah, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. Let me check how many likes. कितने likes हमारे हो चुके हैं? Currently हमारे हुए 255 like. गलती से guys जितने भी लोग stream को देख रहे हो इसको 500 like कर दो. बस एक बात ही बोलूँगा, बाकी let's move in to the match. 22 भी कर दिया, मैच के बीच में कुछ नहीं करेंगे.
You need to start just balling out on these games, getting 5 eliminations minimum in these games. If you see a team and it's a good position to fight, just send it. Don't try and play overly passive.
Cut off might go down for this group. It will be around 160, 170 top 3. Avitaaf भाई मैंने
But the circle does not care about your feet. The circle is going to be as mean as it possibly can be.
Event start होने से पहले.
I would say just send it center if you can and just get elims.
यहाँ कोई सिंगल ही नहीं मार रहा है, यहाँ पे सब मार रहे हैं भाई. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ इमेजिन करो कि ऐसा सच में हो जाए कि जो भी लोअर चार्ट है या फिर जो दूसरे चार्ट पे टीम है उनमें से कोई टीम बैक टू बैक अच्छे मैचेस मार दे. 4 मैचेस बचे हैं वो डायरेक्टली ऊपर नहीं आ जाएंगे. भाई इस लॉबी में है प्रेशर.
We are going to have Seven Worlds Gaming with their little bit of a report on the stage about Tiamba. So let's go ahead and check in with the man of the moment.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I just wanted to talk about Tiamba because I know the desk was talking about them early at the beginning of the day. I got a chance to talk to the team manager and I was asking him what has been the biggest struggle that you guys have had so far in PMGC 2024. And he told me that it was actually the prep. They don't feel like they were able to prep enough for some of these teams because the research for some of those teams was a lot harder.
Do you remember
they'll be able to just go back to the VAR review and adjust because they're currently in 10th place. It's not looking good for them. Back to you guys.
you really got to give credit to our production team of finding a microphone that makes it look normal sized in his hands. Because if it was in my hand, that thing would barely be bigger than my hand. Yeah, hearing from Tiamba, obviously good to hear. And honestly, the pressure, I think for a team that, I mean, I had him in my top 3, man. Like, I had him as one of the teams to easily get through this, considering what we saw at PMWC. They're not really hitting the stride they want to. And I feel like, again, that's just a testament to how good every region has gotten at PUBG Mobile.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy to see just how well everybody's improved. Everybody should know, you know, what to do at this point, but it hurts to hear that Tiamba wasn't able to kind of get that prep that they needed.
बता दे भाई ऐसे ही क्या पूछा इट्स मी ने क्या बताना है S2G ने क्विट कर दिया क्या मुझे नहीं पता S2G का ब्रो I don't know about S2G किसी को पता है तो चैट के अंदर S2G का बता दो सीन क्या जितना पता है डिसबैंड प्लेयर्स इधर-उधर हो गए और उसके बाद शायद वो अभी क्वालीफाई नहीं कर पाए as far as no अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं बाकी प्लीज बता दे चैट के अंदर इट्स मी को बहुत ज्यादा वो जानना चाह रहे हैं इस चीज के बारे में तो गाइस बता दिया जाए
like this actually because I feel like for the longest time in PUBG Mobile it's always been the Chinese teams are the best in the world and there was definitely a time when that was true
LGD नहीं खेल रही क्या वो भाई वो भी तो जीती थी bro listen
and the unfortunate part is when we see like regional clashes like we had the was the SCA SA
it's me S2G qualify नहीं कर पा रही लो it's me you will आपको मिल गया आंसर
all China. But I feel like when we get to these global stages, there's just too many good teams for them to be able to run away.
4 टीम्स थी ना इस PMGC में ब्रो देखो बात ऐसी है इट्स मी कि ग्रुप्स बने हुए हैं ठीक है ग्रुप्स बने हुए 3 रेड येलो ग्रीन तो जो भी आपका वो है ना क्या बोलते हैं उसको टीम्स वो डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हो रखी है किसी में 2 किसी में एक ऐसी टीम जा चुकी है ठीक है do you remember DA yes I remember bro DA I remember एक मिनट guys
even better for them technically so just survive to the survival stage and then you'll have the time to do the prep that you feel like you didn't have time to do in the first place.
I mean, let's be real. I mean, they're not that far away, right? I mean, what do they have? Like 71 points right now. Top 3 is 106. So, I mean, one good game here, they could be in that show for top 3. So, I mean, if Tiamba can hopefully, you know, make it happen. I mean, we heard from 7, right? They've had 2 days by now, right? So they definitely should be adjusted to these squads. So there's still plenty of time for them to get in top 3, but they got to start performing. And the reason why I'm really stressing that now more than ever is because we saw in Group Yellow just how toxic things get towards the last games, right? So you don't want to wait until then to really need like a crazy amount of points. So if they could pop off here, I mean, they'll be right there to be able to make it in the top 3.
I mean, as you're talking about, right, you don't want to wait to that last day to have to pop off. You don't want to be forced to be extra aggressive when it doesn't necessarily suit how the game can go here. But as you did mention, there's 71 points, 10th place. It's what, 35 points between them and top 3? Like, it's really not that hard to go from where they currently are into PMGC Grand Finals. It's just about having those couple of good games and hitting a level of consistency here in arguably one of the toughest lobbies that you're going to have here in your career. Sure. But it is very doable for a lot of these teams. Like even Ultra Ego, there's technically in the running. I would even say FaZe Clan and VP are technically in the running as they're down to like 68, 64, 63 points. It's just only the Fury and IHCs we're looking at of not really having that chance to bounce back for top 3.
You know, well, that's something I kind of want to talk about because I kind of want to like go on the opposite side of you, Max, when the question I had earlier, right? Should you go for just the survival stage or should you go for top 3? And I think IHC kind of should have that mentality to go to top 3, right? Not saying that it's really going to happen, but like they need a win here. Like I'm as much as I would love to see them put up like 5 eliminations, you know, a game, whatever, they need like a 15 elimination chicken dinner to get them out of this hole at this point because like there's too much potential from these squads. Like even Tiamba, if they wanted to make it to top 3, they need to do that same thing because I mean, look who's in that running. It's TJB, Falcons, you know, Enigma Galaxy, I8's going crazy. I mean, in one game, these guys can go off too. So like, man, I really need to see that from IHC. I want to get to see them in that mentality of like, man, we have to win in order to survive, period.
Maybe just, you can also go another direction on that is just forget about top 3, top 11, just trying to get these big games. I feel like we have teams at the bottom here, like Fury and IHC, we mentioned them a few times already, Jukes, are seemingly a bit scared to engage or to rotate into strong positions because they're avoiding conflict. At least that's what I've been witnessing throughout these games. And I would just say try and get yourself a good game, which I know is very easy to say as an analyst. Like, just try harder. Just feel like it's a double point day.
Here and
yeah, exactly. But like, I feel like some teams put a lot of pressure on themselves. Oh, it's PMGC, we can't afford mistakes. But everyone does mistakes. Even IW and RX makes mistakes. Enigma Galaxy, IA, Na'Vi, everyone does. So you, at some point, just go for these Hail Mary plays and try and make something happen for yourself, because if you're idle, like we've seen so far from a few of those bottom teams, nothing's going to happen for you. You cannot hope that other teams are just going to give their points to you and just get eliminated by you super easily. No, they're going to fight tooth and nail to survive, and you need to do the same thing if you want to have the hope of continuing further in this year's PMGC.
Yeah, you know what? I think you hit the nail on the head there, bro. I really do think you put the word Hail Mary plays, right? And I think that's what the mindset they need to be in, because let's be real, I think the reason why we're seeing every single region be kind of at the same level here, Jason, is because the secret sauce is out already, right? These teams know what to do. Like, all right, hey, if we get blessed with the circle, we get a good position, we're gonna win this game 99% of the time, unless we just make a big mistake, right? But the teams that are on those edge plays, they're like, all right, we're not going to win this game. Let's turn around and just get some eliminations, right? And put some points on the board. But teams like IHC, they could make the decision to be like, all right, we're not going to win. Let's just put something on the board. Or we could go for the Hail Mary, push on this team. And if we win this fight, we could win the game. And I think they're at that stage now, Max, where they got to go for those plays in order to make a miracle happen here.
I'd have to say, you know, in simple terms, you got to stare down the lobby like Redox stares down the camera. If you can do that, you will be successful and you'll make it in top three for sure.
Well, you know, speaking of trying to be successful here, I think a big talking point of day one was we see a lot of edge play. Day two, I felt like we kind of saw a little bit more center play, but still a little bit of edge. I'm just curious if you guys had any thoughts about if we've seen adaptations in the lobby alone about what's been successful.
Well, I'll tell you what, in this last game, everybody was playing edge, and it wasn't their choice.
You had to.
Yeah.
Hello.
And I mean, it kind of goes either way. I mean, you know, that's what I'm saying is like certain teams realize like, yeah, you know what, this rotation to center is going to be too difficult. So let's just focus on just wiping teams out on the edge, put some eliminations on the board, because that's
क्या हो गया गाइस? हाँ, मैं अभी आया PMGC हर साल देखता हूँ. Okay.
And then when you get the
But PMGC देखते हो क्या? It's me. और नहीं देखते क्या normal tournament?
So I mean, at a certain point though, you got to just decide, hey, 5 points.
Bro, don't you think I hit just too good with Sanok? They have 51 points in 3 matches.
And they do that in elimination.
Yes, bro. Stat के according देखोगे तो आप yes. But मेरे हिसाब से मेरा ऐसा मानना है कि
changed very little throughout this group for Group Red because they keep getting those eliminations. So sure, Falcons,
इसके बाद बताऊंगा इस मैच के बाद क्या बोलने वाला था.
They can get sometimes these big games, but when the top 4 is so damn consistent on the
हमेशा ही होता है.
Things, it makes it so hard.
चलो guys, match start. काफी important match. मैंने आपको क्या बोला था? क्या इसमें वाली probability बन सकती है क्या? कोई टीम नीचे 10, 11, 12 रैंक पे चल रही है, वो अच्छा मैच कर. देखो देखते हैं 2-3 मैच बाद क्या होता है. Erangel once again. Let's go with the full energy and मेरी आवाज आ रही है? हेलो एक बार बता दो, यस कर दो मॉडरेटर्स. our audience, हमारी जो भी फैमिली देख रही है, वो लिपोफ का सेफ फ्लाइट पाथ जोन बता देना. एंड क्या लग रहा है कौन सी टीम यहाँ पे कमबैक मार सकती है अकॉर्डिंग टू योगी भाई भी इधर वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हो उधर. ठीक है.
Nicer playing path than we saw on our last game as we head into match 3 of Erangel. And yeah, Jason was quite nice to us, which is always nice. I think it's because you hit him up with the old you have 3 modes, so he's entering a 4th mode.
Whoa, that's incredible. He's going into gear 4. That's crazy. That's gear an anime thing, right?
Right.
Yeah. Nice. Yes. Let's go. One Piece mentioned. Maxman going off right now. Oh dear. Plane path from Lipovka over towards the west coast, so again fairly nice and easy for our teams to get down to the ground. Hopefully no casualties to be seen, but never say never. We saw IW and RX with some crazy hot drop on the previous day rather, early on in the matches, but it doesn't look like we're going to see that here.
Yeah, this is a little bit easier for teams to move on down towards. I think right now, like the boys on the desk were saying, there are going to be some Hail Marys required going into match 3. We have 9 games remaining, 10 including this one, which is always going to be rough for some squads because now you have to risk it all. And it's very difficult right now, especially because this is the first time we're seeing in groups at least a bit more of a point sponge towards the top side of the lobby and very, very equal tallies towards 8th downwards. So you see 78 points right now for Getso Roy, with 14th being with 63. This is all changeable in one match. One match is all it requires for some of our teams down towards going home scenarios to get into going to survival stage.
Triple S, figure out which seat you're going to sit in. Come on, be reasonable. Stop jumping about. He'll turn that car around, take you back over to Rozok, and then you'll have to deal with Getso Roy. And how would you like that? I don't think you like that very much. Goodness me. Worst sort of passenger, you know? Can't keep still. Furia over in Yasnaya Poliana. Again, a split drop on this area. This time though with Na'Vi, not with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, no, I think for Na'Vi, it's much easier for them over towards Yaz. This is where they're usually dropping, rather than Mini Milta down towards
end zone भी Rozok. Okay.
They actually
Zarki को
which I always find very curious,
का
honestly.
सपना पूरा होने जा रहा है. Water City याद है PMWL.
In this area, though, to be fair, from looking what some of these players have on board, they seem to be already fairly well looted. But they tend to get themselves out of dodge. But with a circle that heads over towards this northeast side, it's not massively necessary to scout out too far. I think a lot more teams have been studying the circles as well, where Mansion and the eastern edge of the map were a little bit more open, allowing Na'Vi to make some of those rotates out there. But this time around, you got Team Queso towards the south and Alter Ego taking up more presence on Mansion as well as Lipovka. Pretty basic split. A lot of times, if you drop Lipovka, you do want to have 2 outposts on that western side, which is what Alter Ego's doing with Alva as well as Rosemary, because Lipovka's very hard to scout from. I know what's happening off in the distance. So if you are playing in a 4-man squad at home, yeah, try this out.
Could be something that can improve your performance. You love to see that. Always good to get a little bit better every day. That's all you've got to do. Beat yourself from yesterday. It's a life lesson from John Allen from Blank. There you go. I was just thinking back to the last game a little bit, Blank, because Virtus Pro dropped in East Yaz. Na'Vi weren't there. Do you think Virtus Pro
how
were trying
you
to hot
understood
drop onto Na'Vi?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Start his analyst.
Possibly.
Bro, बताएंगे इसके बारे में आपको बताएंगे.
I actually don't know. I think honestly, if you're Virtus Pro, I don't think hot dropping on
बस हो
Na'Vi
गया.
is the greatest and latest of ideas.
Interest.
But,
basically the interest. बोलूँगा मैं.
Something they go for. Remember, the keyword of the day right now, according to Juice, is the Hail Mary.
And कुछ नया करने की चुल.
Try and go for some wild out of the box plays. I mean, certainly if you're IHC or Fury,
This group will make me cry. Everyone is so close to top 3. भाई सही में यार, मैं इस group में यही देख रहा था. भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ भाई क्या चल रहा है ये? भाई even VP बोलूँगा मैं, even VP versus Pro. भाई 2 मैच अच्छे कर दिए. क्या है, लीड खत्म नहीं होगी क्या 2 मैच अच्छे बाद? भाई पॉइंट्स टेबल देखो एक बार. ओ भाई एक होता है कि चल ठीक है, एक होता है कि हाँ या तो देख होता है गैप. भाई यहाँ तो गैप ही नहीं है ज्यादा. एक अच्छे मैच पे 2 अच्छे मैच पे टीम कहाँ पहुंच जाएगी? कितना क्यों से इस लॉबी में?
Rather towards the outside of the track. Goodness me, got to get my prepositions right. But yeah, they are going to have an outside chance to jump up towards those top 3 based on that last game, almost alone.
It is interesting.
एक बार points table देखो अपने right hand side पे जो नहीं है, मतलब जो updated ही रहती है. 114, 106, Na'Vi second.
Close grouping.
NGX third आ गई
off that last game.
Gap क्या है कुछ भी नहीं है.
Nicely done. 94 points and 96, opening up that lead a little bit, allowing more teams to make their way through. And this has happened quite frequently through
इतना
group
close
red, where
देखा है
some of
क्या
our
अभी कोई
top
competition?
teams,
याद आ रहा है कि
that
PMGC में
performance has
एक
died out a
उसमें
little
था.
bit, allowing some of our other teams to catch up somewhat. I think for Tongjiabao, this is a team that absolutely is gunning for a top 3. They deserve a top 3. Seven was talking about preparation. In the meantime, I think that's fair enough. Honestly, for the Chinese region, they have so many games, and it is a really rigorous schedule that they have to go through on their side, and the amount of games they have to play. So getting ready for some of these international tournaments is always sometimes a little bit difficult.
Bro, reject to काफी अच्छा खेली है भाई दे.
Like I said, adaptation is something that can happen quite quickly for a strong team like this.
Vengeance getting pushed off the high ground here. IWNRX moving them aside over towards Potato Hill. Lily is very unlikely to get back up here, but it's possible. I mean, the crawbacks can come through.
हो गया confirm हो गया बस
The tag on the damage from Frozen. Good news for IWNRX, adding a point.
बस भाई बस.
Early on, first blood is drawn.
2022 में ही था ग्रीन ग्रुप में. हाँ किसी ग्रुप में सेम था ऐसा यार.
For IWNRX, they're not going to get a lot of those back either. Down towards the southwest edge. So a huge amount of utility
and RC close to PMGC make 12 points.
I think that what they assumed was there was a ton more players behind this hilltop.
RC ने भी बहुत
nades over towards,
learn किया, evolve किया भाई अपने आप को इतने time
playing as a somewhat of a scout role. So if IWNRX, I think they'll be pretty
global lobby
unhappy of how that panned out, because as we all know, grenades are hugely important in this game. You want to have a big tally of those on board at any point. And there was no way to replenish.
दो टीम को छोड़ के भाई मैं बोलता हूँ अभी भी मेरे को ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. आपका माइंडसेट क्या बोलता है? गाइस ऑडियंस आप क्या सोचते हो? ये जो क्लोज आप पॉइंट्स टेबल देख रहे हो, हर एक मैच पे हर एक टीम जो कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट उठा के जा रही है, एक न्यू टीम सीडी ले रही है तो वो टॉप पे आई जा रही है. आपका क्या इसमें व्यू है? एक बार मैं आपका व्यू भी जानना चाहूंगा, प्लीज नीचे बताना.
And they're looking for more on the tally as well, so the rest of the engines are sent away down to just the 2 players now, and IWNRX carved themselves up a nice bit of space down towards this south side. They'll get the death crate as well. So
भाई कितने जोन्स बन गए यार यहाँ पे, और ये नदन वेस्टर्न ही जाएगा जोन. शिफ्ट खाता ये 12 बजे वाली आ गई गाइस, ट्रिक वाली जो मैं आपको बता रहा था. 9 बजे से 12 बजे के बीच में अगर शिफ्ट आएगा तो जोन के चांसेस है वहीं पे बने. ये ट्रिपल स्टोरी के आसपास ही शायद जोन जाए मे बी.
Before the circle pop, because you know these players are going to be getting into vehicles to make their next rotation forward, and that next rotation is far towards the north side. It is a real hard shift over towards Severny Way as well as shooting range, and I don't think a lot of teams were prepared for it.
TJB.
By the way, इस जोन में मैं एक चीज देख रहा था, हमने डे 1 पे देखा था साथ में मिलके, एक ही एंगल में भसड़ हो गई थी फेस की. फेस सेम कंपाउंड टीजेबी और फेस की यहीं पे, अगर आपको याद होगा. याद है वाला मैच? तो टीम्स ने काफी टाइमिंग्स पे भी काम किया है. मैप स्ट्रीम देखूंगा बाद में, मेरे को मांगता हूँ मैं. मैप स्ट्रीम अभी नहीं है मेरे पास. इस मैच के बाद या फिर एंड ऑफ द डे एक मैप स्ट्रीम मांग के फिर देखूंगा आज किस टाइमिंग्स पे टीम ने मूव इन करा और क्या फ्लाइट पाथ था. लास्ट टाइम क्योंकि फेज और टीजेबी की भसड़ हो ही गई थी, जिसमें थर्ड पार्टी करी थी आईएचसी ने फर्स्ट डे पे. तो दिस इज कॉल्ड दी, यही होती है रीडिंग्स जो बोलते हैं लॉबी रीड करना.
In the distance a little bit earlier on, so they can regroup up to that north side.
Yeah, for Fury again, I do feel bad for them. I don't think this is
इस मैच इस वाले जोन पे यार अल्टर ईगो भी स्ट्रगल कर ही जाती है, क्योंकि वो खेलना पसंद करते हैं ईस्टर्न साइड से. जोन ईस्टर्न का या तो बेटर है, बट ये लग नहीं रहा ईस्टर्न जाएगा. बट अगर चले गया तो अच्छी चीजें उनके लिए प्रॉपर एज एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते हैं. बट जब ईस्टर्न एज चले जाता है तो खेलने की जगह कम रहती है अल्टर ईगो को, और कहीं ना कहीं अनयूजुअल फाइट हो जाती है, पैट पुजी वाली फाइट समझ लो या कुछ भी, और वहाँ उनको बीटी होता है. अब देखते हैं अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स कैसे इसको कन्वर्ट करती है मैच को. थोड़ा डाउटफुल है, बट क्या पता
over in Group Red. They're playing into squads who are very tactically minded, and they are getting caught off a fair few times.
अभी मैप स्ट्रीम देख रहा था मैं वाली आपका जो मैंने आपको दिखाया था पॉज करके.
Navi do lose lemon.
उसमें दिख रहा है कि नावी और अल्टर ईगो आई गेस ऑरेंज वाली तो काफी क्लोज में है वो.
It's a pretty heavy hit to them.
हाँ ये ऑरेंज वाली अल्टर ईगो ही है.
Alter Ego looking like they just get across that road and out of the way
Pathing now. Timings Alter Ego की काफी सेम है नावी के साथ इस जोन में.
Have the speed to get Navi in there before Alter Ego could lay claim to it. A nice win on that trade. You see Rosemary picks up that point. Very valuable position for Alter Ego. You can see they're sending players out to
बहुत ध्यान से खेलना पड़ेगा Alter Ego लाइमैक्स को, बहुत ज़्यादा important match.
This spot and try and play from there. There is still the rest of the game to go because we're only in stage 2.
अभी तो NGX भी आएगी यहाँ पे.
Towards the edge, so it's unlikely that they're going to be in the circles for maybe in 2 stages time.
This next circle is going to be an interesting one. Oof, I don't like that one. Yeah, do not like this circle whatsoever.
बहुत crazy zone है भाई. मैं सच बता रहा हूँ कि points table एक तरफ जो बने जा रहे हैं और जो zone बनता जा रहा है वो crazy एक तरफ है भाई. क्या crazy zones बन रहे हैं. Toughness को बढ़ा रहे हैं वे zones.
Preventing those rotates from coming through in this mid game, because that's going to get cut out by blue very shortly. And yes, right now in stage 2, stage 3, it's a possibility to make those rotates through, but that's a decision that you have to confirm on. So a lot of your other rotates are going to come through on the Rozhok bridges as well as Yaz West Bridge.
Watchtower.
It's difficult. I think this is more of a game where it's a case of pick a spot. If it's good, play off the back of it. If it's bad, you're going to have to make some difficult choices in the future.
The team I'm looking at right now in terms of a strong potential position is IWNRX. They were hard on the southeast side. And that was before a pretty nasty spot for them to be in. But given the circle, they could move up
shift change हो गया bro इस बार.
Sits to the west of that god compound overlooking Yasnaya fields. And potentially have a massive
benefit जो मैं AE के साथ बोल रहा था, alter ego के साथ जो खेलना पसंद करते हैं. वैसे एक edge है जो late entries क्या बोल सकते हो pathing है I8 की, वहीं पे zone का अच्छा favor है और zone अच्छा मिल गया उनको, तो यही एक advantages रहते हैं.
It's kind of a coin flip at this point.
अगर यही zone आपका northern western रहता तो दूसरे कोने की टीम को advantage रहता था.
Having a weak positions to both.
Yeah, you just want to take a spot that you can play out for the rest of the game.
eyeball ऐसा तो नहीं होता यार, ये zone कोई control नहीं कर सकता, इसमें coding लगी होती है. Even though जितना मेरे को पता है, अभी पता नहीं होता है. PMGC का scene ऐसा है कि एक different use सारी चीजें different use पे होती है.
That bridge crossing, I think they're on the bank sides as well.
Phone में pre-install रहेगा, आपको उसी पे खेलना है. जो game होते हैं आप ले जा भी नहीं सकते devices से, आपको hand over करने पड़ते हैं. Practice के लिए अलग device मिलते हैं, जितना मैंने पूछा था.
But I think most teams right now on this circle are just kind of in this situation
और ये सारे random coding
they have to make it back towards some of the positions they scouted earlier. They have to move away from shooting range, which a lot of teams try to get into early on. So Falcons are fairly safe.
Especially यहाँ पे.
Damn, that's some nasty shots from Longs.
A double roll-up as well coming on through. Getso, Roy, Virtus Pro. Actually, it's a triple roll-up, I guess, technically. TJB going to stop in their tracks. They see two teams fighting. They've already managed to take some shots over this way, and Malo is the next to go down to them. Getso, Roy assisted on their roll-up by a big nade as well, coming in through from Duque there. Able to take Virtus Pro down. They were caught in the mix of three teams all rolling on.
Don Gaming, let's see यार IHC का क्या scene होता है इस match पे.
They're just going to have to go.
Momentum तो सही नहीं चल रहा.
Maybe they've seen something from earlier, but everybody had the same idea in this instance.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's no easy choice a lot of times in these circles where you're backtracking. Obviously, a lot of teams would have wanted to take those compounds that sat a little bit over towards that northwest side, which is now where a lot of teams will have to go. Falcons, I want to see a quick rollout here to try and take control of that plateau on that northern edge. I think sticking around here for too long might be bad for business, but at the very least, they can try and control some area. I think their worry is that a lot of these eastern teams will have sightlines over towards them if they try to take some fights with some of the teams coming through from that southern side. But yeah, I definitely have high hopes for Falcons in this game.
IHC not seeing that aggression that was promised. You know, maybe circle dependent, maybe, but it's not really been the case so far. Certainly not been winning if they have been finding aggressive positions, but they go for a long wrap around out in the blue. It is stage 4, so it's survivable, but it's going to start to hurt now, especially once this circle closes on up. So they need to be quick and take an aggressive fight. Unfortunately, TJB sit on that western side. It's a difficult barrier to break. Falcons Force spotting IWNRX as they try and make their push up towards that river, but there is a little bit of a response. However, it's going both ways. A crash onto their position, a knock over towards top, but Falcons Force are staying very healthy, and IWNRX going down to one player here.
Top knock.
Just said Wolf, a potential roll-up.
Sorry guys.
Peso as well.
भाई team भी आगे 4 kills भी आए, लेकिन एक और knock.
Spot once again, take it out early, and the roll-up
FLC को देखते ही 5 finishes FLC के पास, वो नहीं देखते हो. तुम गलत चीज़ों पे ध्यान देते हो भाई.
This is a very aggressive hold on the southern bridge, playing underneath it as well. this is typically a position you want to take if you are heading down towards the bankside, but it certainly can be played earlier. They know that, again, a lot of teams are going to struggle to make those rotates on that northeast side. It's going to be a lot of teams coming from Rosok over towards this bridge. So they can extract a lot of value out of this and then probably get into the late game fairly cleanly, just because there is limited teams on this south side to challenge them on this one. So yeah, actually, I respect the decision from Falcons to go for this play, and already finding one knock on Elim over towards Team Queso puts them at a 3-man. Yeah, a lot of nades been set from Fury. Get away from this. Get away from this gas station, please.
And next chicken bola tha instant eliminated.
Hopping about like some kind of devilish whack-a-mole.
NRX तो चौक कर रही है भाई. मेरे को लग रहा है NRX ऐसी टीम होगी जो नीचे आ जाएगी. वैसे नहीं, अभी 3 मैच बचे हैं. Too early to judge. TQ ने दे दिया knock. बहुत बीटी है भाई FLC को वहाँ पे. Oh, TJB ने meanwhile IHC और TJB का once again fight. एक बार IHC ने third party किया था यहाँ पे. फेस का बंदा बचा था first day पे. गया as well गया. Distracted.
Immediately Triple S puts it to sleep. Just one player now left.
Nice coordination TJB. बहुत अच्छा coordination. बहुत अच्छा sync.
All the way down the bottom of the hill.
This is one of these situations where you need to have plans going forward on the circles like this, where it gets a little bit tough in the sense that you know some difficult situations are going to come through in the future. We've already seen a fair few teams have those plans being laid out for them. I mean, Na'Vi could switch right back down towards this angle and play up towards Garage.
Finishes निकाल रही है वैसे edges पे, but
not ideal.
इस बार TN1 ने निकाल दिया.
They did get a couple of really good shots over towards Tiamba, but with oversight from Fury there, that push from Na'Vi was always going to be difficult.
Circle shift up towards the Getso Roy compound, the FaZe compound as well. Tong Jiabao right now also really, really happy with this shift. And remember, it's Falcons Force and Tong Jiabao both pushing. Team Queso have managed to get across the river, and it's made the Falcons Force position so much weaker, but Team Queso maybe looking to move away from it instead. See if they can get on.
भाई मैं देख रहा था नावी भी एलिमिनेट हो गई, NRX भी गई, मतलब इन टीम्स के पास तो मौका बन गया. TJB अच्छा एग्जीक्यूट कर गई वहां से, तो अच्छा ले जाएगी भाई.
This is a big opportunity.
FaZe का winner chicken dinner इस बार no open होती.
They tried to take a ton of space. It was
greedy. FaZe अगर chicken dinner ना और अगला मैच अच्छा खेल गई वो इसके अगले वाला भाई मजा नहीं आ जाएगा आपको. FaZe अभी कौन सी रैंक पे है? मैं FaZe की रैंक देखो बस 64. कैलकुलेशन लगाओ, अगर FaZe चिकन लेने के पास 17-18 पॉइंट निकाल लेती है, 64 समझ लो, ठीक है, 70-80 और अगले मैच में 90 समथिंग पॉइंट ले लेती तो FaZe तो ऊपर आ जाएगी.
Down towards that south side, and this is the beauty of Tong Jiabao, who is a team that is a clean finisher over on those fights. They do not wait around for them to finish. They are quick to the chase, just like this, finding an extra 2 eliminations in the back pocket. Yeah, wonderful stuff right now from Tong Jiabao. 2 players down though, and it is Triple S and Longs left remaining, but with ST3N going down there for Incilio, now Tong Jiabao can go for a quick reset.
Another knock over towards 626 as well. Tong Jiabao, yes, you're right, they can go for a little bit of a reset here, but they need to be very careful with Incilio having a little bit of a nosy over their way. ASI8 blank, by the way, they are still alive. 4
TJB controller again.
They took a knock there, and that's on IQ. So these 2 players you can see in the buggy, they're moving up to try and get the res. He's a lot further north than they are, and potentially that's the position they were going for anyway. That's only going to hurry things up.
NGX Na'Vi मैंने बोला था अच्छा गेम जाएगा. यार इस जोन में तो आपने कितने 3-4 बार, तो हमने 3 बार शायद ये जोन देख लिया है ना हमने. तीनों मैच में एक बार FaZe का चिकन आया था, थर्ड स्टोरी को किसने होल्ड किया था. एक बार TJB उसका फाइट हो गया था, IHC आई थी वहां पे, एक बार रॉय आई थी, चिकन लेके गई थी. ये टीम देख लो सेम उन्हीं के चिकन डिनर्स बन रहे हैं अभी फिर से. देखो याद है रॉय को मारा था, आई गेस रॉय IHC का फाइट हुआ था जिसमें फिर आपका लास्ट में FaZe चिकन ले गई थी, वही वाला मैच. NGX भी सेम इस जोन का कंट्रोल अच्छा लेके खेली थी ऑलमोस्ट उसी मैच में.
Elim game, low point
2 बार हम शायद ये स्विम जोन देख चुके, थर्ड टाइम यहाँ देख रहे हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं अब तो आपको भी पता ही लग ही गया होगा सेम लॉबी है कि टीम्स कैसा खेलना पसंद करती है.
And again, we're in that stage 5 phase where we're looking at FaZe themselves, right? For that central position, they've been quiet. Now they're going to start to mount an offensive to the rest of the lobby, where you can transition out of just controlling your territory and going away with it. Look, they're already up to 6 eliminations. They were on 1 not 10 seconds ago. A nade over towards Furia as the roll-up over to Tiamba seems to be inevitable here. And that is going to be the last of them going down. Tiamba, they had a good attempt at that first push against Alter Ego, but Furia, too much for them to bear.
Yeah, it's a really strong rollout from Furia. I don't think Tiamba expected it with how safe the guys from Furia were playing inside of gas station. For them to explode out of locale like that whilst Tiamba was trying to get the refresh on loot coming through from Alter Ego. It was a very unexpected play, like I say, and I think Tiamba just wasn't quite ready for it. So they go down, and again, where they could have got a lot more points off the back of this one. And this starts one of the few strong matches for Furia. We've seen them in a couple of ending circles now already today, and some of that playstyle we see over in their region starting to come back a little bit now.
Enigma Galaxy still in with 3. On the south side, they've been playing the Roshok bridge crossing blank, and we saw the strength that Falcons Force were able to have on the bridge out to the east. Unfortunately, the zone didn't keep them in.
अगर IHC नहीं मारती तो TJP की जगह IHC होती. IHC का खेलने का वही है bro.
Bao on the west, they have the hill out to their east to play up towards. Getso Roy in the north compound and FaZe on the east. These are the crucial factors. FaZe, they're really out in the cold on this one. Sorry, Furia really out.
जितना मुझे लगा TJP were prepared for IHC 2.
A wall crossing to make. You need loads of smokes to make it happen as well.
TJP के splits वगैरह उनको पता था कि एक टीम पीछे से आ सकती है जो कि IHC. वे इतने लंबे टाइम से खेल रहे हैं, एच का पता रहता है कि कौन सी किस टीम से खेलती है. काफी अच्छा एरिया TJP ने फायर कर लिया. अब देखो आगे क्या होता है.
By the other teams who are taking that opportunity for themselves as well.
बहुत अच्छा एरिया TJP ने बहुत अच्छा कंट्रोल लेके रखा है अभी
तक. They did lose one player for it. FaZe though going for something very aggressive. Big amount of nades been sent across. Good one heads forward over towards Gusta. He steps back in the last moment. The nade explodes in his face, but won't quite take him down.
Look at Mormon on this off angle as well for FaZe. They really just want to choke this fight out, leave Furia in the blue zone, give them no options to play but walk into a wall of nades. And Ventoras actually doesn't even want to wait that long. He's scouting out, he's moving in with the vehicle, trying to get a swipe through. I mean, maybe you pick up a player, but you certainly get information. You know they're all playing here now, and in comes the crash. Do they look towards Getso Roy? I don't think so. I feel like this is the fight that they just have to take. Ventoras is going to try and hound them down, and Mormon's ready to receive. They crash onto the flank of FaZe, and that might be catastrophic for them. They do manage to take the knock, but they're already on their way. The fold back needs to come through from FaZe. Pick your player back up, get him back into the circle, because it is going to be stage 6. That tick down is too harsh. Into the vehicle. Can you find the pack away and get back in? Because you might just lose a player for it. Chaos wants to spray down and catches both of them.
It's a hella smart play from FaZe. The fact they were able to watch over towards Mormon, they saw that Ventura scouted forward, saw none of them in vehicles. Then at that moment, as soon as he leaves away, they all make that surprise maneuver off towards the sidelines. Realistically, FaZe thought they had them dead to rights there, but the amount of smokes that were in play for both teams limited either side's sidelines. I think having a solo off angle there actually really hurts FaZe in that situation. Getso Roy now even having to peek over towards FaZe, who are now down to 2 players, and a game that could have been massively in their favor suddenly is removed from them, and Furia makes one hell of a rotate through no man's land.
Tongji Bao with a really big potential game on their hands here, Blank, because they were already up to those 8 limbs. Look at those standings.
Furia क्या play बनाई भाई? Furia unexpected कर दिया FaZe के साथ unexpected.
Haven't been added on yet.
अब Roy का push as expected.
Could be going down here and now. Their placements are going to be fairly low.
Molly नहीं है क्या?
A roll up from Getso Roy as well to the FaZe compound. They're shredded down to 2. That's going to make it so much harder, but they're going to give it a good go. Nade in. That's not going to be good enough there. Finds one on the flank, and it's Bella to try and
without any knocks.
Takes one. The rest is all up to Getso Roy.
Yes, or I lose car on that situation. But yeah, good fight there. Well played on the shotgun with the nade through the door line. You kind of just pre-fire the door there, and there's not much a player can do from inside that location.
Right.
Tongji Bao, though, yeah, very much an opportunity to confirm into that top 3.
Can't win,
this seems to just be the MO of Tongji Bao, which some quiet games here and there, followed by massive blinding matches, which really blows the opposition out of the water. Again, that consistency maybe not quite there for Tongji Bao at the moment, but the speed at which they're able to get those engines rolling and hit max velocity in these matches. Very astounding. Very, very astounding.
Roy 3-man hai.
Just going to stop at hit max.
Not a 4-man, bro.
Goodness me. The side swipe over towards Nick the Galaxy. With Ralph down, he can fully engage those big brain gears to try and figure out what to do. But unfortunately, getting off a cliffside where you have full sight lines from a team that just wants to spray you down, wants to take your spot on the tables, you can't outstrat that. It's impossible. You can outsmart so many things, but you can't outsmart a bullet.
You cannot. No, absolutely. Unless you're psychic, in which case maybe you could use your side powers to stop it in midair. But that is not a part of PUBG Mobile. What is part of PUBG Mobile?
IHC की लूट तो इनको मिल चुकी होगी. Oh भाई, फ्लार्ट नहीं मान रहा है. फिर से MVP बनेगा क्या?
Well set up, and it's very obvious that they've had a similar circle to this before, because where they're playing and the control they've had over that plateau that looks down towards the south side, incredible stuff. Already up to 11 eliminations. Would not be surprised to see Tongji Bao finish out both of these opposing teams now as they get this really nice lineup on the western side. As we're crunching in towards stage 9. It has just been a great game from start to finish here from Tongji Bao. Yes, they had the circle at start, but their control has been phenomenal. It's been this iron grip over the lobby on the western side. I don't think anyone's really been able to challenge it.
भाई TJB थ्रो कर दे. अरे सब TJB थ्रो भी क्यों करवा रहे हो बताओ गाइस. वैसे सिचुएशनल अकॉर्डिंग देखे तो आप चीजें काफी हद तक क्लियर लग रही है, बट अकॉर्डिंग टू यू व्हाट डू यू थिंक हु विल टेक द चिकन डिनर? 334 लोग देख रहे हैं, जल्दी से सारे स्पैम कर दो एक बार. एंड इफ यू आर न्यू टू द स्ट्रीम गाइस, मेक श्योर टू हिट द लाइक एंड सब्सक्राइब.
In a moment, so a potential difficult maneuver for
but Fury का वो जो मूव था फिर इसका भाई तुम्मा भाई.
Once this circle closes to its current white circle situation, it will be straight to the middle. And right now, TJB have got the closest to the middle position.
Yeah, I think when you look at TJB, this has sort of been just a masterclass in control on this game. It's been very hard to hold them down. I think they knew the exact angles that teams would be approaching from. They knew the exact fights they needed to take to have more presence on this side of the map. The splits have been pretty damn clean and still having impact towards that end game.
तो फिर का comeback भी आ गया. Next IHC का आ रहा.
Furia even been able to pick themselves up a nice little loot crate on the side as well. FAMAS in hand for Flower.
हटा.
Wow. A bit of low profile, but the nades certainly not. As Triple S nails it.
Oi!
Back over towards Furia. The spray down with the FAMAS still there, but the nade again from Triple S is there to seal the deal.
TGB वालों knock मत खाना कोई.
13th found as he gets that flush. Gets Roy trying to mount an offensive now to TJB's position. Really the only thing that could go wrong for them here is taking a knock or two. Maybe Kayovsky can do something in this situation, because we've seen some pretty great things from him over his career. Can he make this one work? Gets Roy trying to keep them at bay and actually vying for the center on this spot. So TJB are going to have to move a little bit more.
I do really appreciate... Kayovsky, go on. Maybe get a triple spray down here. I mean, it is set up so well for him. This could be...
अरे मार देता इससे बढ़िया यार. Shit यार.
I think that again, so many times we see these situations where I'm just like, you just gotta make the play. Just make the play, make it happen. I'm really enjoying the fact that Flower's got the FAMAS and the MG3 and the Ghillie. That's when you know a team trusts you to marshal a lot of these aggressive pushes. Like, just have it all. Just take it all, bro. You can have it. That's yours.
I mean, either that or they just had that many loot drops, right? That they all got at least 2.
हल्का smoke करके गाड़ियाँ घुमाई जा रही हैं. Full ने try कर रहे TGB वाले.
Some faith in him. Let's get Roy. They get rid of Kayovsky, and now it's a 4 versus 3. TJB definitely with the center, and big nades continue to roll on the
Nading. शायद utilities भी खत्म है इस point तक. ये बहुत अच्छी चीज़ करी है. बहुत अच्छा spotting.
Triple S on the flank though lights up the sidelines for Getzo Roy. Porsche next to try and leave.
What a chicken यार, मजा आ गया TGB देख के. What a game, bro.
Getzo Roy to fall and Tongji Bao.
GG कर दो यार एक बार इसके लिए.
Chicken dinner coming through
TGB के लिए on the chat, bro. What a game, भाई. जिस अप्रोच में इन्होंने IHC को वाइप करा, जिस अप्रोच में इन्होंने शायद INS को वाइप करा, वो रेड वाली टीम INS थी. हर एक एज को अच्छे से पकड़ के रखा है. NGX को पकड़ा इन्होंने. क्या कंट्रोल्ड खेला है लास्ट में. कोई ज्यादा ओवर कमिटमेंट नहीं करी. स्मोक करा, गाड़ी घुमाते रहे, नीडिंग करते रहे, इनफुल लेने का ट्राई. ब्रो क्या परफेक्ट खेला है ब्रो. मजा आ गया देख के. And guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. And TJB is showing that nothing is impossible. ये टीम फर्स्ट डे पे कहाँ पे थी, कौन सी रैंक पे भी कहाँ है। और गाइस अगर मैं बात करूँ लाइक्स की तो हमारे अभी भी क्या 500 लाइक नहीं हुए गाइस। जल्दी से यार 345 लोग देख रहे हैं, जल्दी से 500 लाइक का जो एक हमारा गोल है उसको कंप्लीट कर दो सारे। लेट्स गो।
Well, this isn't fair, gentlemen. You might ask, why is that not fair, Jason Kaplan, our host here at PMGC? Well, does this mean that the Chinese casters get to eat more chicken now on air?
Impressed by TJB. Never expected कि नए लॉन्डो के साथ आइए कैसा रहेगा, but TJB is playing damn good यार।
Every time a Chinese team wins.
स्पेशली डे 2 में अच्छा खेला इन्होंने और डे 3 में कंटिन्यूस अच्छा खेल रहे हैं। 2 गेम में पनौती लगा के टीजेबी जिता दी। कुणाल तो आज सबसे ज्यादा खुश होगा भाई। शन को देख रहा है भाई। शन को बाहर भाई बोल मारो।
And potentially into top 3 more importantly here, and that kind of makes me happy considering I have them as one of the teams in top 3. Flower though, 8 eliminations. Wow. I mean, we know how good of a player Flower can be, and we're starting to see him bloom here in Group Red.
In the words of Blank, this was a disgustingly good game from TJB. I'm getting deja vu.
मेरे को ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग्स देखनी है यार। व्यूज ऑन आईएचसी पता नहीं ब्रो, दे आर ऐसा लग नहीं रहा आईएचसी खेल रही है बस, और क्या बोलूं इससे ज्यादा। ऐसा लग नहीं रहा कि आईएचसी को देख रहा हूं खेलते हुए। बहुत पेशेंस से खेला है, सो ओवरऑल पेशेंस ही बोलूंगा यार टीजेबी को। जिस तरीके से उन्होंने एजेस पे जो कंपोजर चाहिए होता है फोकस के साथ दिखाया। सेम गोस टू द लास्ट मैच जो उन्होंने अपना फेरी वाला जो जोन बना था, वहाँ भी बहुत अच्छा कंपोजर था। पूरा एज अच्छे एंगल्स पकड़े, एज क्लियर करके देन आगे का जोन बना के मूव इन करे एंड अच्छा बनाया। वो कंपोजर दिख रहा है भाई टीजेबी का। आई गेस उन्होंने पकड़ लिया है फ्लो मोमेंटम। बस कंसिस्टेंसी चाहिए अब इसी चीज में।
More specifically, not down to his loadout, but his position. From his ridge southwest on, I think it was phase 6, phase 7, around like really late into the game, he was the one keeping full tabs on Nigma Galaxy crossing that bridge of Rozov. If he's not there, Nigma Galaxy can push over into the circle, but he was keeping them in check, down in the water, and they could not make any movement whatsoever towards the circle. So Flower, he was really strong to just set up the team for a strong late game.
Group green भी मजा आएगा देखने में, अच्छा ग्रुप है वो भी।
Flower, sure MVP of the game in terms of stats for sure, but more than that in terms of how much he gave information-wise to his squad and creating so much space in the first place.
Absolutely. Well, another team we're gonna have to really talk about here, Hot Jukes. Consider it's one of the 2 teams that we wanted
that
to
was
see
the blender वाला thing यार। बट फ्यूरिया ने अनएक्सपेक्टेड ही कर दिया। फेजल ने एक्सपेक्ट ही नहीं करा होगा फ्यूरिया वाले ऐसा कर देंगे।
I'd say their best game so far.
सारे बंदे घुसा दिए एक साथ।
And that is a small little inkling to what we could see more out of Furia, but they have to be able to maintain this pace if they want to get into top 11.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this one for 7. You guys ready?
No.
Okay. It's not a very you're questioning it like maybe do Brazil?
Right? Maybe? I mean, come on. All right, it's good to see them be able to finally
किंग भाई और अजय पे फुल भरोसा है। टीटी से बहुत एक्सपेक्टेशंस है ब्रो, लेट्स सी क्या होता है। टीजेबी यार ब्रो
kind of making that, you know, run for the
26 पॉइंट भाई।
really needed to happen right now.
टीजेबी टॉप 2 टॉप 1 तो नहीं आ गई क्या इस मैच बाद? 30 पॉइंट ऑलमोस्ट।
They were listening to the desk, Jukes. They were like, "Oh yeah, they say we have to do Hail Mary."
मेरे को पॉइंट्स टेबल देखना है भाई। रॉय ने पॉइंट निकाले, ठीक है, रॉय भी ऊपर आ जाएगी यार। फ्यूरिया भी कमबैक ही मार गई, ऑलमोस्ट फेज 10 पॉइंट गुड बने यार। टॉप 12 तो आना ही है उनको, सॉरी 11। NGX 6 कंसिस्टेंट, ये कंसिस्टेंसी है, ये 6 पॉइंट आप डिसेंट पॉइंट में काउंट कर सकते हो बिकॉज दे आर इन टॉप एंड अगर उनका एक मैच भी अच्छा कन्वर्ट कर लेते हैं तो डायरेक्टली टॉप 3 ही आएंगे। मैं यही कंसिस्टेंसी की बात कर रहा था। फैल्कन भी कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट लेके जा रही है, बढ़िया। आई ने भी अच्छे पॉइंट लिए, बट अल्टर ईगो लाइमैक्स के लिए सही चीज नहीं क्योंकि ऑलरेडी वो बॉटम पे चल रहे हैं। एनआरएक्स गिरती जा रही है नीचे, नीचे से टीम ऊपर आती जा रही है। एनआरएक्स के अच्छे मैचेस नहीं गए। नावी को भी 0 पॉइंटर नहीं निकालना था। आईएचसी तो क्या ही बोले, एनवीपी वर्चस प्रो भी इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल रही है। हेलो दानिश, हेलो 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 हेलो।
But the fact is, like when they have bad games, other teams are like, okay, this is an opportunity for us to catch up, and that's why we're seeing
overall standings, guys.
so close here between
MVP
a lot of teams in the top 8.
Lard तो माने ना भाई।
Could just jump up and become.
Lard भी like global में दिखाऊंगा तुमको।
I feel like that's going to mean tomorrow
8 eliminations, bro. 961 damage, shield 176, average survival 28 minutes, assist 6 assist. Nice.
go crazy. I8, and you know, even Enigma Galaxy, Alter Ego put up points. I mean, so like when you see that happen, I'm like, dang.
TJB #1 now. वही मैं बोल रहा हूँ. 30 पॉइंट भाई बहुत होते हैं 30 पॉइंट इसमें पॉइंट्स टेबल में.
Here in this match, you know, we see the top squads go out.
Damn, this is the भाई points table. TJB is in top 122 पॉइंट के साथ. NRX ने जो चोक करे ना आज के दिन पे भाई क्या हो रहा है ये. NGX I8 नीचे चली गई भाई. कंपटीशन देखो यार, I8 इतना अच्छा तो खेल रही है फिर भी वो टॉप 3 पे नहीं है. मतलब ऑलमोस्ट सेम पॉइंट है बट गैप देखो 117 111 111 106 100 ब्रो. पता नहीं यार आगे क्या होगा. 3 मैचेस अभी और बचे हैं. मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ जस्ट वेट करो, वॉच करो. मेरे को तो अभी भी एक्सपेक्टेशंस ऐसी है कि टीम 4th to 8 रैंक अभी इनमें से भी कोई अच्छा खेलेगा या नीचे जो अगला पेज है वो ज्यादा अच्छा खेलने वाला.
To first in one game.
That is how you do it, boys.
4 chicken dinners is madness, by the way.
Well, okay. Let me just add a little bit of a negative to the positive. 7 placement points outside of their 4 wins.
Who cares, dude? 4 chicken dinners, baby. Let's go. You take it to the
भाई 4 चिकन डिनर.
All the matches they played, only 7 placement points outside.
भाई इनका सीन सिंपल है. अगर निकालते तो डायरेक्ट चिकन ही निकालते हैं. मतलब चोक करते तो गंदा चोक करते हैं, कन्वर्ट करते तो पूरा कन्वर्ट करते हैं. 4 चिकन 40 पॉइंट तो यहीं से आ गए पोजी के. PN by ENS phase PQ AEVP Fury IHC भाई क्या कर रही है भाई.
The PL counterpart Chalmber is still struggling a little bit here, fighting Fury. They're not quite go their way, and they're going to be quite a bit away
टॉप
from
3
the top
जरूर
3 Chalmber, so we
करेगी.
still need to see a bit of
अब
a
कंसिस्टेंसी
resurgence
चाहिए
from them
गुरु.
eventually
कंपटीशन
throughout
बढ़ता
the
जा रहा है नीचे से भी. मतलब गैप ज्यादा नहीं है. मतलब हर एक मैच में उनको सोच के जाना पड़ेगा कि भाई 6-7 पॉइंट तो निकालने ही है. जो बड़ा मैच निकल जाए वो निकल गया वाला चीज है, बट 6-7 पॉइंट लेके जाने हैं. बट ऐसा नहीं है अभी टॉप की टीम्स भी अभी ऐसा नहीं. क्या पता TJB भी अभी 1-2 मैच में थोड़ा चोक करे. लेट्स सी.
13 behind Virtus Pro, only 24 away from top 11. So realistically, it is very possible to see Fury catch back up into this, right? They still
highest
have
eliminations
9 matches left to
yes
go.
ये हमने नोटिस नहीं करा. But yes, highest elimination, let me check.
The major
Highest eliminations है आपके NR sorry my bad NRX के second पे है, first पे I8 है, then I guess 75 third पे TJB है.
They are looking incredible these last few matches, and it's not just, I mean,
otherwise I'm going to count you out.
Yep. I mean, hey, Fury is coming back.
NRX 0 chicken, yes. Itachi की आएगी tension not. I8 बस skills है.
needs to do what Fury just did and more in this game, and at least
I8 highest finishes so far. Yes,
even a shot at survival stage, because Max, man, I mean, we're seeing crazy point jumps.
Fury अब comeback, अगर Fury ने comeback मार दिया तो यार ये टीम जो 12 के नीचे अभी सॉरी 11 के नीचे उनको दिक्कत होने वाली है ब्रो. वो समझ नहीं आ रहा मैं क्या बोलूं इस पॉइंट पे भाई. बहुत अलग लेवल चल रहा है अभी. मैं आपको पहले बोल चुका हूँ ये पॉइंट्स टेबल बहुत डिफरेंट है भाई. यहाँ पे एक अच्छा गेम ब्रो आपको टूर्नामेंट जिता सकता है. एक अच्छा गेम अगर आप कंसिस्टेंट खेले हो टूर्नामेंट. लाइक TJB देख लो यार, एक मैच से डायरेक्टली #1 26 पॉइंट्स निकालना मुश्किल है. जितना ज्यादा पॉइंट निकालेगी उतना गैप बनाएगी उतनी ज्यादा प्रोबेबिलिटी हाई करेगी फाइनल्स में जाने की.
I would be happy to see this Furia make it to survival stage. I think they could do decent there, but again, are we going to see just this one game be a flash in the pan, or are we going to see a continuation of it? That is the big question for the rest of this group.
Yeah, and there's a lot more to discuss. We're not going to do it just yet because we do have to head to a short break. But when we come back, I'm going to bring up the topic of the zone in that last map and how it did play out as well for all these teams. But yeah, we'll head to a short break. We'll get things ready to go for the third half or the last half.
IHC को मारा है पता है, एक बंदा जो गाड़ी से पीछे गया, डिस्ट्रैक्ट कर, उसको डिस्ट्रैक्ट ही रखा, ज़्यूल बचा था। पिज़्ज़ा के क्या इजी मारा उसने, कितना इजीली तरीके से। अनबाउंड लास्ट डे, यस ये भी बात है। TJB नाउ हैव अ चांस कि इन 3 मैच में इतना गैप बना दे अच्छा खेल के, एक CD और लेके, कि अपनी प्रोबेबिलिटी वो दिखा दे कि हम तो जा ही रहे हैं, हम #1 रहेंगे ही रहेंगे। बट आई गेस अभी तक ऐसी कोई भी टीम नहीं है जो कि लीग स्टेज में जीती हो और वो फाइनल में जाके जीत गई हो। गाइस प्लीज़ लेट मी कंफर्म द स्टैट। जो लीग स्टेज में जीती है, क्या आज तक वो PMGC का फाइनल जीती है? प्लीज़ मुझे एक चीज़ कंफर्म करना है, ये वाला, ये चीज़ मेरे को जानना है। मैं तब तक पॉज लेता हूँ, 20 सेकंड का आपको भी टाइम देता हूँ। क्या ऐसी कोई टीम है जो लीग स्टेजेस जैसे रेड येलो ग्रीन ग्रुप होते हैं, या इवन लीग स्टेजेस जो पहले PMGC में होते थे, वहाँ वो विनर रही हो एंड फाइनल्स में आके वो जीत गई हो PMGC के? ये चीज़ मेरे को एक बार बताना। नहीं अब तक तो नहीं हुआ, तो गाइस समझ लो फर्स्ट नहीं आना कोई यार। इमेजिन करो TJB फर्स्ट आ जाए। TJB फर्स्ट मत आना यार। जो करेगी लेट्स सी। आई वांट कि TJB #1 ना रहे ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग के बाद। आई वांट प्लीज TJB #1 मत रहना। NRX या कोई और टीम आ जाए, क्या NRX ही आ जाए क्या पता कम बैक करके, क्योंकि उसका गैप कम है।
Welcome back to Group Red.
ये इंटरव्यूज देखा करो गाइस, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रहता है।
Halfway mark of today, and I'm actually joined by none other than the team manager from Navi 40. How are you feeling today? How are you guys performing?
Okay, so for today we have a good start, Sanok game, and let's see what will happen in the next games.
Right on. Well, one of the maps that you guys have actually been struggling on has been Miramar. You guys are currently averaging about 2.5 eliminations. Do you guys feel like you're going to be doing something different today?
Okay. To be honest, in Miramar we have like a very bad zones. So let's say this 2 games, and if we have the same zone, we will try to do our best and get how much point we can get from Miramar. Let's say 20.
Not bad. 10 points per match.
Why? Why 10? We take a chicken and 2 soon, maybe.
How many you want?
I want 2 chicken.
All right, we're getting greedy with it. Well, you know what? Let's actually reflect back a little bit more, because we have played 2.5 days so far with this group. Has any team surprised you guys, or has any teams made your guys' life a little bit harder?
Okay, to be honest, it's I8 as I8 the name, I think. Yeah, we have like a little bit drop clashing before the games, before anything, military base, and so much social media happen. But now we changed, but I don't think they do very good, but they are top 3, I think, now. So let's see what will happen.
All right, well, they are currently ahead.
Get that man to host. Forget Seven. Get him out of here, man. He knew exactly what to do. Yeah, thank you. See you guys. Like, come on.
Bhai, kya baat hai?
So respectful indeed. But yeah, I mean, obviously love to see 2 chicken dinners for Miramar back-to-back. Gonna be tough, though, since every team is gunning for every single chicken dinner left in our lobby. But before we went to break, I did talk about how I wanted to
guys, थोड़ा सा sneak peek दो भाई ने क्या बताया इंटरव्यू में, मेरा थोड़ा सा मिस हो गया.
You had Getsaroy from Razak, you had Furia from West Yasnaya, and then you had TJB from Severny. It was kind of an easy zone for them to play out. However, in terms of Fury in particular, Max, I know you were talking about, we definitely saw a change up in the style. They were looking for eliminations. They were hunting, especially towards gas station.
Yeah, they saw what was successful for the teams at the top, which is a sweeping edge play style in this lobby. And Fury like, we'll do a little bit of that. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B, and we'll just start to play a little bit more aggressive on the edge this time around. And it worked out great to just sweep away the likes of Ultrigo and Chumba. Then they can go uphill towards the side of FaZe. And actually, they even had a good roll-up onto FaZe itself, right? But this circle in particular was very advantageous for a lot of those Northern West squads, Jason, because I checked on phase 1, about 70% of the circle was south or east of the river, and you have a big northwestern shift. All the teams are just getting completely obliterated down on those southern sides, which is why teams like TJB understood, well, if we just hold down these entry points like the bridges of Nigma Galaxy north of Rozhok, we're going to have an absolute field day this match. So they understood how the teams are going to respond to circles, which is very important when you get circles like this specifically, and you can just abuse it to its max potential. So yeah, a lot of teams like Furia, TJB played it as it should when you get these type of rough hardship circles.
Yeah. Rough is an
if TJB win PMGC, then PL again #1.
I think when it comes to Erangel, because
it's bad.
You know, it's when you have that river.
He wanted to chicken in last 3 matches. I surprised him by performance. बोला कि
and if the zone hard shifts to one or the other, we're most likely going to have a really bad game, right?
भाई क्या लग रहा है Falcons top 3 करेगी? देखो यार क्या सीन होता है मैं तो ये बोलूँगा just wait and watch.
We see a circle hard shift east. They have an easy route on in to the northern side of it, and that's still pretty split, right? I mean, as soon as we saw that hard shift, Max, we were both like, ugh, like this one is going to be, this is going to be disgusting. The zone goes up north once again, and Furia take advantage of it. And the problem with that is just, man, they've been losing fights. They finally won one. But look at the difference between our top 2 squads here. I mean, TJB, 4 chicken dinners. But still, IWNRX have more eliminations than these guys. I mean, that's pretty crazy.
This is to echo something that Jason talked about earlier, right? Is that sure, we do have 4 chicken dinners out of TJB, but they only have 47 placement points.
Eliminations,
0
placements.
chicken dinners for IWNRX, and they're really not that far off
Top
of TJB.
4
That's like 1 chicken dinner
33%
realistically, and they would be almost tied with TJB. So it goes to, again, highlight the consistency of IWNRX when it comes to reaching the late game and still fragging out big time. So sure, chicken dinners are great to have, but consistency is something of equal value, if not more valuable, in these type of.
जो मैं भी बात बोलता हूँ वो भी सेम बात बोल रहा है. Consistency bro बहुत ज़्यादा important है. Top आके उसको maintain रखना bro.
These two teams, Flower has actually taken over as our elim leader in Group Red over Z-Wolf, though I think Z-Wolf is still maintaining the MVP pace, and you can see their stats here head-to-head between the two, and obviously survival time is
team का HT को डुबाने के लिए mission में है.
He was actually behind Falcon, he was behind Kane, IQ, and Z-Wolf at the start today. He was in 5th position in terms of top fraggers elimination-wise, and he's overtook everyone in these 3 matches.
भाई TJB ने PL में ऐसे comeback करा था back-to-back chicken लेके.
The MVP award of this group for sure, Jason, and he showed
अभी बस करो भाई बहुत हो गया तुमने back-to-back बोल के तुम पनौती मत लगा दो भाई.
The point contribution
अभी अगला मैच start होने वाला है.
You had Flower at 12%. And Z-Wolf at 19% hot jukes. I feel like that's a good indicator of how well everyone on TJB is playing compared to IWNRX, where Z-Wolf is standing out more compared to his teammates.
Yeah, for sure. You know what? I mean, I remember hearing from Dennis behind the scenes, and he was just kind of like, hey, can you believe IWNRX could be one of the squads to qualify without winning a chicken dinner? Yeah. I think John was like, it's only a matter of time before they win it, but we haven't seen it yet, and that's pretty crazy.
I think Vlad's actually out there like, huh, did Dennis say that? I don't know. Is one of those two for sure. But you guys at home, if you're wondering what the device that all the players here are using,
कोई पनौती नहीं लगाएगा भाई. कुणाल देख लो, favorite player खेल रहा है कुणाल का.
Phone provider here of our event, not to mention 120 FPS. Max, I'm a little disappointed. Well, that's kind of dependent on you to have the phone out. Oh! It's just coming out of nowhere.
Sorry, I don't know. Whoa, that was weird.
That is 140 hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can play like a pro by picking one up. And also, our teams to focus here going into our last 3 matches of the day with 1 Erangel and of course 2 Miramars to follow up with. Hot Jukes, to start off with you. You got TJB,
Zeld को चाहिए PMGC win के बाद है relax हो गए. यार ऐसा मत बोलो भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. वो क्या पता internally क्या सीन हो क्या ना हो.
700 grand here, and they just went from 5th all the way up in just like that. So other than that, I got the 2 teams that dropped out of that top 3, right? I8 and Navi. They are right there. My eyes are going to be on them because they really need to start clutching things up. They don't want to wait till that last day to try to make it to the grand finals. So I'm expecting them to be a little bit extra urgent here and maybe a little extra risky because now it's time. You got to risk it to get the biscuit.
All right, well, Max, you had Furia, you had IHC, and you had Virtus Pro in there.
The bottom 3 because they need to do something, Jason. It's about time we see some big players, especially from Virtus Pro. Please stop losing 2v1s.
लेकिन नोवा से भी अच्छी टीम है चाइना में. Obviously, यार
we've said it about
बहुत सारी अच्छी टीम्स है चाइना में.
See something big at the end of today, otherwise they're going to be under so much pressure going into tomorrow.
A lot of team, but अभी काफी changes हो गए यार. मैं भी थोड़ा सा जब से मैंने देखा WBG की अगर ओल्ड टीम रहती है, ST की ओल्ड टीम रहती है, मतलब वो भी अच्छे कंटेंडर्स थे, बट अभी चेंज हो गए, तो अभी उनमें काफी डाउनफॉल आया है। अभी ट्रांसफर, इसमें ट्रांसफर विंडो रहती है ना, उससे काफी चीजें चेंज हो जाती है।
Yeah, and I had IHC and Fury as well. My difference was TJB though, which is kind of obviously weird, right? Looking at the bottom two teams compared to the number one team. Well, for me, it's about TJB. Like, hey, treat this like a double point day. Treat it like PMSL Americas, man. Pop off, continue to pop off, and create a lead here. If they can continue playing like they've done in these last two matches, TJB could build up a nice buffer, potentially going into the last day of play, where they can afford to have a bad game or two, because consistency was definitely something we saw lacking out of TJB, thinking back to our first day of play. So I'm curious, can they kind of maintain this pace? Can they continue to keep playing as well as they have been? And will any team be able to catch up to them if they do create this buffer?
You see these stats?
Yeah.
Day 1 to day 3, they just tripled their point outputs in terms of elims, and even damage is that they almost tripled their damage too. What?
Almost 10 eliminations a game.
लोग भाई PL में दिमाग बन के बैठ गए हैं, वापस मलेशिया नहीं जा रहे। चैटियान वो 86 टाइम का मंगोलियन सिखा रहे होगा। What happened to my dogs IHC?
We only play 3 matches out of the game, right? We expect that average normally to trend downwards, unless even if they keep this average remotely close to what it is right now. That is going to be the most insane day for a team so far this PMGC for 2024. Like that, these stats, when you get close to 10 elims a match in a global tournament, I mean, you're just cracked. You're just
Last question for me, Max, to you, okay? I know you said you don't want to see Virtus Pro lose.
कोई नहीं, फ्लाइट पाथ नीचे साउथ नहीं स्टार्ट होगा फैजल भाई, टेंशन ना लो आप।
I will always support the team that has an MG3, okay? That's my rule of thumb. If they have an MG3, I'm like, Tixie, you're cool, but MG3, you know, it's kind of hard choice.
I love it. I love it.
That's not fair. Your skate can't always be the MG3. What if one of them has an AWM in close range? Go for the quick scope, no scope.
Yes.
No.
Please. Oh my gosh. No. If they have the AWN, I'm automatically their fan. If they have a bolt action in general here at this stage, they have my love and support forever.
You know, Hot Jukes, if I could remove one item from PUBG Mobile,
Rival State से कितनी टीम क्वालिफाई होगी PMGC में 6 या 8?
You know, every time I ever see the MG3 come out, Max always does
simple calculation लगाओ यार कि
shooting. And you know, I think I've heard that more than enough.
तीन हर एक ग्रुप से टीम जा रही है।
That's not how I do. Every time I see the MG3, Jason, it's the MG3, let's go, and that's the whole segment.
बाकी आपकी 6 टीम्स हो गई, लास्ट चांस से एक ऐसी टीम जो कि होस्ट इनवाइटेड रहती है, लंदन की कोई टीम होगी, मतलब
give myself nightmares at night listening to it.
मिलिट्री सर्कल आ जाए तो मेरे को मिलिट्री सर्कल देखने का मजा आता है। मिलिट्री सर्कल में आईट का अच्छा रहा है, वो देखते कहाँ बनता है। वैसे भी बहुत ही प्रेडिक्टेबल जोन्स बन रहे हैं, मिलिट्री हो गया, क्वेरी साइड हो गया आसपास, वो अपना ट्रिपल स्टोरी के आसपास, पेट्रोल पंप या स्नैक के पास, वहीं पे आसपास बन रहे जोन्स मेजर।
Respect to all of you for pulling out some wild statistics to back TJB up. But yeah, I think so far TJB have just had this wild improvement between day 1 to day 3, and I think it has just come down to the fact that day 1, I don't think they were quite ready for this lobby. It just shows how good of a team that they actually are, though, considering that, you know, you give them 2 days with 16 teams, which is always easier, by the way. When you play in groups where you're having constant teams swapping back in, you're having to adapt to different rotations every time, but you do get just 12 matches with the same teams over and over again. You do get a feel for the lobby quite quickly that way. But again, it does require mechanical skill and ridiculous gameplay to be able to be like on day 3, okay, we figured it out. Let's just put up 2 massive chicken dinners.
They would become team invited first place. देखने आया तो मजा आएगा, वो देखने आया तो मजा आएगा।
Seemingly,
let's see.
TJB yet again, they just make these last-minute bids.
We'll figure it out.
Tables. I mean, yeah, it's like we'll do it eventually. Kind of like my opinion that IWNRX will eventually get a chicken dinner this group, right? Right?
Maybe.
A little bit nerve-wracking.
Damn zone, bro.
This
damn
west
zone.
side circle though keeps us over towards the Gaka Fields, keeps Everest in, so it's west side rotations on a west plane path.
I think this
क्या
is
लग रहा है guys? Major shift तो second ही रहता है. क्या लग रहा है वैसे कहाँ zone जाएगा?
We'll have to wait and see because Virtus.pro just have not been performing up to what we expect from them. Team Queso very, very close by to Tongjiabao. Just on the other side of things here in box compound. We'll see what they can get done. Shots are ringing out, but now Tongjiabao knows what's off in the distance. Rodrigo losing a player there too.
निकल गए.
IHC, really not a good way to start out your match 4
वो एवरेज जोन हो सकता है. एवरेज जोन लग रहा है. आईसी हिल पे चोक करेगी. देखते हैं. इनवाइटेड टीम्स इतनी अच्छी नहीं है.
Not finding TJB and they can get away and try and figure out where else to go. Going out to Taverny, I mean, it's an option potentially, but it's not in the next circle. And you're going to have to move through that northern side and likely cross down the river. Maybe go. I'm not too sure where TGB go. I mean, Yasnaya's not a terrible option, but they'll have to figure out where they're going to pull up in the meantime. Na'Vi with a little scrap of their own over towards Getso Roy. 2v1 on the inside of this. Back up.
निकल भाई वहाँ पे बहुत बेटी हो सकता था.
There's actually 2 players for Getso Roy.
और को जाती है ट्रेसिंग तो.
But there comes the backup for Na'Vi. A big nade comes through from Zunda. They can maybe try and chase this down, but Flip's there to play Guardian.
Na'Vi के लिए बहुत important match है.
Still a 2v2 with the down player here. The Res could potentially come on in as well. They're wary of these step outs. That off angle is in, and Puncher gets the protection, pushes him behind the wall. The upstairs push from the down player, and Na'Vi can get the Res.
Yeah, massively important fight here for Na'Vi. They know they want to keep these players up. They were so close to staying in that top 3.
7 पे 91 points. दोनों के लिए important है obviously.
Still hounding them. 0 eliminations found for Na'Vi so far. Nade up towards that top side. Good amount of damage from Flip though. Will find Zunda. That's through the window, I think, as well. So that's a nice shot.
Backup comes through from Getso Roy, and Lemon's down. 3 players all around him. I don't think Puncher can hold this one off now. The healing not quite there for Na'Vi, and these early game fights, damage sticks blank like glue. Flip, not too sure about that drop down, but there's the second. Pit 6 peeks in through the window, and in goes Puncher as well. They look to try and take control of the ground floor and the top floor of this house. But through the windowsill, it's still a big challenge. 2 players already down for Na'Vi. It's so unfortunate. As they try and push towards the top of the tables, the sirens are blaring outside of my window, and maybe Na'Vi need them.
It's just one more knock here, one more elimination to be found, and that will be a full squad wipe there for Na'Vi, getting 4 points on the board.
4 points तो ले लिए, but 2 man अब कितना आगे convert कर पाएंगे?
But it'll keep them in this game for a little bit longer. Playing as 2 is never fun, especially from minute 4. But yeah, I think if they can get a couple more elims or just even a couple more placement points, Na'Vi's not going to be too unhappy with that one. They just need to maintain this level playing field for themselves, get towards 115 points realistically for themselves. So in the future, life can be somewhat easy for themselves to grab another top 3 because it is still very close for that top side of the lobby.
Certainly is. It's close. Well, both bubbles, it is incredibly close, Blank, and the volatility still remains. We saw it over in Group Yellow. We thought that might be just a symptom of the teams in that lobby, but it seems like it's just this PMGC overall, and it goes back to what you were saying. Every single team here is a competitor in this truest sense of the word.
TNBA को क्या हो गया है भाई? पता नहीं यार, TNBA को क्या हो गया? फर्स्ट डे तो डिसेंट ही खेल रहे थे यार, अभी नहीं कर पा रहे.
To bear witness to it, IWNRX. They want that top swap.
Oye, Alter Ego यार ये मैच बड़ा निकाल देना please.
From Alter Ego, but no, they turn tail, they get out of there.
IWNRX. So on that south side, moving upwards, Alter Ego managed to get themselves out
of
that situation
versus
into the warehouses.
Control के लिए.
It'll do for now on that northwest edge in terms of future rotations. It doesn't feel good losing that one player early on though. Limits you force as a team overall, and you have to rely a little bit more over towards those third parties if and when they do come
IHC
through.
का comeback देखने के लिए तो हम सब बैठे हैं भाई.
Other squads though that are notables is Nigma Galaxy down towards Gatka, still rotating in from that edge of the map. And with this going over towards Everest, it might be one of the first North Everest circles we see in quite a while here in the PMGC group stages. And I'd like to see that one. Might give some more of our teams a chance, as we haven't really seen this side of the circle been picked up too often in our games.
Vengeance on the road. Trying to maintain stability in the middle of the pack right now. 8th place. And I feel like survival stage is a really good goal for this team. Definitely had their wobbles, but managing to find, I think they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar. They can maintain the lead on that pack towards the lower end of the tables, they'll be happy. get another shot into those survival stages. But the survival stages, I mean, given the quality of teams that we're seeing, are going to be so difficult. It's really nerve-wracking for teams in that central block from 4th down to 11th. Sure, you get another chance, but it is such a slim chance when the other teams in the lobby are so powerful. I'm really looking forward to the survival stage.
Yeah, it's going to be massively competitive as a survival stage. It's scary for a fair few of our squads to make it in. Here comes Falcons crossing on that eastern area, actually starting a Nova Noise, so going back to basics way back when this team played under Stalwart. Even further back from when they played under Stalwart, actually. They did switch up some of their drop spots later on, but yeah, back to basics essentially for the squad. A bit of a long rotate for them. I don't think they're too unhappy about it. Tongjiabao, one of the few teams that plays on this north side alongside with Furia in North George. So a pretty simple rotate for them down from shooting range. And they can play on this edge of the map. They had a bit of a scary start there in box compound versus Team Queso. But yeah, they were right to immediately get away. They knew that there was a spot available for them in Severny, which always is open. They could have just looted up more freely.
ASI8 on the north side of Quarry. Moving out to the west point of it. Trying to figure out their path into the future. IHC split across the top of Everest. Holding all of it right now. With Godless down towards Hospital as well.
किसकी बात मैं NRX की बात कर रहे थे क्या? NRX के साथ तो नहीं हो रही contestation.
That way. They do have quite a lot of the ground under control. This is a really nasty hard shift up to the north now, Blank. Georgia Pole all of a sudden becomes a very viable position. I'm wondering what Furia are going to do. Do they hold that north side? It's not unlikely that it goes up north, but there's a lot of water as well.
Yeah, massive amount of water out towards the western side of Georgia Pole, which isn't ideal for a lot of our squads. This is one of the, I would have preferred the circle to head a little bit further down towards the south side. I think it gives a lot more agency for some of the squads on that southern edge. But this one does cause problems where you have to just cram yourselves in either over towards North George or crates and apartments. And neither situations are ideal. Or you could play over towards that eastern side and pray that you can play off the back of some high ground to work with. Na'Vi getting pulled apart here down to just one final player now for themselves.
ताजी मेरे से पूछता कारपेट कहाँ है इस सेट IHC क्योंकि they are at the bottom of the table.
Leaving Koa in the dust, ASI8. Extracting value. Does take a little bit of damage, but should be safe on the high ground for now.
Bro, who is your overall favorite in this PMGC? यार तीनों स्टेज होने दो फिर बात करते हैं.
Could be a big difference maker for ASI8.
फिर आपको अच्छे से बता पाऊंगा.
Yeah, still in that top 3, which is nice for them. Able to get ahead from Big Galaxy with those 2 elims as well.
No car skins, no skins for all these teams. सबके लिए same है, equal है.
The one that's most hard for over at the moment with IW, NRX and Tongjiabao.
होता ना कि skins रहती है तो या फिर official में ऐसा करते एक अकाउंट रहता है अगर skins वाला सबके पास सेम रहेगा प्लेयर्स के पास नहीं रहेगा तो किसी के पास नहीं रहेगा ऑफिशियल्स में मिशली किसी के पास नहीं रहता है PMGC लेवल पे क्योंकि वो लेवल सेम ही रखते फेयर गेम प्ले रखने के लिए
circle like this with ASI8 who are very firm on playing down towards
vehicle to skins everything low NRX and FLC हो गया है ये तो नहीं भाई एक्शन ये नॉक क्यों खाना था NRX पार्ट दी गिवे NX ले लेगी FLC को लग रहा है मुझे बाकी पता नहीं वंडर्स हो जाए अलग चीज है.
2 teams try to fill the void and over the top the nades will flow. Falcons force IWNRX
एक्शन नॉक नहीं खाता तो
now along the rocky crags.
IHC बैकफुट पे नहीं होती.
Looks like he's got that first aid off. But no knocks sent either way just yet. Falcons Force and IWNRX both on 4 players. Zedwolf steps up with a DBS, eats a lot of damage from a nade, has to back off almost fully there. Up and behind, allows his team to take over the tussle. And in through the smoke, the nade is found as well. The follow-up over towards Zedwolf is great. Kane not really able to do too much now from the backlines, and Falcons Force in control of this fight. Icy steps in for the fight. Swain nearly clips him, but isn't going to go down just yet, not without a fight.
Icy dropping down. HP, Tops next to go as well as East. This is going
मेरे को लगा संभल जाएगी FLC अब. जितने में सोचा मैंने कि LC चल स्टेबल हो गई है उतने में तो ना आगे TN पीछे से.
Icy to try and close this out with Swain slightly further behind.
TN Pump. Nice. Last बचा. खत्म. लेगी शायद. FLC निकाल लेगी. ओह. PN आ गई पीछे से. भाई कास्टर्स की आवाज कहाँ चलेगी?
That is massive from Tianba.
It's depressing for IWRX, actually. I mean, at the very least, they could have potentially got the 4. I think that still would have been a likely.
यहाँ पे IHC versus NRX होना था. NRX versus
boys on Falcons. But again, Falcons, that's even worse for them. They knew that they would have had a great game off the back of that one, and Tiamba being able to come in from the eastern side and get a huge nade like that off, which instantly ends the fight, by the way. Yeah, man, that's unfortunate. But Tiamba also really needs this.
Tiamba बढ़िया timing पे आ गई यार. क्या करती है वहाँ पे? FLC ने knock कितने ले लिए थे?
Not 90-point game here, but 90 points on the leaderboard after this game. They will feel
action का knock समझ नहीं आया. मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया कि action का knock सबसे पहले वहाँ पे कैसे आया. शायद एक्शन का नॉक नहीं आता तो एनरिक्स के क्लोज पे नॉक्स आ जाते तो पुश करने का ट्राई कर सकते थे एडीएस रख के. वहाँ पे थोड़ा पुश डिले हो गया. उनके नेड्स वेस्ट हुए. एक भी नेड कनेक्ट नहीं हुआ. नहीं तो अगर एक नॉक आ जाता ना जब एक्शन नॉक हुआ था तभी वो पुश कर देती है एनरिक्स. वहाँ पे बच गए. उसके बाद अच्छा कमबैक किया है एफएलसी ने. चारों मैन स्ट्रांग हुई. फिर वो जो गलत नॉक खा लिया उन्होंने 2-3 चीज गलत हुआ.
I think heading over further towards that northern side is just going to cause problems for teams where you're unsure where you want to go. But this kind of securing itself down towards that south side means that a lot more squads can have potential.
एक्शन लकी था कुछ भी नॉक मिल गया था. देखा नहीं मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया एक्शन का नॉक का. मेरे को रीजन नहीं पता. बट वो नॉक थोड़ा सा कॉस्ट तो किया गया. फाइट टाइमिंग्स पे थोड़ा सा डिले हो गया. इवन दो वो ही बोल रहा हूँ नेड अगर एनआरएक्स के कनेक्ट हो जाते उस पॉइंट पे तो एफएलसी तो वहीं पे फाइट लूज कर चुकी थी. एनआरएक्स चढ़ जाती उन पे. फिर भी चांस मिला एफएलसी को. बाद में गलत नॉक लिया. बहुत टाइम लंबी फाइट की.
So it's about time we had a stand up from one of them. Enigma Galaxy
TJB झूठ ले ली.
to do so here.
TJB zone ले ली झूठ से.
Get the res. You'd hope so.
Let me check.
A little bit isolated. Push down south from Incilio. They're crashing onto Vengeance. They've got 2
मेरे को
knocks.
अपनी स्ट्रीम देखना तो
It's a
पीछे
weakened
करके थोड़ी
team.
सी.
They can get out of the crates. This is a great opportunity to give themselves rotational ability into the later game, but only if they can get past the final hurdle, because that's already 2 knocks. Another one potentially in the wings and upstairs. Finally, Incilio wrest it back into control. They're 3 players and they can get the res.
Oh my god.
Good stuff for them.
Nice one.
Over on the eastern side. You definitely wanted to take advantage of what was going on for Vengeance there. It was a good timing to get in.
ये टीम लेट आई ना. हाँ विन की टीम लेट आई. विन से पहले जोन दिया. बढ़िया. वरना टीजीबी को नॉक भी हो गया टीजीबी का.
676 from Westron. I'm actually surprised he hit that shot, but well done through the smoke. IHC though, nice spot for them in apartments. Is this going to be an IHC game for the first time in Group Red?
Could it be?
कास्टर्स को बिलीव ही नहीं हो रहा कि ये क्या IHC का गेम हो सकता है.
Rotate from the top of Everest, right? They were the team that was where the fight between Falcons Force and IWNRX were. They went so quickly as soon as that north circle popped in towards the bridge position, the bridge area of South George. So this rotation may pay off for them, right? And that's what they're looking to find value for this spot. When did Enigma Galaxy get in there? They were playing all the way down on the south.
Yeah, they've been making some quick rotates, some quick movements, and taking advantage of a lot of the fights that are going around the map. And this is something that Enigma Galaxy has always been quite good at, is identifying like when those gaps form in the circle. They don't form for very long, but those opportunities when they come, Enigma Galaxy is quick to take up on the chase on them, and that's realistically down to the call coming through from Ralph as well as assist from the rest of the team. So again, like I was saying earlier in Group Red, yeah, they've had a massive improvement when it comes to IGLing as well as just cohesion within the team, because yes, the IGL can make a call, but it's not all down to the IGL a lot of times. It's Tixi up against Furia. 2 players for Furia still remaining, but right now Tixi in a heated 1v1 with Gusta.
Cooking the nade, trying to get it nice and hot, nice and toasty for him, but he doesn't like it. He sends it back to the kitchen. Tixi knows he's allergic to those nades, but not going to be friendly. Not going to be friendly with him. Last nade in the
40
bucket.
points.
Going short on the top of this ridgeline, though. A bouncer off the pillar. Oh. That was so close.
It really was. That was actually a very nice throw coming through from
इस जोन की मैं फिट देखनी है यार. ये जोन में NGX ने अच्छा रोटेशन दिया
होगा. I wonder if he's used all of his nades.
मेरे को रोटेशन याद आ रही है NGX की.
Yeah, I don't know what else he's going to really get done here other than just kind of chilling in the back lines.
He managed to pick up some more nades from that crate.
इस मैच में NGX ने अच्छा रोटेशन दिया होगा. पाथिंग बोल रहा हूँ मैं, पाथिंग की बात कर रहा हूँ. देखना पड़ेगा यार इसका. मैं आफ्टर द मैच देखता हूँ मिलता है अगर.
I meant to say angle, but I went for ankle. That would work too. Oh dear.
That's one of the sillier fights that we've had here in PMGC. Just not wanting to look at one another, to see who can get that nade first, and Tixie's unable to find it in the end. Tongji Bao currently in crates over on the Season side. Their only competition at the moment is FaZe, but
गाइस ये एलिगेशंस की बातें मत करो चैट पे. मैच पे ध्यान दो यार. TGB देखो 4 मैन खड़ी है, पीछे से वेन की टीम आ गई है.
Inside the crates, one is smoking, but quite a few of them that are fairly healthy. It's one of the difficulties of this location that there's not a huge amount of spots to actually.
मेरे को लग रहा है अगेन जोन राइट साइड तो नहीं जाने वाला भाई. राइट साइड जोन ज्यादा मेहरबान है आजकल PMGC पे.
Currently FaZe playing
left side
in that little dip you can see that's behind those lifting cranes, but they're going to have to leave and move around, probably through TJB at this point. Potentially could go for a swim over towards the bridge. That might not be the worst idea in the world for FaZe. I mean, you know you're going to have to fight through unless you can get players ahead of TJB.
अभी लेटेस्ट रोटेशन अच्छी थी NGX की. NGX की रोटेशंस यार इस जोन में मेरे को याद आ रही है. टाइम पे NGX ने बहुत प्यारी रोटेशन दी थी सेम जोन पे. मेरे को तब हिट करा कि आज से 1-2 साल पहले. मेरे को लगा फिर से मेरे को देखना है. यहाँ पे उन्होंने पाथिंग क्या रखी थी. मैं स्ट्रीम पे देखूंगा बाद में. ऐसे नहीं पता लगेगा.
They're finding the success they want here. I mean, TJB is just packed in towards those crates with some crazy sight lines all over the place. Noise goes down. I think Mella's already made the decision to send out towards that western side and try and play the cliff face. It's the smart decision they could go for here, especially when they're right on the bubble at the moment. FaZe currently 74 points, 1 point ahead of Team Queso on 74. At risk of dropping into the bottom 5. It hurts to see these elim proportions, man. 20 elims, 43% contribution coming through from Mella. Needs to get picked up by a team, dude.
Oh, wow. A big shade to FaZe. They're not a team, according to Blank. Goodness me. But you're right. I feel like he definitely has been a massive, massive factor in this roster. The numbers bear it out. And he has a bright future ahead of him. I'm hoping to see a lot more from him.
Yeah, me too. I'm not no shade to FaZe, honestly. I just
think that
the current team he's on, he is just outshining a lot of the other players on that squad. I don't know. Maybe the rest of the squad just needs a little bit more time. I know that the other players are good. I know Mormon's a strong player. Onzen's been around for quite some time as well. It is just Mella who's doing the lion's share of the work.
FaZe वाले क्या कर रहे हैं?
Yeah, that's kind of undeniable. They did finish
FaZe वालों ने zone ले लिया भाई.
Respective qualification region.
शोर से पूरा travel करते
करते. In general, they didn't have the strongest of results back there either. They did come through their league stages in second place on the overall standings, but that really didn't come back to aid them in those finals. They only got 1 chicken dinner across all of those finals. So definitely seeming like a little bit of a middle pack table stuffer from FaZe as a team right now. But with Mella, if you can unleash him, right, that is where you find that value. And hopefully FaZe can figure out how to do that.
Let's take a look at the other side of the map now, because we do have Alter Ego sat down towards that southwest side. I think most teams right now are figuring out where they want to play this one going forward. I don't think Enigma Galaxy actually has one of the strongest of positions over on this eastern edge. It is really difficult playing from this spot, but your main focus is sort of clearing out the teams coming in through on that northeast side outside of crates. So this is where Enigma Galaxy needs to pop off a little bit and basically create space for themselves on that northeast edge.
I8 को वार्निंग मिला है. अभी डिस्कशन चल रहा है I8 के ऊपर. किस चीज का ज़ेरोक्स भाई? मैं भी बताए क्या डिस्कशन चल रहा है, क्यों चल रहा है? भाई यार ये मैच FLC का क्या जाता है यार? अगर FLC के पास 3-man एडवांटेज भी रहता तो ये मैच अच्छा निकालने की कैपेबिलिटी थी बे FLC में. अच्छा एवरेज पॉइंट मेंटेन कर लेती.
An answer back towards 676, but yeah, should just be easy pickings here. Easy reses as well, nice and covered off.
Nice. Phata.
Flower going fairly low.
Great win.
Mela finally down. Tongji Bao's nades today have been fairly unreal, honestly. That's in terms of accuracy. Time on cooking them as well. Yeah, it's been pretty awesome to watch.
Where do they start with Sanok?
I think Tongji Bao likely going to try and get a refresh on.
I don't know the reason, but abhi yahi chalta hai global pe. Pehla Sanok
in the wings.
In Erangel and Miramar.
Another strong player coming through from FaZe.
Surprise bhai, surprise. Bura laga.
Flower is still on the beachhead and Longs will not get back to it. An isolated player now. Nigma Galaxy, could they read into this? Could they know that it's getting crazy? The nades from the high ground.
मैं भी यही पूछ रहा हूँ किस चीज की वार्निंग मिली है ये को बता दो.
Hits the water, goes around the edge, the blue zone's there. Dodges a lot of damage for it though. And across the beach, TJB trying to make their approach to this circle. 676. Ever vigilant, waiting for that rock. Knows that it's likely he's going to leave on the blue zone, but he's already ahead of it. Ventura's out in the water. As soon as that nade goes in, he knows that he's not going to be there and have to be wary. Tiamba looking for a cross, and they roll straight into the barrels of Alter Ego, but only losing one on the approach means danger for Alter Ego. Fortunately, up on the wall, they've got Boysil to handle Tiamba on their roll-up. No way through. The way is shut, and Alter Ego hold the south.
Yeah, Tiamba had a really limited decision to go for. Nigma Galaxy over towards Team Queso right now. Nice nade kind of thrown very casually by Redox as he passes by this shack. That was very cool. Does move up towards a window and will get shut down, but now Snowix needs to support the rest of his squad.
A nade to suppress, but
भाई इसमें truth है Xerox भाई, ये तुमको किसने बताया? वो told you, मतलब ये बहुत बड़ी बात तुम ऐसे बोल रहे हो. ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता लैन भाई, वही तो लैन पे ऐसा हो ही नहीं सकता ब्रो, पीछे बंदे भी तो रहते हैं एडमिन्स.
So two players, and remember they have now just pushed out FaZe into that 12th place.
Damn, that is sad to see. I think for FaZe, they were banking on having at least one more elimination, keep them a little bit safer for a little bit longer. Na'Vi, though, on the other hand, after being hounded by some of these other players on this eastern side, actually one of the few to remain healthy and living over on this north edge. And the circle still holds him in. So looking for an even higher placing. And we've only 19 players left in the lobby. It is predictable that quite a few teams will be going down soon. You can see Nigma Galaxy 1 player, Tongjiabao 2, Na'Vi 1, Falcons 1. Team Queso, technically right now, only one player.
And blank, there's only one team with 4 players alive. It's IHC. One elimination so far, but this is where you have that central circle team that starts to flex their muscles. In urban environments, it generally tends to happen a little bit later because you don't need to expose yourself to as many angles in these built-up finishes.
PMGC coaches group chat पर add हूँ मैं.
That's where you expect to see the numbers start to rack up. But are IHC up to it? Because they have not been so far in Group Red. This is their big opportunity. But they're so far behind blank.
I don't know. भाई ऐसा कुछ है तो let me check. Let me ask.
For IHC, it's one of those games where it has to be a gigantic win for them. And at this rate, with the limited amount of eliminations they've been able to pick up, they've just got to hope that teams do make their way on over to where they're currently playing, and they can pick up 6 to 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner there. At least that puts them back into a position where 1 or 2 really strong games tomorrow might see them into survival stage. At the moment, if they don't get this chicken dinner, we're still kind of just counting them out from making it in.
ASIA, 4 elims, 3 players alive on the south side, pushing in towards north edge of this area. The next building they need to strike towards, a little bit difficult to access right now with Team Queso on the off angle, with Alter Ego as well down those alleyways.
676 क्या zone लिया है?
Less of an impact than Team Queso are from that position, but you can see how difficult it is to make moves here now. Just getting cut down. Falcons force will fall. 6 still with the circle on top of him, and TJB similarly positioned.
Yeah, 6 can definitely live this game out, which is really nice for him. And the circle allows
TJP का
it.
composer
That's
देख
the
के
only
अच्छा लगा.
reason he's still into this one. But likely
अच्छा
stage 8
zone
is
नहीं
going to
था
cut
इस
him out.
match में इनके पास.
He'll be super
But
lucky
zone
to
के
get
साथ
another northern
धीरे
shift on the
धीरे जो
circle.
इन्होंने
But
moves
for
बनाए हैं
Na'Vi,
जिस तरीके से
6
zone लिया है
knows
वो एक
just
बेटी
how
ना होता ना
much
phase वाला जो
getting
पीछे
a
से
top
Venturous ने
5
मारा ना
would
शायद.
mean to them as a team.
बढ़िया
Just
एक
needs to
एवरेज
survive a little
फाइट
bit
टिल
longer.
एंड वाला सीन रहता है
IHC, they
टीजेपी की
actually
तरफ
took
से
a
देखने
knock
को
in
मिल
the
रहा है.
center.
ये टीम तो
Of all the teams that could have
मेरे को नहीं
happened
लगता
to,
टॉप 3 से बाहर
they
होगी
have a
शायद.
pretty wide split
अगर
on
ऐसे
the
ही
hold
खेली
right
तो
now. And I
अप्रोच
think
बहुत
coming
प्यारा है.
into stage 8, there is going to be some very quick movements, and IHC are going to have to be on the ball. And during that shift, already they're having to send a player out from one of those outposts just to get that res off. I think it was a very bad time to be peeking.
कर लेती तो PMGC
I think in general, though, Rogue was very likely going to have to regroup here anyway, with the players on the west side likely going to try and take that building from them. So that res, that regroup, potentially just waiting to try and catch someone moving too early, or trying to get ahead of that rotate. However, that regroup comes through, that res is out, and IHC are back at 4.
Ooh, for Tongji Bao, that's a smart move from them. Heading over towards the buildings on that north side. They know that 6 wasn't really going to challenge them, and now 676. This is a complicated sentence. Will now be watching 6 for his move.
He's on that cliff face. They've been prepared for it.
काफी बोरिंग हो रहा है यार. फाइट्स कोई लेता नहीं है जोन में. जोन टू जोन सब अपना चलते भाई. चलो गाइस कुछ दो ना यार फाइट्स वगैरह देखने को मिले. स्टार्टिंग में देख ली हमने फाइट्स थोड़ी बहुत जो हुई. अब फाइट ही देखने को नहीं मिल रही. मजा नहीं आ रहा यार.
IHC still is 4 in a 2-2 split.
His two teams go out really relatively quickly against one another. So Na'Vi as well as Team Queso out. ASA still running, still making it happen over on this south side.
पता नहीं यार अभी तो मुझे कुछ पता नहीं इस नॉलेज में तुम बोल रहे हो तो पता नहीं भाई. बाकी अगर ऐसा होता तो भाई एक्शंस होते उसमें तो एकदम से.
On their push over towards Team Queso.
I don't think ऐसा कुछ हुआ होगा. लगता नहीं है मुझे.
Honestly, and now Ralph is in a tricky scenario.
Waiting to pre-fire that door. The smoke is there to cover him off visually. Ralph actually trying to go for another angle. A shot over towards the north side, but it is just going to be the play zone to take Enigma Galaxy out of the mix.
TJP ने कब निकाल दिए 7 eliminations भाई पता भी नहीं लगा.
Towards the top 3 with this game, the only team really to be able to do so. In fact, definitely the only team to be able to do so off the back of their performance here with the placements that they have yet to earn. I think they will jump up over Enigma Galaxy, even on those Elim points, and they are still alive. Not so true for the teams ahead of them. Is IWNRX even safe from this one? Because they went down.
बस जोन को देखते रहो थर्ड पार्टी नहीं करता with that zone. Yes bro, अब धीरे-धीरे अब होगा. टीम्स मरेंगी धीरे-धीरे. जोन आ नहीं पाएंगी. जो जोन पे होगा वो बिट्टी करेगा.
Has to hold face. They're on this 2-2 split flank, so it is essentially a protracted 2-2, and I think this is the right choice, right? Just regroup, play the middle.
Yeah, it's still unreal that Pongjibao is still in this game with 7 eliminations as well in stage 9. Like, from the spot they're in, they can push forward. It's going to be ASI8 who is the big problem, but a nade like this could cause disaster for the 2 players making their way in. Catches the one on the back lines, and that is a lot of damage done, helped by Alter Ego on the outside, but any placements upwards for Pongjibao, they're happy with.
Absolutely. In goes the last player from ASI8. That's IQ. IHC taking shots out towards the window. And that nade goes on in. It's going to be TJB to take another point here. 8 elims. 2 players from TJB now looking to move in on the ground floor. A high nade up from Furia. The rooftops across from them. Not isolated enough. They're going to have to drop down.
TJB की तो तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी इस मैच में.
Steps out the window, gets that peak.
कहां से कैसे जोन लिया है पूरा हार्ड शिफ्ट का जोन क्या कंट्रोल्ड है भाई. मजा आ गया.
But there's still one more player to go. It's Triple S with the
बहुत बढ़िया यार बहुत बढ़िया. #3 ले आई TJB कहां से भाई.
The last to stand in the way. IHC only 5 eliminations.
कहां वो गैरेज में फंस के क्यूब से जोन अपने 70 साइड जाके क्यूब से फिश प्रॉन से एज शोर टू शोर आई. मतलब अंदर कंटेनर की साइड एंट्री मारी. पीछे से फेज आई वो एज पे निकल गई. बहुत कंट्रोल पे बहुत कंट्रोल खेल रही है.
Across the hallway as he steps in. Furia goes down first. The second not so quick, but the DBS still a difficult challenge. IHC are up to it.
Yeah, he was lost in the smoke there. He had no idea where he was in the end.
बोला था ना कि IHC का comeback. चलो finally IHC का chicken dinner आया guys. Chicken dinner.
And you can see they don't look too elated with that win. It's fair enough. That is the first
guys एक बार GG कर दो. IHC के लिए guys अगर आप stream में अंदर नहीं हो तो make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel guys. जल्दी से like कर दो सारे एक साथ like दबाओ 500 like कर दो 500 600 700 जितना होता है उनको like कर दो सारे एक साथ. Subscribe भी कर दो.
Teams still stumbling around that 11th place barrier. You know, there is still a chance for
IHC and Georgia City.
Although it is a
TGB qualified.
long way away.
Mr. Rango, hello bro, what's up?
Definitely.
तुमने पहले मैसेज किया था, मैं देख के भूल गया. चलो finally chicken yes. चलो IHC का वैसा चांस तो है कि
Finally, the team who won
casters की reaction देख रहे हो?
last year has a decent showing. But it obviously did finish this out. Georgia was exactly where they dropped. That's a little bit of the caveat I'll give. But for them to make the right decisions, Max, I'll let you go into that. Obviously turned it into a game-winning match.
भाई सब बोल रहे finally chats में
because we know how much
finally chicken आया. But यार इस मैच में play देखने का अच्छा था. इसमें TJB ने काफी अच्छा खेला. TJB का अच्छा मैच था. देखने मजा आया.
Yeah, it's the best location. It's the favorite thing. And they go there super early, and the moment I saw the circle go north, I was super scared. Like, IHC, I know how you play. You're going to hold on to that position for as long as you possibly can. But no! For once, Jason, they left Everest early, went in a position they pre-scouted because that's where they drop. They drop in Southern George Pole. And they took the best building in Southern George Pole, in the residential area, which are going to be these apartment buildings because it has extra verticality, which makes it
need momentum. Finally, the back format क्या है? Top 3 directly qualify. Yes, top 3 आना है. 8 मैच बाकी है ना. Yes, bro, अभी बहुत लंबी जर्नी बची. 8 मैच बहुत होते हैं.
Man, I mean, this was it was so good to see IHC and Furia like right there at the end fighting each other in a game where they really needed it. I mean, we got two
almost आधा पकड़ लो. Almost आधी जर्नी पकड़ लो. कर सकती है भैया IHC. Let's, you guys can do it. Let's go.
You didn't see a pop-off celebration, right? Because they know
IHC करेगी. 12 ही तो top 11 ही तो आना है bro.
That's a terrible
Finally 50 yes.
in their situation. I'm glad they got this win, regardless of whether you want to make the conversation about they were left in the circle or whatever, right? They just needed it. They needed something to go their way. It finally did. But is this just a start, right? Or is it just a one-time
but Navi का जो एक बंदा बचा था उसने भी क्या zone लिया है वैसे यार.
They followed it up with a second place here on this game, so they definitely have built a bit of momentum. We're just hoping to see the same thing out of IHC now. That's going to be the big expectation, hopefully.
Yeah,
and actually, it kind of was easy for them to get to the late stage because you look at their damage ratio, how much damage they took. I think only one player was knocked realistically. The three of the players, they didn't take enough
bottom
damage
4 directly eliminated.
The entire game.
12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Bottom 5 directly eliminated. TGB consistency, yes. Composer bro, Composer क्या मजा आ रहा है उनके मैचेस देख के यार. TGB को देख के जिस Composer पे वो खेल रहे हैं भाई. Too good bro, too good.
IHC drive away so fast before. He went straight down Everest. Like,
last year भी 35 plus points gap था येलो ग्रुप में. वहाँ भी IHC ने कमबैक किया था. Let's see यहाँ सिचुएशन से कैसे डील करती है IHC. वही मैटर करता है. अभी बेटर 2 मैचेस बचे. दोनों मैचेस में अच्छे पॉइंट निकाल दिए. So it will be good for them. TGB का मैच लॉस नहीं होता तो मे बी
because we said it, they sent it in the residential area. They hold 3 of those apartment complex buildings, which again said it, great positions to hold on to. But they see that when the circle keeps closing around them, teams are going to be breaching those buildings. So they're like, okay, we go from holding 3 of those buildings to now 2. And they do the 2-2 split. And then they see TJB breaching the eastern building. Let's regroup in the center building. And then look at this. Because of that, they get the perfect angle to completely eradicate TJB off of that map. And then it's a 4v2 versus the side of Furia, which is an easy wrap-up for IHC. So the regroups again from early to late game were on point, hot jukes, and deserving of a chicken dinner.
Yeah, you know what? They got the chicken dinner.
टेंशन नहीं लेने 17 पॉइंट निकाला IHC ने. TJB ने भाई जैसे तैसे करके कैसे zoom भाई 13 पॉइंट निकाल दिए.
They're watching a clinic being put
on by TJB. Too good bro, too good.
The most successful Erangel run we've seen this tournament.
पॉइंट निकालेगी तो IHC and Alter Ego Limex पे दिक्कत होगी. IHC consistent पॉइंट निकालेगी that is good for them, जो कि help करेगा उनको.
Where's IWNRX? Where's Navi? Navi
एक अच्छा मैच and वो help करेगा.
The big contenders here are falling behind. There's a gap that's being made for TJB that they could afford to just be chilling tomorrow and they will still be in first place, or at least in top 3 to make it to grand finals. They are building a lead that is a threat to those top squads.
And who was it? Was it you or Jason that said about you know, 10 eliminations a game this tournament or this day.
It was Dennis.
Oh, that's
DJ
playing. Classic Dennis, back at it again, dude. This is crazy. They're on trend to surpass 10 eliminations
NRX,
a game
भाई ये
today.
जोक है NRX की तरफ से
They're almost there.
उनको बहुत ये जो पॉइंट लेके जा रहे हैं ना 0 पॉइंट ये इनको बीटी करेंगे ऊपर कंपटीशन ऊपर टफ होता रहेगा ये नीचे जाते रहेंगे 0 पॉइंट आई थिंक अभी ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग आएगी तो देख लो NRX कहां पहुंच गई होगी #2 पे थी ना इससे पहले
for that top 11, and when we get there, it's going to be interesting to see where they're going to finish off.
Of course.
I think that might have been able to propel them back into top 11, but I worry for those teams so much because every time you have a bad game, you just know you're probably going to be falling out of top 11 or getting so close to. And when you go into the final set of matches tomorrow, I think, honestly, I'm going to tell you right now, I think it's going to come down to the very final match to determine who our top 3
Alex
is
joined PL, bro.
I gotta agree. It's gonna be an absolute showdown tomorrow. I mean, this is getting too close, especially with IHC and Fudia pulling it out right here at the end, Max. I mean, it's gonna be an absolute bloodbath tomorrow.
Finally, 2023 के बाद IHC को global पे
The only thing is that TJB, if they win these next 2 matches,
NRX आ चुकी guys और नीचे 0 पॉइंट नहीं लेना था ये तो मैं बोल रहा था #2 पे थी इससे पहले IHC ने 8 पॉइंट की कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन रखी #2 पे आ गई
Enigma Galaxy and IWRX is tiebreakers are going to be a thing, Jason.
बहुत close
know it last year and it might happen
second third fourth fifth तो बहुत ज़्यादा क्लोज है भाई
but it definitely could be group red with the way it's going.
But TJB के 1-2 मैचेस और आगे ना ऐसे तो TJB को तो रोक ही ना पाए कोई कल TJB तो कंफर्म जा रही है बट #1 मत रहना TJB मेरी बात मान लो अगर तुम रिकॉर्ड तोड़ रहे हो वाला चीज अलग बात है कि कोई भी जो #1 रहा है वो PMGC भी जीता वाला टाइप.
So we could see even Falcons jump into top 3 here just in one match, let alone 2 matches to come up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to jump up.
IS still with highest finishes. Yes, bro. IS still with the highest finishes. 86. NRX going down. कुछ निकाला ही नहीं NRX ने आज.
Realistically, that is a prospect. We have to
चलो Alter Ego की अलग ही भसड़ चली है भाई कर लो यार. TQ Phase VP Fury IHC 56 point even chicken के बाद भी.
Kind of scary, but here we go. Bottom of the rankings. Hot Jukes has been the talk of the town for these last 2 matches now. Furia, IHC, they're still at the bottom, but they can technically reach a way better spot at the end of today if they do well on Miramar. So they're not too far behind now. They can make something happen.
Yes, they can. And I said it. They needed to finish out the rest of the games today with really solid matches if they want to be in that rundown. They do not want a 20-point gap going into tomorrow because there's too many teams that need those points. And after these performances today, Jason, like this is ridiculous. Like, is it confirmed that Group Red is in fact the group of death?
No. We don't need Vlad kind of become.
Told you so.
Bro, भाई
He
after
might come in here and be the analyst. He might be the third analyst. Who knows at that rate?
अच्छा भाई
But I mean, it
इतने
really
changes
is
भाई
like a
ये
bloodbath
स्कोर वो
in this
डिफरेंट
group,
है
staying true to Group
भानु
Red.
यहाँ पे जो
And for
टीम्स है ना
IHC,
तो इवन मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ
blows my mind
कि
is
मैं तो अभी भी बोल रहा हूँ
they
अल्टर ईगो
have 10
लाइव मैक्स से भी 2 मैच
15
बचे हैं
matches. Now, I guess maybe it
INS और
shouldn't blow
TN
my
भाई
mind
2 मैच
considering how
अच्छा
they
खेल ले
won
और देख ले
PMGC
क्या
last
पलट
year,
जाएगी
and it was all
टेबल
about the eliminations, but just to see like 10 placement points out of 15 matches is kind
एक
of
ऐसा राउंड हो जाए मिरामार जिसमें बॉटम टीम अच्छा खेल दे क्या पलटेगी टेबल्स
Almost the last team when it comes to fragging power, just barely.
S2G qualify नहीं हुई.
They said they were going to play aggressive today. Even this win, Hodgix, when you look
FaZe
at it, it
used
wasn't
to
an
be a
aggressive
good team.
game.
पता नहीं
It
क्या
was
हो
just
गया. Used to be a good team. Used to be good. काफी changes भी हुए FaZe में. But currently FaZe अच्छी खेल रही है. But कहीं नहीं कोई बार हो जाती है ऊपर नीचे चीजें यार. Flow momentum पकड़ने में time लगता है. But ठीक है अच्छे खेल रही है.
Extra late, like in from the blue zone, trying to be able to find a way in, and they're just getting denied every single time, like just running into a stop sign. And I want to see it different. I hope they realize that, hey, you know what? Yeah, we got blessed in this circle. We made it work for us. We got to find a way to get into those center positions, or at least, you know, even off center a lot earlier rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, a late rotates does not show to me that you are an aggressive team. I'll tell you that much. We saw even on Sanok, they could have rotated super early, but they keep delaying it, and it puts them in such a trash position, to be completely brutally honest here. So I like the fact that they were quick this game. We have to keep in mind, of course, that this might be a bit biased because the circle was on Southern George, and that's where
कौन जीत रहा है Govin, but currently TJB winning.
What happens next if they get a circle completely away from their drop spot? That's the big question for me. Are we going to see them speed up the rotates, or are they going to go back to what they were doing before the kick in dinner? And if they do that, then I'm losing hope right now. I hope this is going to be the big change that we needed to see from IHC going forward.
Any chances for Alpha 7 for sure? अर्पित भाई Alpha 7 को नहीं रखेंगे तो अलग बात. Consistent team है अभी भी consistent खेले अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
Is alter ego, dude. What are these guys going to do to change things up?
रुक जाओ यार बहुत जल्दी रहेगा early to predict. ग्रुप टू ग्रुप बात करते हैं जब फाइनल की लॉबी बात बनेगी तब उस हिसाब से बात करेंगे
Alter Ego has made a big change in their roster for the rest of the day. Rosemary is going to be sitting out. He told me that he's just currently not performing, so we'll see if he's maybe going to make a comeback tomorrow. We have to wait and see what happens. Now, another team that has been performing really well
Rosemary
today has been
bhai.
Fury. I got a chance to talk to their coach, and their coach told me that the biggest change so far for that team has been just a mentality change, a big confidence booster, and it's definitely starting to show today in their performance.
Whoa. Rosemary out. Max,
man.
No. I almost wish we could cut to your
shocking,
camera,
bro.
I'm pretty sure there's a tear rolling down your face.
It is.
Jai Shri Krishna, bro.
I just looked at the stats. I was like, please, I want to stay on copium for the rest of this tournament. But Alva has been realistically the top fragger and top performer of the squad. And it's not been good for Rosemary. He's even behind Ox at the start of today looking at the stats.
Rosemary nahi khel raha hai bhai.
Even Hands that we know,
Alter Ego MX se
Hands was just an incredible
he
fragger
need a
for Alter
piece
Ego.
bro.
Sure,
2-2.5 दिन जब अच्छा नहीं जाता है ना
Rosemary, Hands, they were just completely shredding it.
और जब टीम अच्छा नहीं खेल रही होती माइंड पीस दो भाई उसको थोड़ा कल आके फाड़ेगा वो पक्का.
Performance of their squad is very, very surprising and upsetting to me. So I get why they would want to do a change. They want to try and see if a little iteration of the squad might be successful, but the fact it's Rosemary, Jason, one of the people call him one of the best players in SCA is a really big shocker.
But I feel like Hot Jukes, you gotta respect.
Can feel that, bro. Can feel that.
The ones, even when they're like
Rosemary के साथ जो भी हुआ है, can
when they're
feel
just
that.
like, yeah, I'm just not playing well.
He's good, bro. He's too good.
By saying, take me out.
Best player Southeast Asia में, but
because I want my team to succeed.
जब चीजें सही नहीं जा रही होती है ना, 2.5 दिन हो गए और प्रेशर, ऊपर से PMGC आप top 11 भी नहीं आ रहे हो, आप बाहर हो सकते हो. You need a break, bro. दो उसको break दो कल आके अच्छा खेलेगा वो.
Permanently. I mean, I've seen it happen plenty of times in my day. So like. It's a very bold thing to make, but you know what? It's a sacrifice that only the best.
भाई वो कोचेस के ग्रुप वाला कहाँ गया? वो भाई वो यही है, but वो fake है, वो ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है.
You know, I don't know if you guys have had those days where like you just start dropping everything and just everything just feels off. If he's having that day today, then yeah, it's his responsibility to tell his team, guys, I don't know. I'm just not feeling it, right? Let's go ahead and bring in the sub and see if we can change things up because we don't have very much time left to kind of make things happen here. And these guys got to qualify.
I thought he was going a completely different way with this. When he talked about the sub coming in, I thought it was going to be like, oh yeah, you know, Michael Jordan, she just said to our team, I'm just not playing well today, sub me out. And to be the sub to go in for Michael Jordan is like, what do I do? How are you supposed to play to hit the level of the legendary stature of a player like that, which is exactly where I feel like Rosemary is. Maybe not MJ level, but he's definitely a massive player.
We can go to football though, right? Tom Brady stepped in, and that man never left the field. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not getting these references.
Anything can happen.
People are like, Tom Brady, football? I think he's talking about the wrong game here. That sounds like, you know, handball, but we're going to be...
John Blank, help us, please!
Player of the day. But two gentlemen who know what true football is. John Allen and Blake.
Let's get Caitlin Clark stepping onto the court for some big three-pointers and hitting Miramar with a big game from the bottom of the tables. IHC looking to make a bid for freedom.
What? What?
I know
You'll be
esports,
following
bro.
Caitlin Clark's rookie season, the WNBA. Goodness me.
I'm a esports kind of guy. I'm not a traditional sports kind of guy, unfortunately.
Ah, so sad, so
I
sad.
think a lot of people would be very sad about that, I imagine. Yeah, I'm so sorry, guys. I'm into my esports.
That is true. How about, yeah, you're right. In the chat that they've just put out, like Faker. There we go.
Yeah.
You know, very good player at video games. How about
Yeah, absolute demon in the lobby. But yeah, we are heading over towards our 5th match of the day here on Miramar. And it's a weird one because I think that the variance between some of our teams on different maps is wild, by the way. I think Tongji Bao is the only one so far has been able to have great games both on Sanok, Miramar, and Erangel. It just sort of depends when they want to step up, really. But today has been seriously unreal. They're getting quite difficult to catch now in first place, actually. And that PMSL EMEA 1-2-3 sweep doesn't look likely anymore.
No, it's been a little bit bedraggled, but IWNRX, you know,
Bro, क्या सीन है मैटर वाला ग्रुप पे क्या भेज दिया किसी ने कुछ ग्रुप पे भेजा यार
the star player on their team yet again. Circle goes out to the east side, it keeps Al Azhar in. That is their home territory.
कित्सुने ने भी कुछ डाल दिया भाई. क्या चल रहा है ये?
Fairly central spot in this one.
Again, not a bad position for IHC, and we said that this is a team that, you know, it's the first step of many for them. Down in 16th place at 56 points now, so at least now with a somewhat of a running, if they can get themselves another chicken dinner. I think a lot of teams have been limping through quite a few of our previous games over like the last half of yesterday.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं,
especially some of our top teams in the lobby. I mean, IWNRX, Nick Galaxy, Na'Vi, 112, 117, 117, with ASI 8 now taking 119 in second place, and Tongji Bao far ahead at 135 in first place. Here's the performance right now for Nick Galaxy between day 1, where they're averaging 5 eliminations per match. That has dropped down to just 3 eliminations now in day 3. So you can see that the drop off a little bit here for Nick Galaxy, who were on top of the world over those first 2 days.
They are still in that top 3 though, but you're right, that an EMEA 1-2-3 looking less and less likely as TJB continue to keep pace with, well, outstrip everybody else's pace, keeping pace only with themselves at this point. 135. The current ceiling was Team Spirit last week. They broke records, getting 225 points in their group stage week. I feel like it may be a little bit late for TJB to make a push that far, but still definitely capable of being within reach of that 200-point boundary.
It depends, man.
रुको मैं ये जो मैटर चल रहा है उसके ऊपर बात कर रहा था. मैं करता हूँ, चैट पढ़ता हूँ, ठीक है?
So now I think the point scoring average is somewhat ridiculous. If they're able to keep that up, I wouldn't be surprised over 8 matches that they can maybe catch that. But it is a tall ask. I'm just saying, with how they're currently playing, you know, back to back to back, just game after game after game in those top 3s. Yeah, it's wild that we've even reached this stage. And with that, for the top 5 elims, Zed Wolf really was on top for quite a while. And now Flower has firmly taken that lead at 34 elims total.
Which is kind of a nutty result. And then, I mean, you even go down to 3rd, right? And you look at IQ, the drop-off of 4 elim difference down to the next place there. Big stuff from ASIA. And I mean, we talked a lot more about them in day 2, I feel like, and rightly so. That was really a massive day for ASIA. Coming into day 3, it hasn't been as loud for them, but they're still up in that 2nd place. They're still getting into these late game circles. In that South George finish, right? They were still up in
guys, मेरा ना group है WhatsApp पे, तो you can join that group.
IHC actually continue to add points.
तो वहाँ पे भेजा है कोई किसी ने, तो you can join that group.
Yeah, I mean, ASI8,
I don't know
like
कितना true है नहीं है.
Pop-offs, but they are still maintaining consistency where teams like IWNRX, like maybe
but yes, global level पे इस पे discussions तो हो रही है. हर एक team इस पे discussions कर रही है.
Miramar, we home back in on this game. I think it has been unfortunate for
warning मिला उनको. Yes, for this they got the warning.
5th and 3rd place respectively, purely because the coach is right. They haven't been getting great circles on this map. They've been consistently heading far over towards the eastern side. I think we saw this exact circle recently as well. And
जो मेरे पास भी आया उसमें लिखा है कि warning मिला है. अभी ये पूछना पड़ेगा. मैंने पूछा है.
Here on Miramar from
अगर मेरे को जहाँ से मैंने पूछा है वहाँ से कुछ पता लगता है तो मैं बताता हूँ.
Spots to start in, but we really just haven't had many like northwest shifts on the circle, or even just western shifts in general.
Sightlines over towards phase for IHC. Not going to be able to take too many shots though. Just make sure they keep control here over on the north side of Impala, a little bit further up the coast in the high ground compound. Vengeance moving in past El Azhar right now. Not really too many
जब तक कुछ ऑफिशियली नहीं आता तब तक कुछ
about 400 meters away right now.
नहीं बोल सकते, but पता नहीं यार. अब छोड़ो, अब मैच देखते हैं हम यार.
Closer to 500-600 meters, so out of that render distance. Team Queso, they're very, very central, close to IHC.
I think it's on that south side. They're a little bit out of the way. I mean, Miramar's quite a big map, so down towards that southeast side, they do have a little bit of room between them and IHC. I think at the moment it's more FaZe who are heading over towards that northeast side right now, trying to careen through ASI8 as we do get this clump up of teams. So likely Falcons, Tongji Bao, now Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi all having to play that edge playstyle towards the end game, likely wanting to hope for a hard shift either over towards that southwest side or even northwest.
SI8 around La Bandita right now, not in the crater, so they have got a bit of mobility, a bit of cover off sightline there. You're right, it's very, very central here. And
Link for channel.
Have to fight through a lot of it
to
get value out of this game. Na'Vi less concerned with that.
They're confirmations
over the north side of water treatment right now.
I'm waiting for the
confirmation. Over towards Sore Hamada, and going to be moving in across the East Coast Road potentially. I'd be surprised if they decided to go south of El Azahar, given they're taking this angle of approach. Right, if you were looking to go in on that south edge of El Azahar, you would probably likely be going past Hacienda del Patron right now. So expect to sweep through Tierra Bronca to the east side of El Azahar and potentially coming up the coastal road and into contact with IWNRX.
Yeah, for IWNRX, it's not a bad spot to be in for them at the start of the game. It's nice and tucked away, but I think the biggest change we'll see from IWNRX here is that they're already making a breakout towards that western side. I think in a fair few of our Miramars here in Group Red, IWNRX has been fairly passive over on the eastern edge and kind of waiting the game out. But this time, I think they're realizing, as it's the first time in a while that they've been knocked out from that top three, that they need to start making some moves. They need to start making some plays and gaining ground quickly, which is what gave them quite a few of those points early on in the group.
They'll need to try and regain some of that momentum, regain some of that strength. Enigma Galaxy similarly out in the blue on that western edge. We'll see where they opt to go in. Next circle coming through. A hard north shift. This is big news for everybody who sent Central. Fantastic for Na'Vi. Look at that approach they can make now. It's so free and clear. You can play on that east ridgeline of El Azahar, take up that high ground position nice and strong. Enigma Galaxy, they need to move fast now because the teams in the middle will start to sort themselves out and make that approach. They have a big opening, but it's going to close in the next minute.
Yeah, for both those teams, it is going to have to be an unbelievable speed up, like pedal to the metal here for both squads to get into position, because this is a golden opportunity for them. Falcons as well were quite happy with this because they were just closing in on the circle to try and break in on that western edge, and now are rotating alongside with Ghetto Roy, who again, they play on that north side, and they have quickly identified a strong position for themselves. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, they are slightly late to the party. Na'Vi, on the other hand, this is a golden opportunity for them.
गाइस अभी स्पैम मत करो इस चीज के बारे में, जो भी चीज चल रही है मैंने पूछा है, मे बी फेक ही, क्या पता फेक है रियल है, जो भी होगा ऑफिशियल के थ्रू पता लग जाएगा। ऐसे स्क्रीनशॉट सारे पता नहीं चैट्स वगैरह के, आई डोंट नो कितना सच है कितना झूठ है, जस्ट बेटर फॉर द ऑफिशियल अनाउंसमेंट एंड द कंफर्मेशन।
IWNRX I think also in a really pivotal position out towards the East Coast Road. Everybody from Impala going to be looking to move through the ground on this road, so if IWNRX can extract one from each team that passes, the toll will be high, but the points total for IWNRX will be so grateful for it.
भाई आज FLC ने कमबैक तो किया नहीं, बट पॉइंट्स डिसेंट है, इतना ऐसा भी नहीं कि बहुत अच्छा भी नहीं खेला, कंसिस्टेंट पॉइंट लेके जा रहे थे, उनको बीट ही नहीं करेगा इस चीज का।
Especially when they were looking to take a dominant position over towards that northwest side for El Azahar. This time for them, I think it is just a case that this is the right decision, is to head into the buildings and try and play it out that way, stay as safe as possible. FaZe locked in. 3 players with Vengeance up on high, who love these kind of situations. I think it's the 4th time I've seen Vengeance be able to pen a team into a horrible situation and kind of take shots like fish in a barrel.
They do find the fish in the barrel and turn them into sashimi. That's a real rough time for FaZe. They find the wrong end of that deal. They will have to play on with 2, Noise and Mela. I mean, to be fair, these are probably, I mean, you definitely pick Mela, and I feel like you just take one of the other ones with them if you're choosing 2 players from FaZe. But either way, not ideal. However, they do have a position in the circle, which is more than could be said for a lot of teams.
लोगों के हार्ट ब्रेक में होता है, मेरा FLC कर रही है।
This has been cruel heading up towards that north side. A lot of squads
एक मोमेंटम की बात है यार, FLC
but it's good. It is a good thing that IWNRX made that breakout over towards
the western side. Alpha 7 की हम बात करते हैं, TGB का हमको दिख रहा है, वो FLC में मिस है थोड़ा सा, बाकी देखता है क्या होता है।
You wouldn't be too happy with that, but the circle does move north once more, and it's Tongjiabao that How have they even made this rotate, man? Yeah.
I'm just looking at where they've come from. It looks like early on. Okay, so as soon as this shift came through, I'm going back through the map feed. So the circle popped. They were just on the north side of Los Leones, coming up to La Bendita. They just went all the way out west, past Graveyard, up towards Hacienda, and looped over the top. Na'Vi obviously leaving gaps there, and TJB have managed to sneak their way in on the north side. They read this shift like incredibly well. This is brilliant stuff from TJB.
Yeah, it's a gamble play, right? I mean, they're going to try and take control over towards El Azahar and then play the late game in towards the center. But to be honest with you, the big case factor is that gamble pays off even more because the circle shifts over towards that north side. So it's just a good understanding of like, what could we do here on the potential next shifts? As this goes down towards the south, yeah, we can get a strong position over towards Al Azahar and play out from there. But if it moves north, then we're going to be one of the few teams on that northern side of the map. So for Tongjibao, yeah, again, they have all the chips on the table right now with first place at 135 points. So they can afford to take risks like this, which now are going to pay dividends.
Really great news for the team. Who's been careening up the tables time and time again. IHC now up to 2 eliminations. They are on that western side near that truck stop. They've got the high ground on the east and the low ground on the west as well under control. So really nice southwest position for them. But Nick Galaxy just across the way. Getso Roy continuing to joust right now with IWNRX. Not really going to be able to do too much. That road that sits between them may as well be a river. It's just impossible to cross with the teams crunching in this close.
You gotta be patient. You bide your time inside the circle, wait for the shifts to come through, try and annihilate some squads and rotates as they come in. That's your only option, really. You need to start creating gaps in this circle because it is a very nuanced area of the map with multiple things going on. With the plateau down towards that south side, you move over towards some of the rolling hills on the north where you've got Na'Vi playing. The one thing that does worry me is that for Na'Vi is how suspecting are they of a team coming through on that north side. I think they would assume they're one of the few teams that did break through onto the north, considering they came from La Cobreria. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get backstabbed by Tongjibao. So I think that they just need to be aware. In a lobby like this, it's entirely possible for a team to make a bit of a quirky rotate over towards the side of the map.
It's all about being prepared for it, handling every eventuality. IHC with the spray downs over the ridge line against Incilio. They have lost one on their off angle, and the blue zone's not going to be kind to them. Still not quite able to find the openings. Finally, over the top, they get that first knock. Turning around, a 180 comes through to try and make sure that they have their back secure. And another shot over the top, but the ridgeline is so exposed. You've got Nick Galaxy on the north, you've got Alter Ego on the south, and it's just so difficult to make any moves here without everybody having their say. In Incilio, they're down to just their one player. Westron remains, and he's going to go into the fight. He wants to roll on forwards, but that may have been a misstep because ASIA are ready and waiting.
Yeah, that was a bold move from Westron. One of the few moves he had left remaining in the tank, though. It was that or concede, really. So tries to go for something a little bit crazy. Team Queso, they're picking up Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro is fighting back, but they just don't have that same kind of presence anymore, I don't think. I mean, they're able to take out Colgo, but I'm not sure how much further Virtus Pro can go here. Only one player left remaining. And that's a fight that they know very well on that southeast side. So it's just... it is not fun to watch Virtus Pro kind of lose a lot of that edge that we have seen them develop over the year.
Ooh, I thought that nade was going to do it. Icy stays alive as IHC try to leave their ditch underneath the watchful eyes of Nick Galaxy. A nade in from Icy, and Team Queso are looking to try and find that res, but they're at the blue zone. They're taking shots. That's from Alter Ego, who are flexed back out this way. I say Alter Ego, I mean Alva, because there's only one player left standing. Is there, and I think that's going to leave Team Queso on one player going down here. Icy can try and challenge, but needs to get this first aid off in Zone 4, soon to be Stage 5, which means that blue zone will really start to hurt. Team Queso do get Papi Potra out of the blue zone, and they need to find this res now.
Yeah, Papi Potro getting back up, head forwards towards that north side. IWNRX have already started to make their rotate down towards that northern edge, towards Getso Roy, so there is a little bit of an opening. Zedwolf is keeping hold over towards that south side just in case there are teams coming off from that low ground. So he's going to have to be the one that passes that information back to the rest of the squad who do have their compound set. You can see there on the map, the mini map at least, where Virtus Pro as well as Team Queso are rotating in from.
This is a really nasty area of the map, Blank. The east side of El Zahar is just mountaintops set across massive valleys. You can see, well, we can see right now that ASI8, they're at the back of this queue of teams on the southwest side. You've got Vengeance and FaZe ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy also with their outposts down here. But other than that, it's Na'Vi's high ground. And then everybody out to the east is sat in this little ditch that comes down into the valley between these two roads. So Na'Vi, TJB, that fight is isolated on the north side.
For Na'Vi, winning that fight would be really good for them, as well as the rest of the PMSL EMEA teams, because then you cut Tongji Bao out, and then there is a chance for some of our teams like Enigma Galaxy, like Na'Vi, like IWNRX, even Falcons to an extent, to climb further up. I think it's going to be hard to block ASI8 out, especially when Phalanx making plays like that. Does try and get away from it, but will be taken out by Alva, in fact, from Alter Ego.
Need to be found. Cooked but not launched just yet. Not quite on the money there. A shift up to the north side with the circle blank. This is huge for Na'Vi's opportunities to stay in the top 3 and for TJB to stay in the top spot as well. I think my attention right now is on IWNRX, though, our top Miramar performers by a long shot. And they're in a tricky position. They have to make it work for them. Falak does finally go down. ASI8 may be the target that IWNRX will set their sights on, because UZM goes down second.
Vengeance looking over down the hill. ASI8 not having the greatest time of it as Vengeance continue to find some of that high ground approach towards them. Good smoke setup as well, denying a lot of the sight lines coming out from that warehouse and just putting ASI8 into an uncomfortable situation. But it is Enigma Galaxy over towards that western side looking to take advantage of this fight here and potentially carve out a little bit of a path for them forward, because it's not an easy rotate towards that northern side where FaZe is currently playing as their 2 players left remaining inside the lobby.
I mean, we saw FaZe losing players early on, right, to Vengeance with those down shots on towards those outposted 2 players. So the fact that FaZe are able to stay alive, potentially being a better scenario than that, is really rough for Vengeance. But looks like ASI8 just can't quite find their way up this hilltop, and it's kind of expected, right, in this position. As I said, the hills, the cliffs, the mountainsides on the east end of El Zahar are so dangerous to try and play around.
It's been quite a slow game, honestly. It's basically just been these teams down towards that south side, cutting each other out, because there just isn't enough room for everyone, especially moving off from that plateau that looks down towards the eastern side of El Zahar. Alter Ego, final player left alive. They made some changes today. Even Rosemary getting subbed out, who is not performing up to snuff. Alva drops up, looks for a second flush there. Not able to find Noki, and that's Alter Ego out again. Now, it has been multiple times where they've just been clinging to this 11th place spot. They've been in and out, and it must be so stressful.
Sends a nade up to try and push Vengeance back. Actually, doesn't cook the nade at all, so maybe a little bit of a surprise there, but Team Queso, they push up. They third-party this. IWNRX further out to the east of this. They're a little bit on the low ground and will have to fight through Getso Roy over on that east edge, but Vengeance can now start to move further north, with FaZe making a cross on the road, trying to get to the other side, and seemingly doing so successfully. They have gotten to the other end of that cable car there. And now, Getso Roy have their fight against IWNRX to worry about.
It's a really question of where IWNRX goes next, and I think that they would love to open up a knock over towards Getso Roy, and then they can start to work the problem on that eastern side. But even with Team Queso behind them, yeah, life's kind of tough for them right now. Enigma Galaxy, they take a knock and a flush and go down to 2 players. Not an ideal scenario for them as they wrap around towards that western edge. I think it was one of their few options. That fight towards the east edge just wasn't confirming quick enough. And the circle drops right on top of Na'Vi. Good rotate from them. Definitely the circle look is there for them.
Yeah.
But they have settled themselves into a nice spot. The question is now for me is, come stage 6, stage 7, how do they play this out? Can they maintain all 4 players? Realistically, off the back of this one, you would want a chicken dinner because you've been given a chance here now.
The position that FaZe hold is where IWNRX and Getso Roy both want to be moving up towards. You can see the ridgeline beyond where FaZe sit right now in the scopes of Porsche. That is oversight on towards Na'Vi's compound, right? You've got Puncher who's trying to take control over the south side, but in general, they don't want to be overexposed to that angle. They've also got TJB on the north to worry about. So if one of these teams can get out clean and into FaZe's position, they are in with a really good chance of overwhelming this lobby.
IWNRX moving up that roadside. This is a smart maneuver from them. Haven't been able to open too much over towards Getso Roy, but now both teams know they need to move. Slightly dangerous for IWNRX moving out into this open zone towards the western side, so they are taking it slow alongside with the blue as it pushes them in. Best thing they can hope for. Falcons now know that Vengeance is close by. Vengeance consistently having this high ground. Very difficult to deal with. FaZe did move up alongside with Noise and Mela and have been taking shots, in fact.
Galaxy do go down to a shot from TJB. The nades over the top finds Porsche with damage, and there's the knock. Another one over to the back line as well as Car goes down. Swain tries to tuck away, but Frozen's lit up from the off angle. That's Mela, who goes for the flush as well. Frozen should be going down here. Can't be rezzed. 2 players from Getso Roy trying to get across as well as they get over the road, but how much further can they find it? Because Furia is that blockade that sits on the roadside to the northeast edge, and they're going to have a really tough time to make it through. IWNRX, they haven't managed to get across clean, but can they still make it up to the position that FaZe holds from them?
Unreal nade coming through from East, by the way. Takes down the entirety of Vengeance there, and Falcons stay alive with their 3 players. Wow, very, very nice play. Kind of group up, especially on the silos as well. One well-placed nade could be the end of it. There is a big pick, though, from Lemon over towards Tongjiabao. They find the first knock through onto them. One other player goes very low as well, down towards half HP. This is a super important fight for Na'Vi. They know they need to win this one out. Another good nade will flush out Longs. Na'Vi continues the fight.
Both of these fights, one on the northwest, one on the southeast, Blank, they're both pivotal for the progress of this lobby, but Team Queso may have just ruined IWNRX's chances into this engagement on the south side as Na'Vi try to regroup against TJB. It's not looking super healthy, not looking super easy. There's the flush coming on through, and IWNRX playing on with 2 now, but it's just Noise up the top. Team Queso across the way, Melodious trying to have an impact, but Getso Roy trying to poke their noses in, but it does not belong there. The book snaps shut. Noise able to keep a hold of the position for just a moment longer.
Falcons even finding a shot over towards Tiamba. East has been a true hero during this game. IWNRX will get rid of that player who has been so annoying for so long for them, playing on that south side. Na'Vi moves up with Lemon. Flower in the front line, but a fantastic shot with the pump action will take down Flower, and Na'Vi might have just cleared out the most dangerous threat to them on this northwest.
Can they regroup, though, in time? Can they get rid of Triple S and get back on the road, back into their compound? Because the Falcons are moving into the vacuum, and they might have just gotten ahead of this. Na'Vi send out, but they've been cut off. Their resources now run dry. The push back in towards the circle will be difficult, but they've got 4 players to do it. In the meantime, IWNRX, they've handled Team Queso, and now it's up to FaZe. Mela run down with a buggy on Swain, and the spray down from Kane. A 2-piece playing off one another. Symbiotic there, and a venomous approach from IWNRX.
Good start. I mean, Falcons, again, taking down players from Na'Vi. I think, realistically, for Na'Vi, what they should have done is just head further north. Again, it's whether or not you understand that Falcons have been making their way so fast up towards this location. Remember, Falcons have just been winning fights back to back to back here. So they've been just crushing the lobby on this south side. But Na'Vi do finally get themselves back into position. 6 elims for them. They get a reset on this too. It's still well played, but again, they are looking for a chicken dinner on this match. That's what Na'Vi want. And with Furia in the wings, with 4 players alive, Falcons looking damn good in this game. Yeah, it's scary, scary. They do have the compounds to work with, though.
Blank, our 4th 5th and 6th place teams, all looking for a 3rd place spot right now, are all still in this one. IWNRX with the worst of it right now on the southeast side, but they are ahead in terms of the points. If they can ladder up a couple of placements, that would be big news for them. If they can extract some value from maybe Furia's position out to their east side, that would be great. But you're right, it's Na'Vi and Falcons, both of these two teams with opportunity to push in, to muscle their way through and join the top 3 going into our last game of the day.
It's difficult for Na'Vi as well, because I think that they would have liked to maintain over towards that high ground. It was just a very good pickup from Falcons, understanding where Na'Vi moved across from, because they have essentially taken one of the stronger positions in the lobby. Although these compounds are nice, it would require the circle to head a bit towards that northwest side for them to continue to have presence, because Falcons can typically now just play that high ground, right? They can play off the back of that, take shots towards teams as they make their way in. Na'Vi still have to deal with the player from Tiamba who is waiting in the sidelines here in back C.
Swain trying to get info, but he's out with his back to the blue. And moving forwards is difficult. Furia have control over their north. Falcons force over their west. And you can see action. I mean, he knows there's players over here. He's going to launch the last nade in his pocket there, potentially. XC. For Tiamba in the meantime on the northwest side, spotted by Na'Vi, pushed out the back of the building. Top may be able to pick this one off. Certainly we'll see Puncher go for the cross and jump back on in as well. XC looking for some healing before he makes a move, and rightly so. Everybody knows where this guy is right now, and there is no way that he stays healthy. Opens the door to allow him to use the corner of that wall a little bit more effectively, but I wonder how long it's going to last. Furia, keep IWNRX at bay.
Yeah, he knows he's sort of doomed here. Does throw a quick nade out, punches fast on the trigger, will pick up the elim as well, very nice, and now can regroup with the rest of the team. Now that that play has been removed, Na'Vi can focus a little bit more towards their end game goals now, as they control the majority of the northern side. Furia getting stuck in with IWNRX, who are likely going to be taking a 4th place home here as Kine tries to get in the vehicle for some fancy movement, but it's Na'Vi actually finding top and some shots coming over the top sides from Falcon towards Furia. So all hell breaks loose on this top side, and Na'Vi might have just found the opening that they were desperate for.
They were looking the cleanest of all of it, but there's a response. East finds Lemon on the approach. Puncher and Six now trying to break out wide. A 1-2 punch to maybe come on through against the Falcons team. 2 players alive for each of these 2 rosters, but Furia get back up to 3 blank. Ooh. East goes low, but the nade doesn't fully connect. Puncher with the spray through the smoke doesn't connect either, but spots him. Loses Lemon in the meantime, though, and now it's just 2 for Na'Vi. Furia stand in their way with 3 players out on the west side, and there is a lone Falcon. Action in the middle of it all.
Oh, that's frustrating, man. I mean, if they were able to keep Lemon up, and Lemon did a great job to kind of juke around and create opportunity. Smoke went down, though, which was so painful for Puncher to try and find that shot. So it is now Six and Puncher left up and remaining, which is a 2 players that I would say are on the weaker end to both Lemon and Flip, but with Puncher, with Six going down, Puncher forced back and trying to get this res. Zone 9 is pushing in. I don't even think it's possible at this point. Still 9 elims and a 2nd place is not horrible.
They do not have long on this.
Oh, Falcon's still alive, though.
Yeah, Falcon's still having action in this. Is really, really important. Furia moving in with 3, though. I feel like Action may not be able to do too much, but maybe he opens the door for Na'Vi. First shot goes in. Action's still alive. He's still giving them the slip, but takes one down.
They have to go
a little bit of damage. Na'Vi need to come in now. They need to come in strong. A nade over the top. What have you got? Six is cooking. Silence is low. They can't go for this res. A lot of damage. And Chaos goes down next. Na'Vi looking to put the Furia comeback mark. Or maybe the 13th nade through on in, and the eliminations can come in thick and fast if they can find this last mark. That's what they're looking for. The spray, the nade, and it's Na'Vi to take the chicken dinner with some hard north shifts. They make it work, and a miracle to put them back in the top 3.
I mean, you've got to thank Top for that one at the end of this one. Or at least Falcons in general.
Screen नहीं दिखा रहे क्या अभी?
Control that side for so long. Getting a knock as well. It is really quick reactions from Na'Vi and some very well placed nades.
Na'Vi ने chicken निकाला. पहले क्या करते थे वो दिखाते थे screen पे. अभी क्या scene है? By the way, guys, if you're new to the stream, make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel.
That one, 21 points. That sees them happily up into a top 3.
Well, Na'Vi getting bailed out a little bit, I'll say there. 6 gets knocked inside the compound, inside a little bit of a building. Go back for the res onto him, but action as he's being chased down in Mad Max style. Gets 1 knock and a butt ton of damage onto Furia, which inevitably causes Furia to lose that match. But credit to Na'Vi to capitalize off of that moment as well. Not to mention the perfectly placed grenades here. Max, man, I know you're happy for this.
Oh, this is a good game. I mean, I'm happy with how Na'Vi played it. I can already see the comments coming through. Like, people said, oh, they were gifted the circle. Man, sure, they were gifted some circles here, but they were using it to its full damn potential. I'll tell you that much. Like, sure, Falcon helps out Na'Vi in the end there, taking care of a few of the players of Furia, and then they just get the 2 angles behind the ridge after they got the res. Na'Vi played it great, but especially the reason why they got here in the first place, Jukes, and this is the big highlight of this game, in my opinion, it had to be that push against TJB.
Oh my gosh, that push against TJB was ridiculous. And I'm telling you what, Na'Vi, you said it best. I mean, Na'Vi played this circle to perfection. Puncher 5 eliminations, Lemon with 4. These guys went absolutely nuts. But at the same time, you can't shy away from the fact that Furia got another good performance. I'd say that they had to win almost every single game if they wanted to be in that fight, and that's exactly what they have done so far.
How many second place finishes have they had
right
today? It feels like quite a bit, but definitely being consistent and getting into those top placings. But obviously Furia, to get to that position in the game, they had to rotate in towards that east side of the compound that Na'Vi were at. And Max, we were discussing that at the time before Furia actually made that move, saying that like Na'Vi, they're gonna have to regroup here in case someone did push on. I believe that was 6's position.
Yeah, I believe it was a 6 over to the east side. And that's the thing about Na'Vi, they were aggressive at the right time versus Dongjabao. And they were also passive in fights that really didn't make too much sense and wasn't going to really add too much to their current position, which, yeah, we just don't want to fight that wide rotation of Furia. We can just coexist like a symbiote in that compound and just survive into the late game. Have an easy access to a podium finish, and then we'll have to fight later on down the line. So it was, again, a perfect mix of being aggressive, being respectful at the right time, and the timing was on point for Na'Vi. But Furia, I'm telling you, man, they have stepped up big time here. They are gunning for top 11 placing. Sure, they can maybe get a few more eliminations, but they are taking fights that make sense right now. So Furia, they know what they have to do, Hot Jukes, to make up there, and currently the game plan is successful.
Yeah, man, I mean, they had to play this one from the east side towards the end of the game. They were right next to Get Roy, IW, and RX, but they just pushed their way in little by little after that big circle shift onto Na'Vi, and they played it so well. So I'm really excited to see, you know, how they finish off today. And man, dude, at the end of the day too, TJB still, I mean, the performance they've had today, you got to give them just so much hype, right? So the fact that they're able to put anything on the board is still a success in my opinion. You got one more game left to go, and I have a feeling it's going to be a big one, Jason.
Well, think back to what Seven said in his like post interview he had with Furia, and he was saying like they realized they have to like kind of change their mindset and change the way they're approaching the game, and it seems like all that has been paying off here. They only get 4 eliminations, but they get themselves to 10 points, and the 10 might be enough to push them ever so close to that top 11. But also Falcons, we didn't really touch on them too much, guys. I feel like the timings, the windows they hit were pretty damn spot on.
And that Falcons position was tough. They were having those silos right there on the south side. They had they gate kept likes of Vengeance, and once they got that silo position, they had that hill, they had that sight lines to try and third party the likes of Na'Vi, Tianba, and put some good points on the board. So I mean, yeah, when it comes to Falcons, you got to be happy with 13 points here.
Oh, very happy, but they didn't just get rid of Vengeance. They dropped a nuke on Vengeance. That was a grenade from East. It was insane how good that nade actually ended up being there. It was so clutch, clearing the entire Vengeance, allowing Falcons to remain as almost a full squad. And then it was down to timing. Again, I think timing was very important, was of the essence for a lot of the teams like Falcons, like Na'Vi, like Furia, because they hear the fight of Dongjabao versus Na'Vi Northeast, near the warehouse, near the compound, sorry. And they use that as an opportunity to cross the road, which at that point is so deadly. If you make that cross without any smokes, without any cars, teams are going to see you and they're going to spray you down almost instantly. But that timing is perfect. They make it to the ridge, they clear a few solos that are just straggling about, and then they can truly get involved in that conversation for a chicken dinner contender. So Falcons, sure, it was a bit more silent in the early stages, but the timing was exactly what it needed to be at that point.
And obviously with the way the zones played out too, it's definitely rough for any of those teams coming from the south who just got heavily condensed in towards each other, especially in zone 2 when it shifted more northeast. We can see here Puncher could be the MVP of this match. It's nice to see that, you know, anyone on Na'Vi could be the MVP at the end of the day. That's what we always say when it comes to PUBG Mobile these days. You have to have a team of 4 fraggers if you want to be one of the best teams in the world. And we're at the best event in the world, so it's time for you to step up.
Everyone must shoot good. Yes, I agree. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, Puncher, 5 eliminations. This was one of my teams to watch. You know, I had Na'Vi on there because they had just dropped out of top 3. A win here is definitely going to put them in that run. And yes, sir, all the way up to 2nd place with a little bit of room to breathe, Max.
Yeah, TGB are like, oh man, I'm so happy I got 4 chicken dinners. Na'Vi are like, wait, you guys got 4? We only had 3. IW and RX are saying, you guys are getting chicken dinners?
What? Chicken dinners?
You guys, what even is that? Just, I don't know what it is. It's a mythical creature of ancient times. No, it's still not getting any of it. But I8 slipping down a little bit. Same for Nigma Galaxy because, I mean, to be completely fair, TJB, Na'Vi are just the point sponges of today, it feels like. Especially TJB. These guys have been an absolute menace. And the teams that were normally getting consistent points like I8 and Nigma are just not really getting that same type of result. But it's still really close. I mean, when you're looking at the point gap between those teams in 4th, 5th, 6th position, they can all push it up there. As we head on down, we've seen a lot of squads jumping up in top 11, Jukes, and Ultra Ego, Incilio going even deeper down the rankings.
Yeah, but guess who's going up, right? It's Fudia. They move up to 14th place, passing up Virtus Pro for the first time here, and with a nice amount of points as well. But they still have a little gap here that they got to cross, so they're not out of the woods yet. And you know, speaking of in the woods, Max, I mean, we're definitely getting towards the last stretch here, right? We got one more day left, and I'm looking at the rankings. There are a couple teams that are actually quite a few squads, right, that really need to pop off on this one. And one of them, I'm going to say, is Falcons, right? Falcons put some good points on the board on this game. They got to be happy with it, but they're going to need more if they want to feel comfortable going into tomorrow, because right now they have, what is it, not a very large gap at all. Yeah, like, what is it, 8 points? So that shouldn't be too difficult to get here, but with how crazy these games are, like we're seeing Na'Vi pulled up a crazy chicken dinner. I mean, IWNRX, I mean, it's got to come today, or at least some point in this tournament, right? You don't want to give them that opportunity. So if Falcons want to be in top 3, they need a good game here, at least in my opinion.
They have that potential, but when I'm looking at Falcons, and I mean, we've been covering this team for years and years now, they still don't feel like that Falcons of old. They still don't feel like that old stalwart esport, just completely dominating every single lobby, if it was global, if it was local. I have not yet seen that Falcons for a big portion of this year. Of course, PMSL was going pretty decent for them. They still had some up and down performances, but it's still not looking like the big matches that we would expect to see from Falcons. The timing, the rotates are good, but the fragging potential doesn't seem as good as it once used to be. So they're in reach, Jukes, as you said. They can make it up there, but we still need to be getting a few more results, because right now that sponge at the top is not giving any points to those middling teams.
You know what? I'm actually going to disagree with you, bro.
And
the reason why I am is because I think that we are seeing the Falcons of old. I really do. I think we're seeing what they did before. The problem is everybody else has just gotten that much better. You know what I'm saying? Because they're being decently consistent. They're not far off from the top 3. But what are you going to do when you have TJB win 2 chicken dinners in a row and average almost 10 eliminations a game this entire day? I mean, that is so difficult to deal with no matter who you are. So it's like, yeah, you're doing solid, but in order to become the champions these days, I mean, solid isn't enough. You have to do something special, right, Jason?
Yeah,
it's putting the blame on TJB for being too good, it feels like.
I mean,
I feel like you shouldn't really be able to win. Okay, let me try to like work out my thoughts here. You shouldn't be able to get top 3 in a group at this level of play without doing something special. Like, I feel like just solid play, it should not be enough to get you into the grand finals directly, or to get you the title of the best team in the world at PMGC. I feel like Falcons have shown us during CSA that they do have that potential, but it seems like it's very difficult for them to tap into that potential. And I feel like those big explosive matches we saw when they were under the name of Stalwart just aren't really happening anymore, which I think where Max's Core are kind of, you know, referring to. They haven't been able to dominate the lobby like we've seen in the past, partly due to the fact that the lobby is just a lot stronger in general.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
It's going to be very difficult for them to kind of separate themselves from the rest when it comes to the pack. But obviously, they have every opportunity. They're still in reach. In the meantime, we're going to head down to 7 yet again here for a quick little chat.
Report with the 7WG. This time is going to be in regards to TJB. This team has played insanely today, being able to get 63 points so far, and we still have one more match to go. I got a chance to talk to their coach. Their coach told me that they have been getting lucky with the circles, and they also been making the right decisions, whether it's going to high ground or whatever the case might be. They've been lucky with the circles and getting those right decisions. Will they stay at the top of first place? Stay tuned and find out.
That is the question. Can they maintain their #1 position going into tomorrow with one final match left to go? Every team is still trying to get into top 3 and, more importantly, solidify their spaces. We do have a little bit of a lead growing in our leaderboards. You know, I talked about the start of the day. We had like a 20-point lead between, what was it, like 6th or 15th and 14th. Yeah. And then at the top, it wasn't that big of a lead. It was like 11 points between like 3rd and 8th. Well, now we do have a little bit of a gap, looking more towards like 6th to 7th place at 117 to 94. We're definitely starting to see, I think, from the end of this match, which teams realistically will have a chance to break through into top 3. Because right now, like Vengeance, 85 points. They're like 40 points out. I don't think realistically we're going to see them get Roy either. Currently sitting at 94 points. I don't think they have a chance. I think for me, the cutoff is going to be Falcons and above of who can legitimately contest the top 3 places.
We definitely have a pack that's starting to lead the charge into the top 3 position. TJB, Na'Vi are looking super good, but really IW and RX, we've seen them jump in and out. Even Na'Vi, realistically, have been jumping in and out of this top 3. So I have to agree, Jason. I think it's between those top 6 teams to make into top 3. And it's going to be down to the wire. I'm telling you, that last game, Hot Drukes, is going to be absolute madness on Miramar heading into tomorrow. So who's going to make it? I'm not sure. We got some that we expect to remain in top 3, but realistically, the top 3 could be completely different tomorrow. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not too shocked.
Yeah, I mean, for real. I mean, if Falcons get the chicken dinner here, we could see them easily in that running. You know, Vengeance, like you mentioned, Jason, I don't see it happening because, like, in order to be the top 3 these days, yeah, you have to be consistent, you know, on pretty much every single map, but you also have to have that crazy pop-off potential to get those like 15+ elimination chicken dinners. And I just, at this stage, with how intense it is, I just don't see that yet from Vengeance. You know, I do see the possibility from Ghetto Roy. I think that they could do it, but it's just unlikely with how everybody else is playing right now.
Well, I had to like go triple, quadruple check before I made this statement because I really didn't want to look dumb because I do that more than enough on my own. True. When we looked at Ultra Ego earlier on the camera, Rosemary is back in the roster. Oh! And I'm checking on our map feed right now, and I'm like, he for sure is in the game. So Rosemary, who said he's going to sit out because he doesn't feel like he's playing too good or too well today, has come back in for the final match of this 3rd day.
Let's go. Quick break, you know what I'm saying? Quick break, break's over. You know, just say, let me shake it all off, and let me get it done, baby, because we got one more game left to go. Let's get it going, Jason.
Well, let's see if he did T-Swift it and shook it off. We're going to head back to our casters here for the final match of Day 3 of Group Red with John Allen and Blake.
I mean, they said that they were never, ever getting back together at the end of today, but goodness me, Rosemary, he's straight back in there, ready to set a fiery brand underneath the Alter Ego Rosto and Seer. See if they can get their last slice of the pie here in the last map today.
It's not working with Rosemary. Let's take Rosemary out. It's working a lot worse without Rosemary. It's time to get Rosemary back in.
Rosemary's such a good player. I love that guy.
Yeah, I think it does require you to remove a key component from the team before you realize that maybe it was a component that was required to keep the engine running. I do think Rosemary's a great player. I think it's absolutely fair that he has some bad games. I understand his decision, willingness to drop himself back out again to give like a mental refresh, but yeah, the rest of the team needs to step up alongside him because I think there is a lot of pressure on Rosemary right now to perform at a super high level. He's a very, very good player. And it's somewhat similar to the FaZe situation with Mello right now.
It is a little bit unfortunate, you know, to see teams struggling to really find that identity that they've had in their previous regions and their previous tournaments as well. And again, it comes back to the power of the overall strength of this lobby. It's really, really difficult to handle, and the pressure seems to be getting to some of our players. Southwest shift, though, and maybe Alter Ego could do something with this. Tong Diabao as well, and Chumacera, potential for them to get up into the hills or maybe play to the northeast side.
Yeah, I like Tong Jiba though. Like, what was the team last group stage doing? Oh, playing Chumasera, I see. Let's do that. We could probably take first place as well from that same position. So, Dongjibao, play in Chumasera, not a bad spot. I always think it's a little bit stifling at times when you get a circle like this, though, because with a lot of teams going through this area, a lot of times you are forced to play down towards that south side and take control of the foothills in Chumasera quite early on. But you got plenty of time to loot up here. I think a lot of our teams over towards that north side will allow that to happen. Na'Vi back up into second. Very well done to them, with the Falcons attempting to make their catch up now with 117 points. And IWRX do claim that third place spot. But again, ASIA really not far behind. And this is a really nice spread of eliminations coming through for Na'Vi, with 6 actually pulling out ahead from the rest of the squad with 23, but it's a 5 elim differential between the best player in the squad down towards Poncha, who is the one with the least amount of eliminations. So again, I think that this is what you need, and right now I think Na'Vi's got one of the best rosters that they could have hoped for on their team.
Absolutely. They have really come in storming to this group, and it's great to see that now, again, back in the contest for that first place spot, with TJB not getting as many points as they could have done in that last match, and Na'Vi obviously taking that chicken dinner so that they can keep up pace. Na'Vi, though, up in La Cabrera. They came in late to the previous time around on Miramar. Let's see if they can repeat their success from coming in towards the edge of this one, too.
So for Vengeance, I'm actually quite interested in Vengeance because they have stayed pretty consistent now towards an 8th place. I think after that win they were able to pick up, it really lifted their spirits in a big way. Again, their team fight, I am still willing to say that I don't think it's there with the best of the lobby right now. But I think Vengeance has definitely done a bit of a 180 since their first day of play, where it really didn't feel like it felt like they were going to be one of the teams in 15th and 16th, but they've turned it around. I'm really happy to see it for Vengeance. I would like to see a couple more points coming out from them, because again, on that last game, there was a huge potential for them to take out the entirety of Falcons, and it would have been a very, very different game from there onwards. But just going down to one unfortunate grenade, it's a rough feeling. That car is drunk.
Yeah. It needs a little bit of a lie down, a coffee.
Yeah.
Get back into it, you know. Make sure that you're fit as a fiddle. Ventores, oh dear, he's maybe going to be a bit dizzy in a second, but does manage to survive the initial roll up against 2 Team Queso players. The rest of FaZe could maybe come on in. Has got the auto shotty around the corner. But Team Queso now have more players to worry about. The rest of FaZe are descending on this. A nade, a beautiful nade, actually, over towards Mela. That's going to slow them down, but FaZe come in with 2 more onto the outside, and the reload needs to come through. That allows the rest of FaZe to come through. And there's the sideswipe, the re-emergence of the player who made that initial dash. Ventores swells in to protect Mela, and it's all up to them. A 4 versus 3 now as FaZe go up to the top floor, but there's ground floor threats as well. Noise to another nade as Kolego finds so much more than he was looking for there with that one. And a drop down, the spin is huge coming through, and Team Queso see FaZe in their sights. The roll-up not going to be healthy for them, maybe losing 1. Protecting the rest of the team was the name of the game for FaZe, but they may have just thrown them all away.
I mean, Mormon, last remaining, 2 players on the outside. Difficult fight for them going forward. S12K in the hands, going to try and make something happen alongside with this good first knock. Now just has to close it out.
One more chance, and there's the shot on the crossfire, and Mormon finds 1, 2, and a 3rd as well, but all his teammates fall. FaZe finding 4 eliminations, 3 going over to Team Queso, but both of them fall, and at a crucial point blank, look at those points tables. Vengeance, Tianba, Alter Ego, Incilia, all of them poised to jump up.
And that will keep Team Queso down. I'd keep FaZe slightly ahead. I really don't know how much further they can make into this game, but with Mormon having a fairly central position anyway. Man, that shot through the doorway, though, was such a nice fadeaway. Again, a lot of pressure on Mormon's shoulders there, but he steps up to the plate, up to the door, and he will take them all down. Very, very well done to Mormon.
I mean, we talk about Mela, right? But that was definitely a show of strength from Mormon. Another point on the FaZe star, but they need to rise higher to fully commit to getting into those survival stages at this point. A good start, sure, but they're only 1 player, and it's not too likely that they can get a huge amount more value out of this game. However, they are very central on the circle. Other teams are going to move into this ground, though, and I think that's where it's going to get dangerous. So 4 points may be enough to just about keep them in these top 11.
All three go down towards that south side now. One of the teams that we were talking about with Tiamba and Vengeance, the two teams that they need to rise above, including FaZe as well. This is a bit of a last hurrah for them on the day. Definitely doable from the south side. Okay. Okay.
He's in.
How did he do that?
He's just a magic man. Demo's got those magic driving gloves, you know?
What, in the sense you teleport your vehicle around?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's cute.
That's how that works.
Yeah. Vengeance now making their way in down towards the south side. Nice bit of high ground to play around with. Always do like this position. It has some slight lips around the side of this compound, though, which means you do have to get pretty far out to get any kind of good scouting done. But at this early stage of the game, just heading into stage 2, I think a team like Vengeance is not going to be bothered too much by having to take a little peek here and there.
No, they've got a lot of control for their spot. They can bide their time. Circle coming on in soon, nearly about to reveal our second shift here on Miramar, and our last Miramar shift of the day for day 3 here. Oh, Group Red, 10 seconds until we see where we're going to go. Na'Vi very slow on their approach here. Same for Virtus Pro. All the way up on the north side for Na'Vi, the east side over by Impala for Virtus Pro. The circle goes between Chumacera and Los Leones on top of Tiamba's position. Gets a Roy in the middle of it. IWNRX as well.
Yeah, we do shift that. I actually think most teams will be pretty pleased about this as well, John, considering it moves away from those foothills in Chumacera.
Oh, no.
Which are always pretty awkward to play around with. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. He's going to leave his boy behind. Yeah, come on. You got to give him the turtle treatment. Come on.
And the spin around and the bump up. That was excellently timed. That's brilliant. Can we get a clip of that? I'd love a replay on that one. That was fantastic. IWNRX, they lose probably about 10 seconds on their rotate there, which in this sort of a stage could be pretty pivotal, but fortunately for them, no one really rotating into the same spot that they were, so they're in front of the queue. Am I getting a replay of this, really? Oh, no, okay. It's the actually good play coming through from Mormon. Oh, it's a 1v4.
I mean, he took down the majority of the team, right? But it was with the 2 last elims, those were all him. Those were all him. But he did have the assist from the rest of the squad, though, on the first couple. There he goes. There goes our hero. And he will be out the lobby.
That's quite a sad way to end that game for FaZe. Both them and Team Queso go down with 4 and 3 points. FaZe are 1 point ahead, and remember how important 1 point can be, especially how close these tables are. It might be the difference maker. Top threading the needle over towards Car, but Getso Roy should be able to get that res fairly swiftly and in a central position. You'd imagine that they definitely want to maintain that strength. They currently sit in the compound that's on the north point of the junction between Picardo, Los Leones, and Chumacera. So able to keep a lot of ground under their control. Further north, the Falcons sit, and they'll be pretty happy with their spot too.
Tiamba actually make a break for a fairly decent position in the circle towards the central side of things, with Getso Roy once again making a nice little pivot over towards this ridge side. And you can't really fault Getso Roy's rotations, honestly. 94 points in there. Seeing themselves, I would say, on top of this pack beneath them, who are all vying to stay outside of the bottom 5, because it is really close, to be honest. Yeah, Getso Roy, not quite as good as our top 6, not quite as bad as our bottom 8. So yeah, it's kind of a funny position to be in for Getso Roy.
I mean, it's a nice, safe position, and I mean, they're rotating into the late game of the tournament, right? And just sort of being there fairly consistently, which is kind of exactly what we've seen from them repeatedly. And it's working out, so fantastic stuff. Hopefully it will see them safe through the survival stage, if not a little bit further. I mean, this is a game that maybe they could do something with, but with TJB on the high ground just to their south, it's going to be difficult to move unimpeded. But the shift goes up to Tiamba a little bit on that east side, closer to Los Leones.
It's quite amusing that in our interview earlier, we had a little laugh and joke about Na'Vi in terms of Seven asking them about how Miramar was going to go. It was like, well, we had some bad circles. They weren't great. Once again today, the circles have been pretty far away from Na'Vi. They're like, yeah, we want 20 points, 10 points per game, 7S. No, we want 2 chicken dinners. Well, John, they've succeeded in the first category, which is to win the first Miramar. Now they're looking for the second. And honestly, they are one of 2 teams on the northern side of the circle. They already find themselves a knockover towards the Falcons. Do they just come out swinging on Miramar?
I don't know, man. I mean, you know, best performance on Erangel. What about Desert now? It's Desert time for Na'Vi, potentially on the north side. They haven't fully committed to that crash. It was just an open and knock towards Falcons, and they haven't fully sent for that. They're going to go a little bit further east. In the meantime, Vengeance on their position have IHC to deal with, leaving from Chumasera, moving up to this angle, and Noise goes down first. TP, nade over. Ooh, just a little bit short of the ridge line there. Could have been nasty for Godless, but a response comes in from Ziol, takes half his HP bar away. Godless has one cooking too. The Vengeance fall back.
Yeah, after already receiving a knock, it's a bit awkward. Yamak on the sidelines, typically a really good off-angler. Nice first nade, actually hits over towards Godless. And Ziol is up front in the distance. This is IHC, who right now seem to be only playing with the 2, with Ziol and Godless. Both Demog as well as Rogue haven't quite moved into position just yet.
So you're looking for the res onto Godless on the ridgeline there after the nade came through. They might have burnt through a lot of their nade supplies here and unwilling to go for more. You can see still 2 for Yamak. No, TPs has a little present to launch over the top, but the off angles are starting to come through. You said they left them back, and maybe they did that on purpose to create these off angles through those windows, force Vengeance to take peeks through these windows that they have sightline control of, and that seems to be the game plan for IHC. But right now, Vengeance are having a pretty good time rebuffing them. They found that knock onto Godless. They haven't really given too many sightlines away, and likely they're going to have to leave. I think they're just going to go for it now.
Yeah, you can sort of see the difference in between our top teams as well as Vengeance here, especially in nade usage, because the first nade goes out, does a fair bit of damage, but then you can't just throw the nade in the same spot. You have to have a predict the left or the right there, depending on the audio cues. So they don't really find too much off the back of it. And again, they've done a lot of damage. There's a potential another knock on side. Now, with Vengeance losing a player without being able to rotate too far away from this position, IHC can gain more ground on this. And this will just be full-on war between Vengeance and IHC.
It's a north side of the road finish by the looks of things, which gives teams like Na'Vi, Furia a much better prospect into this one. As IHC continue to try to move past Vengeance, seemingly successfully. 2 players now stand in their way. It is unfortunate. Alter Ego clashing with ASIA on the south side in the meantime. And then Cilio got a third party as well from the off angle down on the south side engagement. ASIA on the far side of it means that Alter Ego bearing the brunt of this fight.
Good shots on the sidelines, you can see there. It has just been a full swap around between IHC and Vengeance, now having to play on the edge of this compound. Moving over towards D-Move, though. They can find him. That is the off angle taken down, but he's immediate on the retreat. No point sticking around for too much longer there.
Demo needs to hold this angle behind the ridgeline, but the wraparound comes through, has the backup now, and Noise really can't do too much here. You can't peek into 2. They know that they've isolated this fight on this angle. However, 1 is good. Noise looks for a second as well. Popping up, popping down. 2 players fall to the DBS. Is there backup? There's a third, and Noise is doing so much work against IHC here, all on his lonesome. There's an off angle, sure, but he's already gone. He's already sent away, trying to crunch on in, and now it's just Godless. Moving on in, it's Noise to try and make it work for them. They're both into the same position. It's a 2v1. It's turned topsy-turvy here, Blank. And IHC might have had the last game of their day ruined.
This could be a great nade from Godless, depending on how he throws it. I mean, the time is limited, though, as this Molotov does stop. Now, they can't isolate that angle on the nade towards the sidelines. I think he's just running away to get away from the off angle. So sad there for Godless, because I think that could have been a really big nade. But what a way to lose that fight for IHC. In the meantime, ASIA clean up onto Alter Ego, but in comes Enigma Galaxy. A high Molotov comes through from Snowix, who is leading the charge for the team.
pushes them back off that ridge line. They know there's no close contact now in that smoke. Nuki already crawling back. UZM low. Narvalo gonna make him even more vulnerable with the nade approach. There goes IHC in the meantime, by the way. That was held down, and TPs finds that final shot. UZM does fall, and now ASI8 faltering in the face of Enigma Galaxy. That third place spot looks really tasty. Enigma Galaxy want to put another EMEA team up in there.
Yeah, 3 points already. Very nice stuff. Clearing out the south side fairly handedly as well. That's a lot of our southeast teams just gone, leaving Enigma Galaxy ASI8's final player in Falak, who is certainly not a player to be trifled with, even as a solo, but it's Tongji Bao off towards that northwest side that I think Enigma Galaxy has to be very aware of going forward.
On that western edge, although with the road as it sits, it's likely that it's going to be moving up to the north side of the road for the final circles, which means that TJB, whilst they have that high ground right now, they have a really, really strong oversight under the compounds that Getso Roy, that Tiamba hold right now. They are going to have to leave it most likely, and it's a question of what information can they gather, what paths can they establish for their next rotate route.
Next circle, where's it go? Nice and central, supports Getso Roy, or over towards Tiamba. Actually moves far over towards that eastern side. So Furia, Falcons actually pick up a really nice compound, which has beautiful sightlines all around it. It is a little small in terms of a compound, but it's difficult to crash upon because so many teams have sightlines over towards that area, which means that Na'Vi is likely going to have to play on this northwest edge for a little while longer and wait for some of these teams on that south side that who do have that oversight to be forced to move out. But they're already picking up eliminations. They've got one. I think they found one of the players from IHC, one of the players that was knocked beforehand. Falak.
Uh-oh. Tilts the buggy up, gives them the underbelly and eats some bullets with the buggy, but Malloy nails the headshot through the ribs of the buggy, and it will take down the last player from ASI8. So third place is locked in at 125 points blank. IWNRX, because of the lack of chicken dinners, currently losing the tiebreaker. But on the south side of the road, it's likely that they get a little bit further into this one, staying alive for just the time being in the buildings they hold. Enigma Galaxy may look to crash it. TJB may also, but again, you're just going to have to go beyond that road on the next rotate.
Yeah, I hate this Tongji Bao and Enigma Galaxy. What a horrid position to be in. I think if you are Tongji Bao, you're more considering making this northwest wrap to try and potentially get some shots down and make a quick crash over towards.
Sorry guys, matches देख रहा था यार, वीक के matches देख रहा था.
Find the back line as Tongji Bao gets stuck into a fight with vengeance on the west side.
हाँ जी, क्या चल रहा है guys? ओपन कर भाई, IHC फिर से लिया एलिमिनेट. भाई कल IHC के लिए टफ होने वाला है, बट एक जो सीडी निकाल दिया ना, उनसे उनकी कल दिक्कतें थोड़ी कम रहेगी, बट मुश्किल तो रहने वाली है. टॉप 11 भाई टियनबा कहाँ आ गई? कहाँ से कहाँ?
That's Ralph. They are going to find that flush.
भाई कल रोजमेरी का अच्छा खेलना बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है यार. ऑल्ट्री को भी बाहर हो जाएगी ऐसे तो.
Third place under a minute. TJB
फेज ने अच्छा कमबैक मार दिया आज. ओवरऑल कंसिस्टेंट रही फेज, अगर मैं गलत नहीं हूं तो. डे 1 में काफी लो थी.
But it doesn't hurt quite as much as SnowX with the DBS, but there's a response in 676 with the pump action. Now spots both of the Enigma Galaxy players on the back line as Stunner goes on through the smoke to try and slow things down, allow a little bit of a response from TJB, but down on the back lines, Redox tries to rain a hail of bullets in, and in goes the melee combat, but 676 is ready for it. The pump action shotgun burst out wide, and Redox with another one with the DBS, a 1v1 now, a 676 on the pump action. Low ammo count for the DBS, has to swap to the M4. Both of those spray downs instead of having that close range one-shot potential. Luckily, already damage done to 676, but he's looking to heal, getting out around it as well with the pump action once more. Redox needs to connect the spray, but it's not good. And 676 takes down Enigma Galaxy.
676 just cold as ice, man. It's actually brutal to go up against.
DBS damage थोड़ा बहुत कम हो गया भाई. DBS damage
is chopped off by the blue. I don't know,
Navi
man. 676 quickly becoming my favorite player here.
और सिर्फ 4 पॉइंट का गैप
है. Which is surprising considering they're fielding Flower. But yeah, honestly, the clutch potential. Also, the fact that this guy's shotgun of choice is the pump shotgun.
ये तो काफी unpredictable होता जा रहा है bro. Scenario, situation देख के तो ऐसे ही लग रहा है कि Navi #1 मार देगी आज क्या?
You only just peek out, go for the one shot, you tuck back in. It has a really high damage count. Its range is pretty decent as well. It's a lot more adaptable in very specific, well, in pretty specific situations, but I'm liking it. I'm liking it. We saw it a little bit back in EMEA as well, a couple of times, but
I mean, they'd rather have a DBS.
ये chances है FLC ने आज एक चीज अच्छी करी है, पता क्या? बताओ क्या?
It seems like
उन्होंने
676 like
चाहे इतने अच्छे execution wise क्या बोल सकते हो, जो conversion होता है ना last तक बिल्कुल ही बड़ा मैच टाइप का, I guess double digit उनका एक ही मैच आया आज के दिन पे, if I'm not wrong. उन्होंने हर मैच से 6-7 ऐसे पॉइंट लेके गए, तो वो कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन रही है जिससे वो मिड टेबल चार्ट पे ही रहे आज के दिन पे. ये मैच अच्छा कर देंगे, मतलब कल का दिन क्योस रहने वाला है. ओवरऑल ठीक ही खेला, डिसेंट खेला, बट ज्यादा अच्छा नहीं खेला बस.
Going down in 9th, I think that's a placement point earned, if I'm not mistaken. TJB will be up to, what is that, 6 points on the game? Coming up to 1.
क्या ही प्लेयर है ये 676 bro, 676
at the end of
damn बंदा है, damn.
Na'Vi with a pretty decent opportunity to rack up the points for it, but not if they go down. Against the shots from Falcons, actually third party.
Khatam.
Ooh, that is horrid to work with. 6 is down the back lines. I actually really wanted to see the Na'Vi back-to-back here on Miramar just for storyline's sake, but that nade, it should be the end of it for him. Flips forced to here, and now it's just Puncher left remaining. Tixi on the side, he's doing a decent job to keep himself alive there, but yep, Na'Vi is now finished. Could have definitely been better. I don't think Na'Vi's too unhappy with how they finished today.
Big crash on the south side, and IWNRX have gone down as well. They
bro,
tried to get across the
confirm
road
कर
towards
दिया,
Tianba,
fake news है. Okay bro, okay.
Blank. They all went down, melted.
कोई ना यार, कुछ भी होगा ऑफिशियली पता लग जाएगा. तभी मैंने बोला कि ज्यादा मत करो बातचीत उस पे. तभी मैं भी चुप हो गया था क्योंकि अभी कुछ ऑफिशियली पता ही नहीं है, बट ग्लोबल पे चल रही चीजें.
It's just similarly almost impossible.
क्या है क्या नहीं है, we don't know.
Pro should be going down here.
कुछ भी होगा ऑफिशियली पता लग जाएगा आप लोगों को. Don't react too much.
In a difficult situation. They essentially find themselves in the exact same spot that Na'Vi did, as Furia makes their way over the top side and will take down Virtus Pro instead. I think that's one of your... It's not a mistake that you want to make too often, but when you see those death threats, you want to take them, but it's easy for a team to rock up behind you and take the exact same positioning that you just dominated another team with.
Top 3 अभी भी फिक्स नहीं है, पता है. देखो टॉप की टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई है. कौन कहाँ है अभी छोड़ो सब. TGB, Na'Vi, NRX, NGX, I8 की तीनों टीम एलिमिनेट हो गई है. एंड अगर आप ओवरऑल क्लोजिंग देखोगे तो 125 इनका जाएगा. इनमें से भी अगर फैल्कन अच्छा पॉइंट निकालती है 120 प्लस लेके जाएगी. तो अगर ये सब कैलकुलेशंस को देखा जाए तो कल के दिन पे भाई कोई भी टॉप 3 लेके जा सकता है. इमेजिन करो टॉप 3 टीम में उनके 3 मैचेस चूक हुए और नीचे वाली टीम्स ने अच्छा खेला हो तो डायरेक्टली टेक ओवर करेगी ना. ऊपर को गैप ज्यादा नहीं, एक मैच का गैप होगा ज्यादा से ज्यादा TJB और Na'Vi के पास, बल्कि बाकी 5 मैच. So Falcons still have a chance and good chance. I8 को आज consistency रखनी थी. 85 points था I guess उनके 84. 23 अच्छे पॉइंट निकाले यार. I8 ने ऐसा भी नहीं कि अच्छे पॉइंट ना निकाले. 23
on the branches there and taken down. That's actually Falcons with a third party angle isolating the fight to the south side of this compound. But 2 players from Tianba go down. A really nice off angle found, and the Molotov to force this fight. A third goes out, and it's all up to Zunda. He's in a 1 versus 1 now against Shan, who breaks out, hops over the wall. The first aid cancelled and will be timely to do so. Tianba may be able to get the full reset.
Yeah, serious grimace on that fight for Tianba. I think that they really thought they might have been going down to Zunda all on his lonesome. Ridiculous set of sprays coming through from the UMP, silencing Tianba's push out from the building. Yeah, very, very well played. Looked terribly scary. And for Tianba, it is really important for them to get a good game off the back of this one, especially right at the end of the day. Those are the type of things you like to see. And they can move up a little bit further on that north side, even use those loot crates to their advantage in terms of Koa. Koa out in the open will have to break out on a quick run as Falcons make their exit, but he could potentially cut one of them down to size, but East knows already.
The play zone took it down there. It's just too tough of a tick. 7 stages in, and the blue zone just bites you so hard trying to make those moves. Falcons flexing out now. Furia have got so much oversight, but they're having to be pushed back as Tianba make a bid for the center of this circle. Furia's approach made a little bit harder. As Tianba starting to stretch out. Falcons do get spotted though on top.
सारी fight तो southern side हो गई. Northern side पूरी खाली पड़ी थी early second और third circle पे भी. Falcon को कुछ मिला ही नहीं होगा killing में. मतलब kills in the eliminations point wise. यही time है elimination point निकालने का उनको बस. थोड़ा सा बड़ा match convert करने का. सारी fight तो southern side हो गई.
Some good sprays coming through from the rest of the team because essentially
zone
the reason they want to back both these teams off is just to get bond up to create that anchor point for the rest of the team to drag themselves over towards. And now Falcons and Furia both in a tight spot up top side. East with a follow-up onto a great nade, which will at least knock one. But Tianba starting to break out from their position. They know they need to create conflict here as they do not have the high ground. They're forced to play these weird little divots down towards the south side of the map.
Tianba, 9 eliminations. Looking to follow TJB towards the
12
top of the
nades,
tables.
by the way.
Looking 12 nades? Goodness me, okay.
Yeah.
A lot of ordnance then. These roll-ups for anybody who tries to get close to them is going to be so tough. A lot of those nades are because IWNRX just crashed straight on top of them, right? They gave them 4 full crates. They also picked through all of Getso Roy's. So
अभी eliminate होते तो 10,
to get everything that they need. A perfect inventory layout.
7 point sufficient नहीं है bro. 7 point.
I don't know if it's optimal.
Consistency वाला ठीक है but ये बड़ा मैच होना चाहिए था.
Bullets. But you know,
अच्छा निकाल रही है मैच.
I mean, especially in a circle like this, there's no compounds. It's fully open terrain warfare.
Late हो गया थोड़ा
maybe
सा.
this is optimal for them right now to have those 12 nades that he can just toss time and time again over towards them because it is just going to be an onslaught of nades now coming through QC, and here he goes.
Looking to unleash, but Furia and Falcons
एक side Furia, एक side Tianba low. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You only need 1 to hit. There's 3 launched, 1, 2, 3, but not going to go quite the distance they needed. Falcons into the middle of the circle. Tianba with their ridgeline, they've been defending it for a while, but Icy has the shack. A shot over towards Artisan as well goes through, and East picks up a point for the Falcons. A big nade over the top, and that's QZ, of course it is, coming through to land that shot, and a spray down towards the backlines as Bond falls next. Icy is the last Falcon to stay alive. Trying to push towards the top 3 on these tables, but it's made all the harder by this constant bombardment, this barrage coming through from Tianba, and they just keep layering them down. This is why you only need 80 rounds in the back pocket, because all you need is just huge numbers of nades, and they can't move.
Furia मार रही भाई Falcon को. Furia Falcon परेशान तो ब्रूटियन भी कर रही है. इतनी यूटिलिटीज है भाई. 7 नेड है बंदे के पास. पता है उसको लोकेशन बंदा कहाँ पे गया है. नेड वॉली सब कर दिया. भाई बट जो मर्जी बोलो Furia ने अच्छा खेला है. लास्ट के मैचेस में Furia एंड तक सरवाइव कर रही है आज के दिन पे. बिल्कुल एंड पे थी बॉटम पे.
Gusta takes a tumble and a second nade. Should about finish it unless Kayovsky can get him close, but no,
Furia chicken कौन बोला? शुभम.
A very explosive way to close down this game for Tianba. Our last game of the day.
तो माना इट्स अ वर्ल्ड ऑफ अनप्रेडिक्टेबिलिटी, बट आप ऐसे कैसे बोल सकते हो ये सिचुएशन पे?
Explosion after explosion, blast after blast.
अब बोल दो FLC chicken.
Icy left to stand. He's on the inside of the shack now, but an aid in through the window. Of course it is. Under his feet. It's not even needed because QZ finally pulls out the weapon and takes the fight.
Good uncle, मजा आएगा
guys. The sidelines there.
Overall standing बहुत close बनी पड़ी है अभी.
Controlling of a way to finish it out. A lot of eliminations found.
कल होंगे setbacks. IHC कल देखो क्या करती है 6 मैचेस में. Still they can do it.
And they have been slowly
11 they can try. कर भी सकते हैं, देखते हैं.
So very, very well done.
But guys, if you're new to the stream, यार make sure to hit the like and कल भी हम watch party करने ही वाले हैं. So make sure to hit the like and subscribe to the channel. जल्दी से like कर दो, subscribe कर दो. कल देखते हैं watch party करेंगे. Final day कल.
Is nades. I think they had a total of like 20.
अरे पनौती लगाते हैं कि भाई.
But yeah, fantastic stuff. Once again, it is really even towards the top 6, John.
Absolutely brilliant stuff to close us down. Nade after
Furia
nade.
top 11 आ गई. भाई Furia कहाँ से कहाँ पहुँच गई? Furia भाई बिल्कुल बॉटम 16 पे थी ना Furia. आज अच्छा खेली है Furia. Top 2, top 3 लेके आई है.
This is definitely proving to be the closest group yet in PMGC. Obviously still one group left to go with group
Caster भी same बोल रहा है. आज तक का सबसे closest group यही देखा है भाई.
Any team could still go for top. Well, not any team. Most teams could still go for top 3 as we see.
IHC.
Or potentially just top 11. Insanely close across the board, but again, these 3 teams that did survive another time. We've seen Furia in like a top 3 situation. I feel like that's like almost 3-4 games in a row for them.
This is getting ridiculous. I feel like I need to go buy a lotto ticket or something because I was like, yo, hey, I need to see something from Unia right now. I need to see something.
You said that about Inco first week, man. Come on, like you just got like this.
Hey, you know what? We're back, baby. Right? We're back. Because Falcons clutching it out. Before this game, they were in 6th place, 117 points, right? With this performance here, that should definitely put them in that running for top 3. And then Tianba, I mean, they were on the second page,
full try
9th place with 85. This game is definitely going to put them in a good, solid spot. Tomorrow, they're going to have to go crazy if they want to make it to top 3. But you know what? It's a conversation now, right?
Yeah. I mean, before this game, Jason was saying, oh, yeah, top 6 teams already competing for top 3. This game puts Tianba already in now the new top 6, which would be 7. The top 7 are going to be competing for the top 3 spots into the grand finals. Of course, it's going to be happening in London. So Tianba, great game. And the most important fight this game, just looking back, was clearly Roy versus Tianba. That fight resulted in whoever won that engagement to be able to play that ridge that gave so many opportunities for Tianba to third-party Falcons versus the side of Furia and just get all the information you would ever need to wrap up that game in style. So that fight, I respect Roy for trying to go for the send it because it could have been invaluable if they won it, but Tianba won it, and that ridge was just
Tian के 100 के आसपास हो गए कुछ भाई 6 किल कल फेस कैम करोगे ट्राई करेंगे ब्रो देखते हैं बाकी क्या होता है
against Team Castle. That's got to be brutal for them too. Hopefully they can kind of shake that off going into tomorrow. But man, yeah, that was a great play there from FaZe, trying to hang on. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to kind of make it, far into the game. But it's so good to see a little bit of sign of life from these squads. What a way to finish off the day, though, man. Tomorrow is going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I think Max said it perfectly, right? If you want to contest top 3, you need to have shown up here, and that's exactly what Tianba did to put themselves within reach tomorrow. But there's still 7 teams fighting for 3 slots. You just can't. You can't have all 7 go through. Either you're going to get through from here, you have to go through in the survival stage, and then hope you can make it to last chance. But then you have to get top 6 with the best teams. Well, I can't say the best teams in PMGC because the best teams are already qualified to the grand finals. But with the best teams that are left here in PMGC,
वो $100 का वो लगाया क्या यार है
groups and the styles they played. Take it back to Group Yellow, where it's very center play. Group Red's been more edge play. Who knows what Group Green's going to be? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's middle play. Something
in between the middle and the edge.
Exactly. But it's getting tough times here for all these teams. And I mean, Fury, I'm curious to see where they're going to be on our overall leaderboard because they've had so many top finishes. But last time we checked in, they moved up only 1 placing because they had so much work, so much catch up to do to even make any movement in our leaderboards.
Looking at the games here, especially Jason, when we're looking at how they're playing, it's not just, we're going to play passive and try and get to the late game. They are taking really important fights. In this game in particular, Jukes, if we look back, that third party we saw happen from them onto the side of, I forgot which team it was. It was Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. That was the fight that allowed them to make it into top 3 in the first place. They are sending it so many matches in.
Max, 24 points. The next closest is 9.
That is a gap and a half.
Goodness gracious, dude. They needed it so bad, too. They needed it so bad if they even wanted a shot at top 3. And they did exactly what they needed to do here. 24 points. I mean, clutch badge earned, right? I guess I'll give it to them for now.
मुझे ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है कल टीएनबा का भी क्लोज है भाई पीएमजीसी क्वालिफिकेशन ऐसा 1-2 मैच और निकाल दे भाई यार क्या चल रहा है इस लॉबी के अंदर भाई कुछ भी हो सकता है मतलब और ऐसा है कि ना एक्सपेक्टेशंस जो रहती है ना टीम से यहाँ भाई मेरी तेरी मतलब इस टीम से भाई हर टीम से एक्सपेक्टेशंस रख सकते हो आप यार कर सकते हो टीम अब नावी ने यहाँ पे जैसे 2 पॉइंट निकाले आईएच ने IHC वन ऑल्टर को भाई सबके लिए पॉइंट इंपॉर्टेंट है यहाँ पे किसको बोले अब पर टॉप टीम्स नावी आईआरएक्स आईएच ये नहीं करना था इनको यहाँ पे इससे थोड़ा मेरे को लगता है जीजी हुआ होगा पीट पॉइंट्स टेबल पे वैसे इनके पास लीड थी ना आई गेस वो कम होगी ज्यादा से ज्यादा I'm just waiting for the overall standing guys just MVP बहुत बढ़िया कोई दिक्कत नहीं हमको ओवरऑल दिखाओगे सभी हमको ओवरऑल देखनी है 190 कट ऑफ जाएगी 109 हो गए टीएनबा के रुको गाइस
but yeah it's a rough time for those bottom squads like Ultra Ego that I don't think they really know what to do right now, Jason, by putting Rosemary out and he's playing again as you mentioned earlier. I think they're just trying to find something that works, but unfortunately in the pressure that's really hard to find that kind of momentum, and as of right now have not found it. Can they find in the last day? As of right now,
I'm pausing. देखो भाई, TJP 142, Navi 135, NRX 127. Still they don't have any chicken dinner. अच्छे finishes निकाले हैं. टॉप पे तो TJB के finishes हो चुके हैं, I guess अब. नहीं सॉरी, I8 के ही टॉप finishes है. Then TJB, then आती है आपकी NRX in terms of finishes. Falcon 126, Falcon जो मैंने बोला आपको आज जो कंसिस्टेंट वो खेली है उसका बेनिफिट उनको हुआ है यहाँ पे. 126, 125, 125, इवन #6 तो काफी क्लोज है. मतलब इनमें से कल अगर कोई टीम एक अच्छा खेल गई फॉर श्योर वो टॉप 3 टॉप 2 भी आ सकती है. अब कल के दिन पे कंसिस्टेंसी मैटर करने वाली है. इवन यार टियनबा 109 पे आ चुकी है. कहाँ पे वो, किस रैंक पे थी भाई? वो कौन सी रैंक पे थी ये अपनी टियनबा? नीचे आई गेस सेकंड पेज पे 0x. इवन इनके भी क्लोज चांसेस है. एक अच्छा मैच पे ये भी मिड टेबल चार्ट, एक और अच्छा मैच टॉप 3 के कंटेंडरशिप में आ जाएंगे. मेरे को देखना 8 से नीचे कितना गैप है.
Very possible now, and even Falcons putting themselves 1 point away from getting through into top 3. But I mean, the spread between 3rd and 6th is 2 points. It's crazy. 2 points. And honestly, Haju, so Roy have a difference.
TJB के पास लीड है. मतलब TJB अगर कल के दिन पे एक मैच अच्छा ना भी खेले, एक या 2 मैच अच्छा ना भी खेले, बाकी मैच अच्छा निकाल दे, कल एक चिकन निकाल दे TJB ने, तो TJB का कहीं ना कहीं कंफर्म है. वो तो जाहिर है, अभी भी कंफर्म है उनका. बट 2 मैचेस का उनके पास एक मार्जिन है, 1-2 मैच का मार्जिन है कि अगर वो बिल्कुल ही अच्छा नहीं खेलते हैं तब भी वो रहेंगे टॉप 3 में शायद. अब यहाँ पे गैप ज्यादा आ गया, 88, 87, 86. अब यहाँ पे कंपटीशन है टॉप 11 पे रहने का. टू बी ऑनेस्ट IHC बहुत पीछे. फ्यूरिया ने आज अच्छा खेला, फिर भी 77, 83, 85, 86, 87, 88. क्या पता इनमें से कोई टीम कल कुछ अच्छा कमबैक मार दे. फेस TQ में से देखते कल पता लगेगा.
Okay, man, you don't have to do them like that. It's true.
I mean, that's how wild it is.
But it's
कुछ भी हो सकता है इस ग्रुप में, ब्रो. Too close. मतलब अभी टॉप 3 का कंपटीशन अलग और टॉप 11 का कंपटीशन अलग चल रहा है 2 लॉबी का. मतलब ऊपर से भी पॉइंट लेने, नीचे से भी पॉइंट लेने, मिड टेबल टीम को भी पॉइंट, सबको ही पॉइंट लेना है बेस्ट आउटकम के लिए, क्वालिफाई करने के लिए. किसी को नेक्स्ट स्टेज पे, किसी को फाइनल्स पे.
For these bottom squads to make it up there, it is not an impossible gap to close. It's definitely super close, as you said, 88, 87, 86.
बहुत close call है भाई. Falconist.
Tomorrow is going to be Hail Mary for a lot of these bottom teams. East? Oh,
nice.
What? It was that grenade. It was that grenade.
IHC चिकन डिनर लेके #16 ब्रो विनर चिकन डिनर लेके वो लीड कम हुआ है. मतलब उस मैच में उन्होंने 17 पॉइंट निकाले. अगर वो 17 भी नहीं आते तो यू कैन इमेजिन अभी जो गैप आपको दिख रहा है 60 समथिंग एंड उसका #15 का, वो भी उतना नहीं होता.
But very surprising, yeah. Like what? Even a survival.
भाई गाइस कल का मैच मत मिस करना. आज बहुत ज्यादा मजा आया देख के. बाकी कल का मैच गाइस मिस मत करना प्लीज. कल अपन साथ में बैठ के मिलके वॉच पार्टी देखेंगे. वन ऑफ द टफेस्ट ग्रुप आई गेस, वन ऑफ द मैचेस और वन ऑफ द ग्रुप इन द हिस्ट्री ऑफ PMGC. यहाँ पे इस तरह के कंपटीशन है. मेरे को कल देखने हैं मैचेस. क्या पता ये जो 9th, 10th, 11th रैंक की टीम है ये भी अच्छा मार दे तो ये भी कंटेंडरशिप में आ जाएंगी फॉर द क्वालिफिकेशन फॉर PMGC टॉप 3 वाला.
in the lobby, which is kind
कल
of
देखते हैं मजा आएगा. TJB 676, Redox, Wolf.
It's all about working together, and the PUBG Mobile X Venom, the Last Dance collaboration, which is available right now, where you guys can experience a unique gameplay adventure. Discover the Black Symbiote clusters in Erangel, Sanok, Miramar, and Livik to obtain
मैफिड आपको मैफिड यार मिल जाती है. मतलब अगर आप कांटेक्ट करोगे मैफिड का सीन नहीं रहता था कुछ. Hey guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream. अभी के लिए ना स्ट्रीम को एंड करेंगे. आई थिंक हमने सारी चीजें एंड डिस्कशंस कर ली है. ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग देख ली है, MVP देख लिया है, एलिमिनेटर देख लिया कि असिस्ट, सॉरी टॉप 4 असिस्ट भी देख लिया.
We can see 676. He's going
TJB 70 plus points today. Good one, good comeback. कल का देखो रहा 2 दिन में TJB ने कर दिया मार्जिन खत्म. TJB फर्स्ट डे पे तो बहुत इतना अच्छा नहीं खेल रही थी. They played very good.
Okay, you've already broken my heart once by reminding me. But it's really funny that actually Zeolf is up there despite being one of the top fraggers. He's also top assist. He's the whole package right now. Okay, Zeolf is just a threat. But cool to see Cole go up there too. Jukes, he's the man. You know, from the Americas. Let's go.
Yep, take it.
Okay guys, thank you so much for coming to the stream. कर रहा हूँ मैं स्ट्रीम को एंड है ना. मिलते हैं कल के दिन पे. कल आ जाना. सब्सक्राइब कर लो, लाइक कर लो स्ट्रीम को अगर आपने अभी तक नहीं किया है तो. बाय बाय, टेक केयर ऑल ऑफ यू.
I mean, I would be not surprised if we see a team make it in the top 3 that we had no clue, like we did not expect at all.
I agree.
Max, you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I was just looking at Redox. He's staring in the camera again, and I'm scared.
No. Don't look at his eyes, because if you look at his eyes, you can't look away.
My soul!
And you're...
No!
Well, let's be fair, Max. You already sold your soul to One Piece.
But hey, worth it.
We're here for a quick little chat. We do have 7 down on the stage with an interview. Who it's going to be? It's going to be a surprise.
Welcome back as we finish the day number 3 of Group Red, and I'm joined alongside 2 great coaches here, Nick McGalaxy, Peko, and IWNRX Bluffus. I'm just going to start off with you. What are you guys going to be doing tomorrow to make sure that you maintain yourself within the top 3?
First, in last 2 or 3 tournaments, we had final day issues. We couldn't perform well in last days, but we tried to fix this. We trained. And I hope we can get the London ticket in this stage. We will see.
Right on. Well, hey, you told me last time it was all about the mentality. Hopefully, you guys got that narrowed down. Now, Peko, you guys are currently outside of the top 3. Last time we talked about this, you guys were in first place. So what are you guys going to be doing to make sure you actually get to that top 3? What's going to be the biggest challenge?
It's going to be tough. I mean, the pressure is on top and everything. So tomorrow we're just going to go and play as usual. We're going to get a little bit lucky than today because the zones weren't really that good for us. We still got some points. I mean, the top 6 teams of the leaderboard are fighting for the London tickets, and it's going to be tough, obviously. So yeah, tomorrow we'll just give it everything, and yeah.
You mentioned it. The top 6 teams are going to be fighting for that direct ticket to the grand finals in London. So make sure you tune in tomorrow for the final day of Group Red, and let us know in the comments, who do you think is going to make it out of these 2 guys here? Which team are going to make it? Back to you guys.
NRX ने बोला है उनका स्टार्टिंग से इशू रहा है एंड के डेज पे वो थोड़ा परफॉर्मेंस का स्टार्टिंग डेज पे अच्छा खेलते हैं NRX वाले और लास्ट के डेज पे नहीं खेलते हैं तो दे विल ट्राई कि जो चीज़ उन्होंने पहले सीखी है वो देखेंगे चलो कल देखते हैं बाकी अच्छा था मजा आया बाय बाय गाइस टेक केयर ऑल ऑफ यू एंड